Good morning. It's 9 a.m. Council members are assembled when you're ready to begin.
Thank you very much, Morgan. Good morning, everybody. I'd like to call to order this second day of business plan and budget meetings with the Council of the Town of Saugeen Shores. Welcome all the members and everyone joining us in the gallery and on the live stream this morning. We're glad everybody's with us. Second item is the land acknowledgement, and I'll read that. Acknowledge we are meeting on the traditional lands and treaty territory of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, which consists of the Chippewas of Saugeen and the Chippewas of Nawash unceded First Nation. We understand this land holds immense significance to the people of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation. We appreciate those who live and work alongside us today and who continue the traditions of their ancestors as stewards of the land we are privileged to inhabit. We thank them for the contributions they have made in both caring for the land and in shaping this community. We commit to truth and reconciliation, to acknowledging the truth about what happened to Indigenous peoples because of colonization, and to reconciliation, which begins with each and every one of us. And I might just note this morning that found out yesterday that Chief Darlene Johnson of Nawash has resigned due to health reasons. So we wish her the best. And Nawash has appointed an interim chief for the time being, but we'll certainly continue to be in contact with them and certainly value our relationship with Nawash and whomever their new leadership is going to be. As a local government and public organization, we are dedicated to learning about Indigenous culture, to fostering a better relationship with First Nations and their people, and we commit ourselves to actions that move us forward on a path to healing along with the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation. Okay, so as I say, we're on to day two. I'll just remind members that we made the decision at our last meeting to move our police service presentation up to the start of the departmental overviews. So we will start with delegations, and we'll hear briefly from the director who will give us just a bit of a recap and a summary of what we're doing today, and then we'll go on to police services and work our way through from there. It's going to be a busy day today, so we'll do our best to sort of keep the agenda moving along. All right, so with that in mind, we will start with our delegations. And the first delegation we have this morning is from the Southampton BIA, and we'll turn that over to the chair of the BIA.
Thank you. Morgan, do you have the document? Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Town Council, and staff. We appreciate this opportunity to present our annual report as well as our 2026 proposed budget. 2025 has tested our resilience as a downtown. The construction brought both necessary updates and undeniable challenges. And we are excited to see that we are mostly through that on the center and top block of High Street. The 2025 budget that you will see in a bit reflects the promise that we have made to our members not to increase our budget for 2026. This decision was made due to the challenges that many of them did face this year, so we want to make sure that we are not increasing that budget and asking for additional funds from them. We would also like to extend thanks to town staff, particularly Amanda Monahan, Lisa Billings, Corby Leach, Don Middleholtz, Kirsten Scheider, Lucas Heathers, Rahul Amin, Mark Paoli, and the Works Department under Adam Parsons. They've been amazing partners, and we could not do what the BIA does without them. Next slide, please. Oh, next one after that. The construction impact survey that we performed in September of 2025 showed us some great insights into how the different businesses truly felt near the end of construction. While we were in it, it was a lot easier to kind of look out the window and see construction happening and no cars sitting there. So people were able to lean into feelings a little bit more than facts. So it was really great to kind of get some of the data down. So when we asked them, how would you describe your business's sales this summer compared to last summer? Many actually found that they were within what they anticipated from last summer. So slightly lower, much lower, were about 60% and 40% were about the same and slightly higher. How satisfied are you with your overall summer season despite the construction? 40% were somewhat satisfied, which was fantastic. 20% were neutral, and the other 35% were within the dissatisfied section. I did attach some comments from the survey. Not all of them are included, but 3 of the 14 people who did not respond in writing gave verbal responses. That data was not included because we did not consider it complete within the survey format. Next slide. We performed a Love Local campaign this year during construction. So that was in June, July, and August. We encouraged everyone to spend downtown, and for every $25 that was spent, a ballot was given that every week we did a draw. So this resulted in 39,660 ballots collected over 14 weeks, which tracked an estimated local spending of just shy $1 million on High Street during construction. Of that, there was 20 participating businesses, and it did not include any of the restaurants. So that was specifically geared towards the retailers. The contestants successfully encouraged residents and visitors to spend locally during the busy summer months. And we were able to show our businesses that there was still that money coming in. Next slide. Streetscape had a really great year in Southampton this year. We were able to complete the Bell Building mural, which many of you I know have already seen. The process was brought to you by 34% funding from the BIA, 43% from Spruce to Bruce, and a very grateful 21% from the town. We also hope to see the South LED light lit up soon. That is our second large plan from the streetscape this year, and 20% of that was brought to you by the town as well. 37% by the BIA and 42% from Spruce to Bruce. So we really leaned into our funding this year. For those of you that don't know, the public art installation, The Land That Raised Us mural, is on the Bell Building. It was done by Emily Kuegshig and Taylor Cameron from Saugeen First Nations. And they created this based off of their feelings around home in Southampton. If you scroll down just a little bit, Morgan, people can actually see it. It's a beautiful, beautiful image, and we are looking at 2026 adding a few more down the other side, as well as creating a meditative space in front of it so people can go and sit and enjoy the mural. Next slide. Our 2025 promotions, we brought in a wine and cheese fest, which was a new one this year. We saw over 270 tastings in 7 different locations in downtown Southampton. So we represented local Ontario wines, and we actually had Coffin Ridge and The Roost both participate in person. And Coffin Ridge looks forward, if they have not sold, to come back next year. We also had a barrel demonstration where a gentleman who used to make barrels for the Prince Edward County wineries came up, and he showed us how to build them and then how to smoke them and get to enjoy the flavor in the air. The Southampton Shindig was slightly different this year. We did it down in front of the Southampton Inn due to the construction, but we still had a great turnout. And both of those events were able to raise some funds for the Promotions and Events Committee within Southampton. Ladies at the Lake, we also saw some changes too. This year, we focused more on creating events within the businesses. We canceled our dance, which some people were very disappointed about, so we are looking forward to bringing it back next year. And we focused on bringing activities into the downtown core so that people would actually be experiencing the stores. Next slide. We just had Christmas in Southampton, which started with Southampton Sparkles on the Thursday night. And then we partnered with the Marine Heritage Market as well as Southampton Arts to do an all-day artisan market on the Saturday. We had plenty of visitors, including from outside of our 40-kilometer draw, which was fantastic to see. Our Festive Fridays and Wreath Walk. So those begin this week, and I encourage everyone to come downtown to Southampton. Our Festive Fridays are horse-drawn carriage rides brought to you by the Southampton BIA. They are free for all guests with the donation to the food bank. So each year we are able to donate a lot of food to the Saugeen First Nations and Saugeen Shores food banks, which is a great ability that we really enjoy being able to do. So those are on November 28th, December 12th, and the 19th, and they are booked the day of. We've also created a wreath walk this year, as it is important after construction to still encourage people to come downtown. We wanted to encourage people to come and see the stores. So each store and service provider along High Street has been provided a wreath, and they are decorating it in a way that represents their businesses. So people can come down, see the different unique wreaths, and then hopefully pop into the stores and see how they connect to each other. And our Santa Summit and Wish List is new this year. The Santa Summit's not, that's the 3rd year back, and we're excited to see all the Santas, Mrs. Claus, and elves that participate as they stroll down the streets and visit our different restaurants and pubs. The wish list is a new event that we're collaborating with the Port Elgin BIA on, and that involves helping people be able to fill out their wish list so they can get exactly what they want for Christmas, while making sure that their partners are able to support downtown businesses through Saugeen Shores as opposed to shopping online. On the 20th, the Santa and elves can show up to 3 sheets for a free drink while the BIAs wrap their presents for them. Throughout the entire event, anyone that purchases something off the wish list will get a ticket for a gift prize that will have over $500 worth of items in it from downtown Port Elgin and Southampton businesses. And next slide. Oh, I think I had an extra one. Our 2026 promotions and events, because we're not changing our budget, is meant to look very similar to what we have in 2025. There is one slight alteration. I have recently reached out to the BIAs from Goderich, Kincardine, Port Elgin, Southampton, and Owen Sound, and we are looking forward to bringing everybody to Southampton for a collaborative BIA approach in January. This is meant for the chairs and 1 member from the BIA board, and we're looking to kind of create a Highway 21 BIA collaboration where maybe we can focus on bringing each of our towns to other communities within our local area. Our financial report, as you can see, we are requesting to stay at 58,700. And I've broken it down a little bit just so you can see where we spend most of that. Admin is our largest section. Promotions and events is our second, and streetscape is our third. During our construction report, we did get feedback from our members that they wanted to see events to drive foot traffic and more promotion as their top 2 ways that they want to see us spending our budget. So that is what we are focusing on in 2026. Our proposed budget is on the next slide. This is the high-level version, so just the top 3 events. From there, we will break down special events and promotions throughout, and that was attached so everyone can see our more in detail budget proposal. Next slide. We are about to launch our digital magazine. The BIA has been working on building a library of digital assets, and this is going to feature our Southampton businesses as well as things to do in town. So we have day event itineraries and weekend event itineraries. We look at posting this, doing a new version every 6 months. So we'll have a spring, summer one, and then a fall, winter. And it'll be on all of the businesses' websites, as well as hopefully some of our tourism partners to promote and show our tourists what they can do in Southampton when they come. Next slide. I'm hopeful that everyone understands the importance of a BIA, but this is just a little reminder in case anyone isn't sure what exactly is that we do. The BIA is 100% solely funded by the businesses, and Southampton is unique in the sense that it is every single business in Southampton. So we do see a broader range of who we support, and what we can do when we all come together is pretty incredible. On a personal note, I would like to thank the Southampton BIA board members for their positivity, support, and dedication as volunteers on a board that continually works to make our community more vibrant and connected. 2025 was a hard year that came with challenges and criticism from many corners, and there were moments when negativity had the potential to impact our businesses directly. The encouragement, optimism, and solidarity of the board and many BIA members made this a year that was worth getting through it. I'm looking forward to representing the Southampton BIA and the OBIA in my capacity as a board member there. As of yesterday, I was just nominated to the executive board as well. So I will now be the secretary for OBIA. And I would like to encourage, through your budget negotiations, considering putting some aside so that town staff can attend either the OBIA conference for a day or the week, as it is a very valuable opportunity for municipalities as well as BIAs to see how we can work together. Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations on joining the OBIA executive. Are there any questions from the members? Councillor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Sarah, for your presentation. It was excellent. And I just wanted to express my gratitude to you and your team and all the businesses in Southampton for your patience this year, your support, your incredible energy and leadership. And, you know, it's just amazing to see what you have lined up for this holiday season and into 2026. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further from the members? Councilor Dubinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And as you know, I am the council rep on the Southampton BIA board and have been for some time. And I've watched this board develop into a smooth running machine. And I thank everyone on the board for making that happen, but particularly our chair, who happens to be here today. And she's always running a tight ship. And I love the way they're always looking ahead at what we can do. We did that in radio too, but not near as well as the BIA is doing it in Southampton. We're going to have an exciting year, and I hope everyone will come and visit Southampton at that time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Anything else? If not, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
And have a good morning. And we'll move on to our next delegation. And that's from the Southampton Tennis Club. So whenever you're ready.
Good morning, and thanks for receiving this delegation of members of the Southampton Tennis Club. I'm David Stevens, the board chair, and I have with me Mike Smith, and he's the vice chair of the board. This presentation is to update the town council and staff regarding the improvements to the Southampton Tennis Club courts as we continue to build on the long-standing partnership with the town of Saugeen Shores. The upcoming season is the club's 70th anniversary operating in the community. What we are doing here is something to celebrate and a great launch to the next generation of tennis players in Saugeen Shores. To recap, the courts located at 165 Lake Street in Southampton were in disrepair and have come to the end of their life cycle. The court's original base dated back to the early 1960s. The recommendation was to dig up and replace the courts. This project was designed only to remove and replace the existing facilities and no expansion of the existing footprint. Next slide then. This meant removing the existing asphalt and the fencing. The challenge with planning this project was that we did not know the condition of the gravel base and whether it would need to be replaced. A contingent plan was put in place to review the base once exposed and decide on how to best deal with all 5 courts. Fortunately, the base was in good condition and the decision was made to proceed to rebuild all 5 courts. A fresh layer of backfill and laser leveling prepared the base to an industry-specific 1-degree slope. Asphalt was then compacted to 2 inches, and we were all set to go. Next slide, please. Yeah, that's the right one. The timeline for the work stayed very close to plan. The club's established relationship with the court contractor was very important to the planning and coordination of the project. The base preparation and court rebuild phase was on time. As we were getting into late October, the decision was made to delay the court painting, the acrylic court painting until the spring. The courts will be ready for opening weekend, the 1st of July. I'll now pass it over to Mike to discuss our fundraising efforts and our budget.
Thank you, Dave. Hello, thanks for having me today. I just wanted to provide an update on our fundraising campaign that we launched over the past 2 summers with your help and assistance. So thank you kindly for that. Have good news to report. We raised $226,000 in donations from our membership group. $4,500 from the Power Workers Union. And on top of that, the $100,000 in funding received from yourselves brought us to a total of $330,500. So overall, a very successful fundraising campaign and allowed us to move forward with the court repairs at our Lake Street location. If we could just go to the next slide. Just wanted to give you guys a little high level overview of our kind of budget as it rolls into 2028. So currently we're sitting with $552,000 in reserve funds. We expect typically a $20,000 a year, surplus in addition to the $100,000 grant. Puts us in a position where we have $712,000 over that period, with upcoming capital expenditures around $725,000. So, pretty decent situation, although we are forecasting a potential small deficit in that 2028 period. To mitigate that, we're looking at potentially, scaling back some of those capital repairs, not the project that we've embarked on with you, but some other items that were up for consideration. So we should be in, a fairly decent position, although needing to kind of refill the coffers after, these large capital expenditures. But that's a breakdown on that slide of our budget outlook through 2028. Next slide, please. I just want to reiterate, our commitment to continued alignment with, the values of the town that we take very seriously, meeting the needs of a growing community, fostering a vibrant place to live. We think we're doing that, and we appreciate doing that in partnership with you all. And we're going to continue to keep focused on that for many years to come. So thank you. And just last slide. Yeah, just an overall thank you on behalf of the Southampton Tennis Club. We think it's a great place, where the community meets and provides a lot of benefit to the community here. And we appreciate your partnership over the years and continued partnership moving forward. So thank you kindly.
Thank you very much, and congratulations on your success in the fundraising campaign so far. Are there questions or comments from the members? Don't see any, so thank you again very much for coming in this morning. We appreciate it.
Thank you all.
Okay, so now we're going to head into resuming the departmental overview, and we'll start with a brief update from the Director of Corporate Services.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wait to get the slide on the screen and then I'll get started. Okay, thank you. As you can see on the slide here, we had previously a town increase when we presented at the last meeting of 3.3%. That's down to 2.7% with the changes that were discussed in the day one meeting. That included a reduction due to the updated OMPF number, as well as changing the civic awareness project to a one-time expenditure. So that brings us to 2.7. The police increase, which is being presented today, will have an impact on our taxes of 2%. The SVCA that was shown during the budget day was 0.1 on the levy. And with the updated county rate, that gives us a blended rate of 4.13%. There are some changes coming into today that we've already been made aware of. One is also with a change to one-time funding, the laneway legal ownership would reduce the levy by 0.3. And then with the updated SVCA allocation, there's another 0.1. That would bring the blended rate down to for the start of today at 3.92, and then obviously could change further as the deliberations proceed today.
Okay, any questions at all for the director before we head into the departmental overviews? Seeing none, then we will start with our departmental overviews, and we're going to have our first one from Police Services. And so we have the chief here. Whoever wants to go first, you guys let us know who's taking it away.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good morning, council and staff. It's my privilege to be here representing the board. I'm John Woodley, the vice chair, and members, obviously, Deputy Mayor Diane Huber, and I know she's here, I saw her. Okay. Anyway, so thank you very much for having us here today. This really is a follow-up presentation because the deputy mayor and the chief were here on September the 22nd. And so some of the slides that we have in for today, I'll briefly sort of probably just go through. I know you've got a long day ahead of you. So if I could have the next slide, please. The Saugeen Shores Police Service is required to provide adequate and effective police services as detailed in the Community Safety and Policing Act, Section 10(1). Through our mission, vision, and values, we work in partnership with the community to make Saugeen Shores the safest community in which to live, work, play, and visit. And I highlight the visit part because that's one of the things that when we talk about population and so on, it changes dramatically over the summer and special weekends and so on. So next slide, please. The core services that the police present or offer: crime prevention, law enforcement, assistance to victims of crime, public order maintenance, and emergency response. If we look at the staffing plan for 2026, we'd have a total number of employees of 47. The permanent full-time are 33, permanent part-time would be 1, and the temporary or seasonal would be 13. And those would include the jail guards that we have and called upon to come in. You sort of look at that and say, do you have that many temporary or seasonal people? And we do, so yeah, that number is included in the staffing component. If we go to the next slide, please. And I believe this is one of the ones that the deputy mayor shared with you at the last meeting, but it's always good to look at the organizational chart and all the important elements that combine to make for a successful service. But in particular, I'd just like to draw your attention to the platoons where we have the 4 sergeants and the 4 constables within each platoon, because this is your sort of boots on the ground staff. And when you have different situations, for example, suspension or leaves, this is what impacts your frontline staff. And it's important to understand that we need to continue as the community grows to increase the number of frontline officers. So I'll probably come back to that later, but I think that's the critical part in the chart to look at. If we go to the next slide, please. The partnerships for the benefit of the community, there's so many things that the police service works with the community on. I'll just highlight a few. The Kids School Program, which is the knowledge, issues, and decision support. Crime Stoppers. One of the critical ones is MHEART, which is the Mobile Mental Health Addiction Response Team. We, as part of our business plan, have the problem-oriented policing, the assistance with the 211 program, and the other positive things with kids, the positive ticketing program. The vulnerable person registry is something that's been developed in the last few years, and that's critical in trying to locate vulnerable persons. Of course, the RIDE programs, and an important one to everyone is the Special Olympics. And I know that Councillor Mayette on the way in was talking about the Christmas parade and decorating his. So it's a very important partnership between the police service and the Special Olympics. The other ones are all equally important, but just to highlight a few. Next slide, please. If we look at the police service trends, we've already know that rapidly growing community requires an increased number of frontline officers to address the increased needs of the community. The dynamic nature of the opioid crisis and related crimes and calls for service, the complexity of cases involves greater time and commitment of resources. Mental health related incidents calls for service, member supports, and mandatory training. Homelessness and poverty. The Community Safety and Policing Act requires enhanced training and accountability and supervision. The court process and the disclosure requirements, recruitment and retention, the rising costs for analytics and legislative compliance. Next slide, please. So the operating highlights for 2026 for the authorized strength increased to 29 active officers with the hiring of a new recruit cadet, enhanced mental health crisis response training. Under the Community Safety and Policing Act, all officers must complete the mental health crisis response, education and applied training course, and participate in annual requalification training. Crime analysis, the mandatory analysis and evaluation of intelligence information, including the assessment of reliability and validity of information and its source, the analysis of information to assess its usefulness, and the analysis and collation of information to create intelligence products. For the capital, there are only 2 items that we have on the capital list for 2026. The first one is the radio infrastructure refresh. The Saugeen Shores Police Service currently relies on the South Street Communications Tower to support secure, encrypted radio communications with the Owen Sound Police Service dispatch. This infrastructure is critical to the safety of officers and the effective coordination of policing operations. However, the existing system is aging and at risk of failure. The current radio system firmware is out of date, and modern components are incompatible with the outdated system. Unless a full firmware upgrade is undertaken, an intensive process requiring unit-by-unit reprogramming, including a new primary repeater. Additional concerns include an aging network switch, estimated to be 12 to 15 years old, and outdated battery components without recorded replacement dates. The second capital request for this year is a canine unit. In July 2024, the Saugeen Shores Police Service canine handler resigned from the Saugeen Shores Police Service to pursue a career outside of policing. As a result, the Saugeen Shores Police Service canine program was paused, and Canine Riker was formally retired and adopted by the handler. The value of a canine unit in supporting officer safety, community engagement, and operational effectiveness has been well established with the Saugeen Shores Police Service and many police services in Ontario. Recognizing that the Saugeen Shores Police strategic planning process from 2026 to 2029 and 2026 budget deliberations will occur concurrently, this proposal outlines the necessary capital investment required to preserve the option of reinstating the program. By securing funding in advance, the board will retain flexibility to make an informed decision without delay to budgetary constraints. Now, if we move to the next slide. The 2026 operating budget, if we look at that, the amount that we're looking for is $6,246.379. Sorry, $6,246,379. And the actual combination of that would be $6,165,882 for the service, and for the Police Service Board, an operating budget of $80,497. So that, in sort of a nutshell, is a quick overview of our asks with respect to capital and for operating expenses. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Woodley. Are there questions or comments from Mr. Woodley, the chief, the chair, from members? Councillor Halpin.
Thank you for your report. And we do have a good police station. We have a good police force, and we witness that all the time, as we see them in our community and as I see them engage people. I see their professionalism and everything. But I am concerned. I think that we need to deliver a pretty balanced budget this time around. If everyone read the remarks in our budget from the engaged Saugeen Shores, we'd be tone deaf not to realize that people are in a bit of a flux about the tax rates. Our tax rates have gone up 25% over 6 years. Over 6 years, the police budget is up 2.5 million or 60%. And this year, the police budget makes up half of the tax increase. And if our growth rate, if we're keeping up with growth, if our growth is 2% a year, why are our budgets constantly at 4 and 5%? Growth isn't paying for growth. I would like to see a police budget come in at a rate of inflation rather than an increase of this amount. That's my thoughts. And, you know, I know we don't have a right to go through your budget, but an obvious thing would be delaying the hiring of an officer. Instead of increasing 2 this year, increase 1. I really believe we still need to cut 350 to almost 400,000 off of our budget to deliver the type of budget I think that people of Saugeen Shores are expecting. This cannot ever be interpreted as a complaint about the police or as an anti-police comment. This just has to be accepted as we need a more balanced budget. 60%, 2.5 million over 6 years. We need to put a handle on spending. Those are my comments.
Okay, thank you. Further comments from members? The Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. I really appreciate that John made some remarks today and also for Kevin being here. Just to follow up with the comments from Engage Saugeen, there were other comments in the Engage Saugeen report indicating the value that people in the community give to safety and the police in the community as well. So it's not a complete, you know, that the police are costing too much money. Yes, there were comments in there about reducing expenditures in a number of areas, but there also was an indication of support for the police. I wanted to ask a question though, and I don't know if this is a question Kevin might be able to answer, but one question first. The radio tower, who else uses that tower besides the police? And does the capital request from the police, and I apologize, you probably answered this question for me before already, but does the capital request from the police include any contributions from other parties that will benefit from that tower being refreshed? I do think fire uses it, but is there any other activity that also takes advantage of that location?
And through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, there is other services that use that. Fire does use that tower as well, but they have their own infrastructure. They have their own repeater. We share a common cable, which was replaced, I believe it was 3 years ago, Rob, if I'm correct. So the infrastructure upgrades that we're talking about pertain to our equipment only. So.
And I do think that I remember hearing that the radio station also takes advantage of that location for some of their business as well.
Yeah, that's correct. They have their equipment in there as well, and they pay a portion of the hydro to run that as well.
Thank you. I just wanted to indicate some support for the way that the budget, the police budget works in the sense that it is fundamentally about people, and the value that is attributed to the increase year over year is a direct value associated with their budget alone. It doesn't factor in growth within the community or inflation or anything like that. And we're dealing with a unionized workforce that we did have bona fide collective bargaining, that we have a contract obligation there, which is reflected in that value. 2 people are necessary in many ways, because when the police service suffers from a variety of situations. Might be a suspended officer, might be someone on a parental leave, could be somebody who's off on short-term or long-term disability because of a work incident or something else. There is no ability to just backfill in on a temporary basis. Police services requires officers who have a specific level of training, and they're regulated heavily in terms of qualifications. So you can't, if you have somebody off on a parental leave for 9 months, let's say, generally speaking, you can't just bring in somebody on a temporary basis. So any kind of disruption to the number very much restricts the ability of the service to schedule in a meaningful way, which gives a work-life balance and takes into account the requirements for mental health and other situations associated with contract obligations due, again, to collective bargaining. So there are difficulties sometimes when you have a few people off. So it is very important that in hiring, and has suggested it's a cadet. A cadet is somebody who comes on board, and then there's a very significant level of training. We have to kind of block off a space in the police college, the Ontario Police College down in St. Thomas. And then beyond that, after somebody goes through that, somebody then is with a coach officer for a while. It takes a long period of time for them to become quote unquote road ready. So this kind of a budget is setting up an opportunity for us to make sure that we're staffed properly, quite honestly, for next summer. So, the situation with population, and Vice Chair Woodley mentioned it, there's dramatic shifts in the population here, and the police budget needs to take into account how we need to make sure we have enough officers to provide the core services that we're expected to provide under the Community Safety and Policing Act. I do want to just also note that Vice Chair Woodley mentioned about the strategic plan update. That will take place in the first quarter of 2026. And there will be opportunities for community engagement. And certainly the sense that, perhaps there's an opportunity to do something a little differently. I believe we would welcome the input as to where, we can do less, where we need to do more, how things can balance out. Because I do agree with Councillor Halpin about the need to consider balanced budgets going forward. However, when your budget is very significantly wrapped up with people, that takes into account collective bargaining situations, and also the ability to match as the population grows. And again, it fluctuates here, not just permanent, but it's fluctuating seasonally, to make sure that we match the value that we can put out on the road with the officers that we have. So thank you for letting me say that, but I appreciate the response about the radio tower too. Thank you.
So I got Councillor Grace and then Councillor Mayette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, John and Kevin, for the presentation. I believe recently there was information presented to us, and I can't put my finger on it right now, but I wonder if one of you could speak to, or perhaps the chair, Deputy Mayor. How does our cop per pop ratio compare to comparable municipalities that have their own forces?
The chief?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. We are below the provincial average. We have checked for different, if we were to have the provincial average right now, we'd need 31 police officers. And so in saying that, we've never been the provincial average, so we're trying to maintain that same kind of distance that we have over the last 5 to 10 years. There's other formulas, but it is very difficult when looking at police budgets, because certain operating budgets include more what we consider capital items in our budget possibly. So it's not an easy figure to look at as far as comparing municipalities. We do have a comparison out there, and that was completed by the Elmer Police Service for us, and they took into account municipalities of similar size. And we were one of the lowest, and they made their base on per capita, per person, the tax cost per person. So, but again, those numbers, I wouldn't think they hold a whole lot of weight because we're not really comparing apples to apples with everybody's budgets.
Thank you.
If I may just add to that, one of the things I made note of at the very start of this was of the visitors or the guests that come in. And I think one of the things that we have to look for, be very careful about comparing community to community is not just the population, but also the other factors that come into play. So since my heart surgery, I've been walking a lot around Southampton. So I thought, okay, I've gone by both tourist camps in the summertime. So I went to our bylaws last night, and we have in total 176 lots in Southampton. Bylaw says you can have 6 people. So there's 1,056 people. Port Elgin, it's 347 lots, 6 people, 2,008. So in the summertime on a busy weekend, there's an additional 3,138 people potentially in our area because we're a tourist area. Councillor Grace, I know you won't mind me saying this, but Councillor Grace, on a busy weekend around her, could easily have 50+ people in her area, which again are people that are here for a weekend. Now, that's not here permanently, but then we had contractors at Bruce Power in for 6 weeks a while ago. So again, we have a very transient type of population because of the community we live in, but also because we're very fortunate to be a tourist area. So I think one of the things we really have to be careful about when we start comparing populations is our population fluctuates a lot over time. And therefore, we have to ensure that we have a force that can react to those situations. And again, Deputy Mayor Huber alluded to the fact that when you have leaves and so on, I said one of the key parts of that organizational chart was the platoon system. So if you happen to have several people off for various reasons or down to court, then that takes away from that complement. And I know the chief probably doesn't want me to say this, but I will. Kevin had to go on duty in the middle of the night to escort prisoners. Reason why? Because we didn't have enough people if one of the officers in town went on that duty. So again, that's where you have the senior admin doing things to support, to keep the boots on the ground in the community.
Thank you very much. Councillor Grace, did you have further questions? Councillor Mayette then?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Thanks for the presentation, John and Kevin. Since I was on the police board some 3 years ago, the Policing Act was replaced by the Community Safety and Policing Act. How much, if any, has that legislative change changed the burden on the police, and what impact does that have on your budget going current and going forward?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the question. The Community Safety and Policing Act has put a lot of onus on training and accountability. So just for example, with the mental health crisis response training that is required every year, this is it's about $400 per uniformed officer. So it's about $12,000 a year added to our budget just for that component alone, and that is a yearly requalification. We have more than doubled our training budget just to meet the legislative requirements for all the items that are in there. Part of the budget that makes up this year's operating budget is clumped in with the dispatching costs, but it is required in the analytics. So we must have analytics component. We must have a criminal investigation capable of certain aspects and be able to do certain things. So it has been probably the busiest year I've seen in 24 years of training that we've had this past year. And that also plays in part to the number of people that we have on the road. So we are often running at minimum complements, which could be as little as 2 officers at any given time due to training requirements. And if you figure we have 18,000 people, that's 1 officer for 9,000 if you're doing a kind of a ratio. So it is not pretty. It has required everybody to step up to the plate, fill in overtime shifts, backfill shifts. I say I don't mind definitely helping out, but I'm putting in usually a 50+ hour week, and still going over and doing escorts and covering road calls as well because we are so busy. Couple on top of that, for this year's concerned was that we had, of the platoons that John was talking about, where we have 1 sergeant and 4 officers per platoon. So with the 4 platoons, that works out to be 20 people. We were down 6 in the middle of the summer. And that was due to injuries, surgeries, parental leaves, maternity leaves, and 1 suspension. So if you take 6 out of there, we're down to 14 people that are actually covering 24/7 coverage on 4 platoons. Our officers are getting tired. It is, understandably, and I appreciate the board's support, in fact, of trying to increase our numbers. When we increase our numbers, the best way to increase our numbers is through cadets, and that's hiring new officers. So we have a fairly young workforce, which brings into, they're young families. So we have, sicknesses that come with families. We have the parental leaves, maternity leaves as well. So we have to staff to protect ourselves against those anomalies and those changes that, I shouldn't even say anomalies, that they're anticipated. That's what's going to happen. So it has been a very challenging year as far as staffing goes. It's not done yet. We are hosting courses, changes to our records management system that were mandated by the province, new intoxilizer instruments, criminal investigation courses, mandatory supervisor courses. All those play into effect of how many people we actually have on the road at any given time. And maybe just to build on that question for Councillor Halpin, but of our budget, 88.9% pertains to wages. So 88.9% of our budget is wages, benefits, training, uniforms, equipment from that. So the only true way of actually seeing any recognizable numbers or decrease is to decrease people or to lower the number of members that we have. And I respectfully submit that the budget that we're presenting is a maintenance and compliance budget. To go less, I don't know how, and it's not just me that's working extra shifts. We have our deputy mayor and our inspector that are working night shifts deputy chief, deputy mayor. Our deputy mayor's not working.
You don't have the deputy mayor on patrol.
We're getting desperate, but not quite that bad yet, Diane.
New job, Diane.
It may be a possibility though, so don't, but yeah, so we're having our deputy chief, our inspector working night shifts as well, covering off the road and patrol. So asking for people is not just to, just to have more physical presence. It is just to maintain our minimum standards. And they say and that's safety for our members, the public, burnout. It all comes into effect with that. So that was, I said, that's 88.9% of our budget is people. Of the remaining percentages, 4% of the remaining 11 basically is our dispatch related costs. That's an obligatory cost. That is close to $300,000 just for our contract that we have with our dispatch center and the IT that's associated with that. And then the remaining 7%, that covers everything else. That's so 7% of our overall $6 million plus budget. Office supplies, utilities, your heat, hydro, fuel, contract services, and those things. So, and trust me, we've definitely looked at it. We looked at where we could find savings because I recognize that it's they're big increases, but there's really no excess in it. There's no extras that we're really asking for. It's just trying to have maintenance and just maintaining what we have and meet the legislative requirements. We have been applying for grants and we've been successful with some. This budget doesn't take into consideration grants. We may get them and we hope we do. We've been pretty good at it, of getting the grants. A lot of times though, they don't allow those grants to offset your operating budget. It's to enhance services. So we have a victim support grant that we ended up having a lot of supports for victims of crime. That money went towards human trafficking survivors and towards presentations. So that's just on top of it. So we can't use it to augment or to lower our operating budget. So.
Well, I'll just go around to make sure people who haven't spoken get to speak before we go back around to others. Anybody else? Councillor Davinsky and then the Vice Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too had a note down here that was there any possibility the police service could put a hold on one permanent full-time for 2026? Doesn't sound like you can, but it's there, and if it can be looked at, hooray. If it can't, and it doesn't sound like it can, we go with it. Assuming it's everybody else not that we have any control over it. I have a question, just a curiosity thing. We stopped the K-9 unit in July of 2024. How often did we call for a K-9 unit since 2024 to now? How often have we used it?
I'd have to, through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd have to look at the numbers a little bit closer, John. It's not a lot. We have it for missing persons. We'll call out a K-9 for. I'm trying to think what happened for some of the major disappearances and that we've had to call them out along the riverbank and things. And I don't know if that was necessarily in 24, 20 or early 25, but it's been a handful of times. So it would be I think the K-9 would react for sure to those response calls, but there'll also be a proactive component to that as well. So we have legislative requirements that if we utilize any other services from any surrounding department, that we have to put a notification into the Inspector General. So we're choosy as to when we'll seek the help of K-9 or we'll request the assistance of the fire department or maybe more assets that are closer to our beck and call. And sometimes if you're looking for a K-9 and it's coming from London, it's maybe not really worth getting a K-9 out. So it's got to be quick.
Chief Kevin, is that where we would get a K-9 from if we needed one, or is there anywhere close?
It could be. It could be. So for OPP, I believe there's another one that is now stationed out of the South Bruce, or is it Grey Bruce? I'm not really sure which detachment it's out of, but it depends if that K-9 officer's working. If not, it could come from further away. Years ago, we had a K-9 come from Windsor, and that was more of a bomb threat. So it was trained for that particular aspect. So it all depends on what specialty you're looking for, whether it be a drug dog, whether it be a general purpose, a search and rescue, those kind of things. So, and I believe that those are all good questions that are going to be part of the strategic plan and that planning process. So this budgeted money for the K-9, I wouldn't say is a guarantee. This is going to be something that it's going to be community consultation and all the factors that have to go into that strategic plan before we say yes. We just want to make sure that money would be available because it would happen in 2026. And if it's approved and we don't have the money, well, then obviously we can't do it. So not to, make presumptions that it's going to happen, but we need to have the money kind of available if we were even thinking about reinstating it. If that makes sense.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Yes, it does. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, the Vice Deputy Mayor.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your presentation to both of you, and good to see you again, John. And I just want to start by saying congratulations to our Vice Deputy Mayor for her new role and her new bag. Good for you. Deputy Mayor. Kevin, I'm just wondering, when you do the cop per pop, right now we're 27 officers, correct? And you want to go to 29. And are you saying that 31 would be the provincial average based on is that based on 18,400 people?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so I can't remember what I had here. I can look and see if John's got it in the start, but I think we were going to be one for every 590 for that. I didn't bring the number with me. Yeah, so our pop to cop is one officer for every 584. I think, is that where we're at? Oh, sorry. We're going to be one for every 635 residents is the way that would be for 2026 with the 29 officers. The provincial average is one for every 584. Okay. So we would be below the provincial average based on static population. And I said that's not our inflated population, which at any given time is probably over 18,000 here. Okay, I'm guessing.
When we supported the $7 million plus new police building, that was built for build out for a certain number of officers. How much space do we have in our new police building for up to how many officers, how many staff?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I think we're well poised for the future for the station. We may need more parking spots sometimes, but as far as the way that our officers conduct their business is that we are our vehicles, our cruisers are our home office basically. So they're equipped with a computer that can access everything. We have a printer in there. Officers can basically come in, have their briefing, and be deployed and be and maybe not near as comfortable and set up as it would be in an office, but they can do everything from the car that they can pretty much do in the police station.
Okay.
So we don't need the all the desks and the actual space that way. So I think we're pretty good.
I've heard the comments from Councillor Halpin, and I know that there's probably going to be other comments from our mayor and others that, 10.5% or 10.3% increase is too high. That we maybe even have to send it back to police services. I don't support that. I support the budget, and I will be supporting the budget. I think that as I read through the comments from our community, in our community survey, 60% of those respondents felt that public safety and security was most important to our community. I stand by that number, and our community stands by the policing in our community, and security is of utmost importance. And I am a firm believer of that. In your mandate, you talk about your board to make Saugeen Shores the safest place to work, live, and play. And I think that's really important to our community. And, I know it's a big increase, but, I look at the community survey and I didn't see a lot of comments from people saying reduce the police budget. I saw other areas like economic development, for example, was number one on the list. And lo and behold, cemeteries was right behind that for some reason. I don't know why cemeteries were there, but I just, I think this is, we either pay now or we pay later. And this community, we're scheduled to go to 20,000 people by 2030. And whether we go to 29 and 31 officers now or later, like 29 next year, we're eventually going to get there, because that's what the community is asking for. They're asking for public safety, public security. And that was right near the top of people's list. So I'm going to be supporting the budget. And if we need to find savings out of that $25 million budget, we need to find $375,000, as Councillor Halpin alluded to get us down to 2.5%, 3%. I think we should find it elsewhere, those monies from various other departments. But I don't think we should be finding it from police services. I think people have spoken in the survey saying 60% of the population, public safety and security was most important in our community. I think that's really important stat, and I think we need to listen to our community. We send it back, we could find 25,000, 30, 40, 50 out of that, either 11%. I mean, 88.9% of your budget is wage and benefits and training. We can't do a whole lot about that. I think delaying an officer, one now and one later, is just delaying the inevitable. We're going to be hiring these officers, whether it's over the next year or 2 or 3 or 4 years. Our population is growing, and people want a safe, secure community. I will be supporting your budget.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stack. Yeah, sorry.
Thanks. So just a couple of quick comments. I guess, I think to echo the Vice Deputy Mayor's comments, I think ultimately one of the things we hear most often is concerns around growth in population and increase in crime, whether it's real or perceived, there's a concern. So I think taking the position that we shouldn't be staffing policing to kind of move up to that cop to pop stats, probably not sort of strategically a wise decision. I also think I'm a bit of, I've expressed criticisms around policing in the past year. So I have been, pretty impressed with the work and the consideration that the police service does for the community. And I think it's worth noting that we do have the benefit of a local community police force, which is something that the other communities don't have. And I think that's something that people do appreciate. And the reality is, and I think we need to be clear with our constituents, is if you want things that cost money, there's no easy way around this. Policing is expensive. I think I would challenge, and I have sort of challenged in the past, some of our expenditures on larger equipment, particularly around police vehicles. I've raised that concern in the past, and when that next capital expense comes up, I would raise it again. But I think we have to be realistic. If we're saying 88% of the costs relate to staffing, I mean, there's not much we can do with that. And I think we are also dealing with the fact that like the town itself, there are employers around here who can pay more. And so that drives our costs up, whether we want to admit it or not. If you want good police officers during the negotiations, there's going to be a cost associated with that. Otherwise, they're going to go elsewhere. And I think we can all guess where they're looking to go. So I think we just have to be kind of practical in that sense. So I think in this case, like when I looked at the budget initially, I think I shared some of the concerns with the increases, but having spent some time on the police services board, I do believe for the most part that these expenditures are well used. And the last point I would raise is that, and I think the chief and I have talked about this in passing around the increase in homelessness and sort of some of the social challenges come with that. And the police are actually managing those things. I think Chief Zettel, you've dealt with it individually. And I think we don't have resources elsewhere to provide any supports in those circumstances. And I think, and from my perspective, we've generally been pretty empathetic to those folks in addressing the issues. So I think we'd be I think we would not be doing like ourselves a strategic service in saying that the police is where we should cut the budget this year. Like we can have challenges in future, but certainly from an expenditure perspective, I actually think this is money well spent, particularly given some of the other services that the police do for us every day. Thanks.
Thank you. Further comments then from members? Back to the Deputy Mayor and then Councillor Halpin.
Just to add to what Councillor Stack just said, when she mentioned the unhoused or the homeless, one of the community partners that Vice Chair Woodley jumped over was the Benevolence Fund title. And the Benevolence Fund is this amazing opportunity for community groups to contribute a variety of things. Money, sometimes it's items of clothing or personal hygiene items, that sort of thing. Those items that are available through the Benevolence Fund provide the police with the ability to provide support in so many ways that is very vital at the moment to helping a situation that we haven't yet got a handle on. I did want to, though, just add to what the chief had said in response to Councillor Myatt's question. Last year, the budget reflected some pretty significant equipment upgrades that were required through the Community Safety and Policing Act for each vehicle. So each vehicle had to be outfitted with certain things. So all of that pretty much got taken care of last year. But the one item that the chief didn't mention was that the Community Safety and Policing Act also requires significant supervision to be available 24/7, 12 months of the year within the service. That supervision is a senior officer. We had 2, we now have 3 in place. We adjusted the organizational chart to enable us to always have the ability to provide that option, which is required by the Community Safety and Policing Act within a specified period of time. We needed to have another person in the mix for that because otherwise you'd have 2 senior officers always having to be on duty. So there is some supervision there, and it goes a little deeper than my superficial explanation there, but that level within the Community Safety and Policing Act has costed too. And I think between the chief, the deputy chief, and the inspector, they've been doing a great job, but all 3 of them have been out on calls too, on top of all the other things that they're responsible for as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Halpin.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. Well, Chief, you seem to have pretty good support around the council table for your budget, but I do want to bring a couple of things up though, all the same. In 2020, we spent about 20 cents out of every dollar of our tax dollar went to the police. We're up to, in the 26 budget, 23.67 cents. If you look at the other costs, we're paying 25% basically of our tax that we collect is going to the police department. And yeah, we have a great police department. And I've seen the police officers in action, and I've seen them using the Benevolent Fund. And I have no complaint about our police. They do an excellent job. I'm just saying that we need a little bit of tax relief. And I would be in favor of just hiring 1 officer this year, 1 cadet, or maybe you hire one in January and you hire one in December to give us a little bit of a tax break. You'll have your 2 officers, but they'd just be spread out a little bit. Your increase of $635,897 is a 2.5% increase on the basis of 1% tax increase for us is about 250,000 or 260,000. Okay, it's 2%. So anyways, I think that we need to deliver a pretty balanced budget, and I don't think anything should be sacred at this point. And I would be in favor of delaying hiring an officer till at least hire one now and hire one in December. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there further comments? I'll get to Councillor Stack and then back to the Deputy Mayor.
Sorry, can we just get, I actually don't know if that number is right. It might be. Are we, can someone can someone confirm that it's 20% of every tax dollar spent going to police? Is that accurate?
We could ask the Director of Corporate Services if he has an answer to that.
For 2026, the police budget with Police Service Board is a budget of 6.25 million, and that's in comparison to the overall of 26. So that is in that range of about a quarter.
Okay, the Deputy Mayor.
I was going to ask the same question. That $26 million budget for the town, that includes all of the capital expenditures too, and the legacy fund, special infrastructure, because those are all related to tax dollars too. If you put all the numbers together, what would then be the value for police, which is fundamentally just operations? So like somebody paying taxes, like their tax dollar is going in a number of different directions. Is the $26 million, does it include all like town operating, town capital, special levy, you know, the legacy fund addition that's in there annually? Is all of that in that $26 million?
The Director.
That is the operating, capital is separate, and I mean, town obviously has many capital expenditures, but the police do as well. And historically, the money we've put into the police building, that would also be on top of those numbers I'm referencing. So it is a like-to-like comparison.
Okay. Councillor Stack.
So like, it's not like as if we didn't have, just to be clear, and again, I apologize, I'm really tired today. So it's not like as if we just decided, okay, we're going to scrap having the Saugeen Shores Police Service, that policing would be free. Like if we didn't have Saugeen Shores, we'd be paying the OPP to come in and deliver these services, and presumably would have far less control over the budget than we do. Sorry, Jim, I'm kind of looking at you as if you can answer that question, but I'm hoping you can.
The Director, do you have a comment to that?
I'm not sure it's something that I could comment on, but yes, I mean, obviously, if it's not a local police force, then we would be paying OPP, and I think that would require an analysis to say what OPP costs are compared to our service.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. The only reason I'm saying it is just to sort of anchor ourselves that we're kind of talking about this a bit like it's a nice to have, or like we're overspending, and maybe we are. Like I don't think we are, but perhaps. But like my position would be is if we had the OPP in here, it would be more expensive. I think that's one of the logics behind keeping the local police. I just think if we're going to talk about cutting, that's fine, but then we're going to have to look at cutting other things too. Like we have a lot of programs in here that people like, that in the continuum of things of need versus want, there's a lot of wants that we should be cutting before something that I think most of the town, most of the people in this community want. So we can separate and distinct from like where we think money should go. Like, and the reason I'm looking at that, I'm just looking at things that we do that are like the tree sale, all those things that we like on the continuum of things we know people want versus are nice to have, and subsidize, frankly, wealthy people planting trees in their house. I think we're gonna have, like, if we're gonna have that discussion, then we have to have the discussion on the continuum of all the little nice to haves that we do, that we should probably be looking at cutting equally before we just say police is an easy hit. That's sort of my view on that.
Sure, the Chief.
Mr. Mayor, with respectfully speaking, I think that we have to be careful about the Community Safety and Policing Act and the fact that I think we're diving into individual components of the budget, and that is not permitted. So if I think the council's choice or council's option is to either accept or send the budget back to the Police Services Board, and that would go to the Police Services Board for a discussion. Because when we start talking about possibly cutting officers or not hiring officers or removing a certain a function that we may do, that could delve into operations as well. So I don't, as much as I appreciate the the brainstorming around the table as far as how we could save money, I think that's a call for the Police Services Board, respectfully.
Yeah, and you just sort of preempted my comments there, Chief. I think that there's no question that the police board, what council gets is a top line number, and council can either fund that top line number or it can choose not to fund that, in which case there's a process to address that. I think, although I don't think it's necessarily out of order for council to make suggestions to the board if it wants to, and the board can take them or leave them. But I guess maybe I just might make a comment. We'll have to advance beyond the conversation here. So I just put in my couple of 2 cents here at this stage. I think there's no question. We looked at the few years ago, you'll recall, maybe several years ago now, we looked at the OPP versus the town of Saugeen Shores, and we didn't go all the way down that road. Council didn't support that. I didn't support it. And the reason for that is because I think that, as it's been said, the people of Saugeen Shores support the Saugeen Shores Police Service and like having a local police service. I think there's no question also, it's important to be clear that our neighboring municipalities pay less for policing per capita than the town of Saugeen Shores does, being policed by the OPP. But that's not the metric, but that the public is assigning to that question, right? The public is looking for a good police service and having being able to call a police officer and have that police officer close by and be able to respond in a timely way. And they like the level of service that they get from the Saugeen Shores Police Service. So I think it's overall, a positive experience that the public has with the police service, and we want to continue to support the police service. So, and it sounds like there's a lot of support around the table today for the budget as presented, and that's fine. I think what the thing we have to do then is, as we get into your strategic plan in the coming year, is participate as a town in that process and talk about those concerns around cost. Those are legitimate concerns that are shared by the taxpayer, I think, and we need to talk about that, and we need to talk about what level of service we want to have and need to have. And then obviously it's ultimately the board's decision, but a joint decision, because of course we have the funding decision to make. So I think that's where we need to participate, talk about those levels of service. There's no question that we have a lot of variables, but in many ways, we're not that different from a lot of communities in Ontario as well. I mean, we've always had a fluctuating population for as long as Saugeen Shores has existed. We've had a contractor population for 50 years. We've had a lot of these things for a long time, and Toronto has a fluctuating population, and so does everybody else, right? So there's a lot of tourist towns in Ontario. So I think, we can talk about all that and decide what our level of service ought to be. But it sounds like for today, council's pretty generally supportive of moving on with this number, and we can always talk about it again at the end of the day. But if there's any final comments, the Vice Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I wanted to say to the chief, comments about a good staff and good building and all that. I think we have a great staff, and I think we have the best staff, second to none, really, in this immediate area, if not the province. I think our staff do a fabulous job, and we talked about, just want to come a couple of comments about reducing complement instead of 2 officers down to 1. Maybe we should try and find savings elsewhere in the budget. Maybe we should be a hiring freeze for 2026. We've hired 15, 20 new employees over the last 5, 6 years. Maybe we should have a hiring freeze. I don't think we should be cutting back on police officers. I think you're going to rob Peter, pay Paul. You have to pay now or pay later. That's my final comment.
Yeah, thank you. Are there any other final comments before we move on from the police? The Councillor Helping.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. On that 23, I lost my number there, 23.5 cents. Yeah, 23.67 cents per dollar does not also include servicing the vehicles. It does not include the payment on the police building, on police station. So, you know, we're spending a quarter or more of our tax money on this. And we do have an excellent police force, and I don't want OPP. I do not want OPP. I like our police force. I just want it to cost less. Thank you. And if we're not going to cut this, we got to be very open to reductions as this day moves on. Very open. Thank you.
Yeah, well, we'll get on with that conversation now. Thank you very much, Chief, Ms. Whitley. We appreciate your time
Thank you.
this morning. All right, so now we're going to go on to development services, right? You want to, oh, I don't know, what one do we do next? Corporate services? Doesn't matter to me. Or not corporate, I meant operations. Development services? All right.
I would just offer that all the operations folks are in the chairs.
Oh, sure. Okay, sorry. It's all me. I'm just confused. The operations department then, Director of Operations.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship, and good morning to everyone present today. The Operations Department consists of the Public Works and Operations Divisions. I have here with me today Trevor Robinson and Larry Gill. Trevor Robinson is the Public Works Manager, new to that role for 6 months. He's just got past probation. It was nip and tuck, but he made it. He's actually been with the town for 8 years. Much of that period of time was with the engineering department. And Larry Gill is the operations manager and has been with the town for 3 years now. I'm very lucky to have these two guys report to me. They spoil me with their conscientiousness and their competence. And we three as a management team are very proud of and spoiled by the larger team that we lead. We're reminded that all the time. The best example I can give is the pasting Mother Nature gave us last winter and how the team stepped up to the plate to keep our roads and sidewalks safe. A further point of pride, which is very visible to the community, is the condition of the Southampton Beach. It's a monumental effort to clear the debris which is deposited by the river mouth in the spring runoff. That's 250 to 300 truckloads every year. The gent who did much of that excellent work over the years, Gary Baker, aka Shaker, is retiring tomorrow, which is really good timing based on the forecast. He had great pride in that. If I'd done my math right, he's moved about 6,000 plus truckloads of debris, so I guess he can retire now. We're responsible for all critical bread and butter municipal services that residents interact with daily: roads, sidewalks, winter control, water, wastewater, stormwater, landfill, cemeteries, traffic control, downtowns, waterfront, waste diversion and collection, including dealing with the fabled blue box transition. I have the next slide, please. So our core customers include residents, visitors, businesses, council, and other town staff. Core community partners include Aqua, our service provider for drinking water supply and distribution, wastewater treatment and collection. Basra, Bruce Area Solid Waste Recycling, to do garbage and recycling collection. We also have utility companies, various materials and equipment suppliers, both local and otherwise, for instance, for road salt, gravel, pipe and fittings, etc. Our staffing plan, we currently have 47 staff. We're asking for one additional operator one in 2026, and we'll outline that further in this presentation. Can I have the next slide, please? So here's our operations team. On the left-hand side of this diagram, we have the operations people who report to Larry, and on the right, we have the public works people that report to Trevor. Near the top, probably where she belongs, we have Carrie Dahl, CSC Operations, who's the kind and gentle voice the public hears on the phone or in person at the desk. Larry has a variety of activities and staff under his belt, including the plumber, locator, electrician, landfill attendants, and the cemetery operations. He's also our liaison with Aqua and Basra. His title is simply Manager of Operations, probably because Manager of Waste Management, Water and Wastewater Trades, Damage Prevention, and Cemeteries does not roll off the tongue. Makes for a very large business card. Trevor has 2 public works shops under him, the Peel Street shop in Southampton and the Concession 6 shop in Port Elgin. His 2 excellent supervisors, Dave Susan, Port Elgin, and Jeremy Gowan in Southampton. Public works includes the equipment operators, 2 mechanics, 1 lead hand, arborist, crossing guards, and summer students, and the winter night patrol contract position. As previously indicated in the 2025 long-term business plan, In 2026, we're requesting one new operator one position. As part of the 2025 business plan, we purchased a trackless machine for the additional sidewalk route in Southampton. The operator one position was planned to fall in 2026 to staff this route. And although this position is included to support the additional sidewalk plow route in Southampton, the need for it is also driven by other growth-related pressures, such as year-round road maintenance work on the growing network of roads, sidewalks, and underground infrastructure, increased water and sewer repairs and maintenance, as well as supporting engineering capital work with our equipment and resources. There's also important changes to the regulatory compliance requirements for stormwater management facilities. Trevor may elaborate on that given time. Our stormwater system, including our stormwater management ponds, have a new certificate of approval from the Ministry of Environment, and that comes with new operating, maintenance, and sampling requirements that have yet to be fully implemented and enforced by the ministry, and that will take more public works staff resources. When we're doing winter control, we have to also be mindful of the fact that we have to obey the rules, such as the ESA hours of work and the MTO driving hours rules. Last winter, we're very hard pressed to obey those and still keep the road and sidewalks safe. We simply cannot keep using our operators for 24/7. They need the appropriate breaks, both because they should and because it's the law. It's also true that for winter control, in the absence of the operator one position, we expect we'll be playing a little bit of the opposite of musical chairs this winter, whereby you'll have one more seat than people, or possibly two, depending on the availability of other staff. At the last budget meeting, Council just indicated a desire to see some sort of op-to-pop type of statistics. I'm calling it op-to-pop, operator to population. We do have quite a bit of information along those lines. In 2024, Operations Management surveyed peer municipalities to determine how many services the department delivers in-house compared to the others and the number of staff they have. 7 municipalities with similar populations and features such as harbors and beaches were selected. Blue Mountains, Lambton Shores, Meaford, Kincardine, Goderich, Midland, and Owen Sound were the ones we surveyed. Population density, which is an important variable for public works type work, varied from a high of 893 persons per square kilometer in Owen Sound to a low of 20 in Meaford. Saugeen Shores was 93, middle of the pack. Population served per operations staff member, the per pop statistic, varied from a high of 23 staff for 10,000 in Blue Mountains to 12 per 10,000 in Owen Sound. Saugeen Shores is 14. The average of all the ones we surveyed was about 15. When comparing the roles of other operations departments across municipalities, it's important to compare apples to apples as much as possible, but that's challenging. Different municipalities offer somewhat different services, operate somewhat different facilities, and offer different levels of service in general. With a view to figuring that out, the survey of the peer municipalities covered questions about 27 different scopes of service: winter control of roads, sidewalks, parking lots, water main breaks, sewer repairs, water and wastewater operations, garbage and recycling pickup, landfills, transfer stations, roadside mowing, ditching, weed control, asphalt and concrete repairs, cemeteries, beach maintenance, internal trades, and traffic signal maintenance, and a partridge in a pear tree. So the survey established which municipalities offered those services in-house versus contracted out. Of the 27 services, Saugeen Shores has an own forces role in 23. No other municipality had a number that high. They varied from 8 to 13. According to this data, compared to our peers, our operations department gets a lot of things done at a similar per capita staffing level without relying on contractors as much as our peers. The survey confirmed with actual data the impression that I first got when I got here. I was immediately impressed with how many things are done in-house instead of contracting it out. Have slides 164, please. Next slide, sorry. So our priority areas and objectives, obviously winter control is very important. It's undertaken as per our updated winter operations plan, including new development, service level changes and expectations, and the new sidewalk plow route in Southampton. Ontario's minimum maintenance standards regulations, the MMS is the acronym, it governs. It is not enforced by the ministry with penalties and fines like the water regulations. It doesn't work that way. Rather, operating to that standard and above it protects public health and safety and protects the town from exposure to liability. An example of an MMS requirement for roads might include on Class 2 roadways, once 5 centimeters has accumulated, you have 6 hours to clear it. For sidewalks, it's reduce the snow to a depth of less or equal to 8 centimeters within 48 hours. For most normal snow events, we can and do exceed those time standards when possible. We don't sit there with a stopwatch and only worry about the sidewalks after precisely 46 hours. But the public has become accustomed to expect a high level of service based on their good work in the past. Public Works has a role in beautification and cleanliness of public spaces, including the downtown and the beaches. Communications did a flash vote earlier this year to measure that satisfaction level, and that is one of the KPIs we report on, and we share the beautification one with community services. Sustainable development and planning. We act in support of long-term water and wastewater sustainability. So in 2025, we're focused on including the water and wastewater master plan and the financial plan. In 2026, we will be focused on the waste management master plan to support waste reduction and diversion. Larry specifically is going to be laser focused on that in 2026. In 2027, we intend to work on a cemetery master plan to maintain efficient and effective operations and management. Maintenance of municipal roads, sidewalks, storm sewers, and the water system includes advanced asset management technology such as AVL, Iris Road Patrol software, and linking up with our GIS system. These two components together make a road maintenance, reporting, and compliance bulletproof. We now have excellent digital documentation of where our plows have been down to the minute. So now if a resident calls with a complaint, we're able to tell them precisely when the plow went down the road last, and if there's a gap in coverage for some reason, we could know right away and get on it. Next slide, please. Our KPIs. Citizen satisfaction with winter control was measured with a flash vote sent out by the communications team in March 2025, and 82% of respondents were satisfied or very satisfied, and specifically 56% were very satisfied. So we're very happy about that. Locant compliance is good and appears to be improving. It was already well over 90% in 2023. This represents the number of locates provided by the town that meet the regulated response time, required response time. Beautification, the satisfaction level was measured by a flash vote survey recently in October, and we got 91%, and we're proud of that KPI, which we share with community services. Paved roads, this KPI is measured on a three-year road cycle, so it won't be measured again until 2027. The new Iris Road Patrol inspection program enhances the accuracy and reliability of assessment data by standardizing the process and minimizing subjective judgment. Backlog projects, we made good progress at digging into the backlog projects, and now we're at 73% complete. The sidewalk score is holding steady. Unlike the paved roads condition assessment, this is done by a human using GIS-based software, so it is subjective. Next slide, please. Water and wastewater flows. The wastewater average flows shown are high, but this data is only year to date. Regarding the drinking water system, the water treatment plant maximum day was very high in August of 2025, but a voluntary use reduction, which we asked the public to do, which is well short of a ban, obviously, helped us to reduce flows. It is nice to know that if we just ask people to reduce their water usage, they do. Annual waste diversion has not yet been measured for 2025. The survey will be done in December. The survey of the cap of the landfill, that is. The 2024 waste diversion was 50%, including leaf and yard waste, 46%, not including that number. We report that other number on a later slide. Cemetery sales decreased in 2025 to date, and burial numbers are down a bit, and I think that's good news, if I'm not mistaken. Sales may end up lower in 2025, but the sales of 158 in 2024 was a very high number. Next slide, please. So our major initiatives. The Saugeen First Nation Water Supply Agreement. The agreement we have had in place for 20 years with Saugeen First Nation for water supply expires on May 30th, 2026. We have had excellent productive discussions with SFN staff and progress continues. We intend to get the final agreement to council for approval in Q1 of 2026. The Roads Authority assessment. This study will evaluate the status of both Bruce County's and lower tier roads network and identify opportunities for improvement in the configuration to better serve local communities. The initiative will establish a baseline of the current road network, identify service gaps and potential efficiencies, and propose a realistic implementation timeline for any changes to the network. The report is expected to be completed in Q3 of 2026, and the fees associated with the study are funded by the county. The water treatment plant expansion. The updated water and wastewater master plan and the recent high maximum day water usage in August in 2025 and reinforced the need to upgrade the town's water treatment plant to improve capacity. The class environmental assessment is ongoing and a public information center meeting is actually scheduled for tomorrow night at Southampton Town Hall from 6 to 8. If the weather permits, we're supposed to get bad weather tomorrow, so if we do have to reschedule the meeting, we'll be sure to let the public know. The Southampton wastewater treatment plant upgrade. This plant upgrade will improve the headworks pretreatment, provide flow equalization, and result in a capacity increase of approximately 20% to accommodate future growth. The town has received 73% funding for the project under the Canadian Housing Infrastructure Fund. Construction is underway. We will continue to provide progress snapshots in the council information updates. Next slide, please. Water distribution and storage upgrades will be starting a Class EA process, including public involvement and public meetings in 2026 to plan future improvements to drinking water storage. This project was identified in the master plan as a priority for equalizing peak flows and for firefighting. The Port Elgin wastewater treatment plant expansion continues with a focus on plant optimization and capital maintenance. The landfill optimization project continues. Staff have received final review and comments on the terms of reference. This will allow the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks to start their EA approval process immediately. That is the approval of the terms of reference. And once the terms of reference are approved, we will begin the EA process. The 10,000 tree initiative. This is an initiative which touches multiple departments. The goal is to plant 1,000 trees annually between now and 2034. The monies budgeted will support tree planting and maintenance on roadsides, parks, and open spaces and other town land, and can also support roadside trees as part of engineering's road reconstruction program. Staff are also applying for grants to support this work. It is notable that in 2025, the total number of trees planted and sold as part of the tree sale is estimated land somewhere between 600 and 800 trees. So we're almost doing it already. Now I'd like to introduce Larry, who will present the operations division section of the presentation.
Yeah. Sorry, let's take questions on what you've presented so far. Questions or comments from members, the Deputy Mayor?
Just a couple maybe for a little more information if it's available. On page 167 of our package, the sidewalk rating that you mentioned, it shows up as percentage of sidewalks in fair to excellent rating. And, you know, the number is quite high, 89%, but that's a pretty big range. Is it possible to get a little more breakdown? I don't know if you have that available right now. You did kind of isolate out one other one with the number that was very good. Can you break that down any further?
I don't have that information with me, but I would be happy to find that information for you.
Okay, thank you. One other one that I had that I think you said something, but it didn't sort of register with me as to what it really meant. On page 168, the maximum daily flow at the water plant, the number that's showing the year-to-date number. So in 2024, the WTP number was 58%, and then in 2025 to date, that number is 86%, which is a pretty big jump. I think you said something about that, but could you just repeat that for me?
Certainly. So water treatment plants and water systems are evaluated based on maximum day flow and are designed based on maximum day flow. Sewage treatment plants and sewage systems are designed based on average day flow for reasons I won't get into. So water treatment plant maximum day can vary quite a bit more than average day throughout the entire year. And the maximum day in August of 2025 was very high at that 86% number due to the drought conditions that we were experiencing in the area. And we did react with the voluntary water usage reduction, and people appeared to have really helped out with that. It got us back down to not normal numbers, but certainly better numbers, and we didn't have the production concerns that we were a little concerned about when that was happening.
Okay, thank you. That makes a lot more sense. I did want to ask also one other thing. On page 170, in the water distribution and storage upgrades row, when you jump across to the budget, it shows the budget is 100. I know this is funded by the water reserve, so by users, but the budget shows $150,000, but then it's got the total over 3 years appears to be $12,000. Am I just not reading the numbers properly?
That's 12,000, so 12 million. That was a line item that was in the 10-year plan for some time, but it was for water distribution and trunk main upgrades that weren't necessarily specified, and the master plan has refined that requirement. And it means that basically we know what exactly we may do with that subject to the outcome of an EA.
Thank you. I just found it confusing because that million is used in a number of spots. So I just wanted to make sure it wasn't a typo. Thank you very much.
Councillor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Matt. My question refers to page 170, the landfill optimization description. And in that description, you say that there's a anticipated $5.5 million change from the previous business plan due to the addition of anticipated capital costs. And that you still have to define exactly how much that will be. It's an estimate, but how that seems like a very big change, 5.5 million. Could you give us some more specific details on what might be accounting for that?
Yes, and thank you for the question and through your worship. The 2025 business plan did not actually carry the actual capital cost of the landfill upgrade. It was so early in the process, we didn't have a figure. Recognizing that the EA continues, but we have to start budgeting properly for this, we did ask the consulting engineer to come up with their best estimate in any case of what it would take to upgrade the landfill so we can start to plan for it in the planning process, the budgeting process. We do have included, and Larry will talk about this, in the 2026 business plan, a waste management master plan. We intend to look at all of waste management holistically and will include the financial aspects, including the capital cost of the upgrade. But we thought we'd better get a preliminary estimate based on preliminary idea of what the expansion may look like for 2026 for the 10-year plan.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Further questions at this stage for the director? I just have one suggested amendment for considering later in the day with respect to the 10,000 tree initiative. I would suggest council consider funding that from the NWMO reserve in 2026. The NWMO reserve was came from $400,000 that was given to the town of Saugeen Shores when we were excluded from the site selection process for the high-level DGR several years ago. Most of it has been spent in donations to the Saugeen Memorial Hospital for their CT scanner project, but this is our last year of our contribution. There's $86,000 left in the reserve, which would be enough to cover this year. Seems to me the 10,000 tree initiative, as the director said, is a very likely candidate for outside funding. If council were to assign the funding to a reserve as part of the budget, it would eliminate that 0.23% impact on taxation in 2026. And we would have the chance through 2026 to find an alternate funding source, which we're very likely to find because a lot of organizations like to fund planting trees. And so my guess is that come around 2027, we might have an alternate funding source. Anyway, we can debate that later. I'd just like to suggest that we consider the amendment at the end of the day. Okay? The deputy mayor.
I had written down a question about the NWMO reserve. And so I really appreciate you bringing that up. I just wanted to just put a pin on the point too.
Okay. Is there anything further from members before we move on to the manager? If not, take it away, Larry.
Good morning and thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to present the Operation Department's 2026 business plan. Much like it takes a village to raise a family, it takes a team to prepare a good business plan. My team has done a great job supporting the development of the 2026 plan, and I can't thank them enough. I'd like to also mention and thank Director Matt Prentice, Project Managers Colin Saunders, Derek DePorter, Aqua Manager Dan McLeod, and Town Electrician Steve West for their ongoing support of our capital projects. Many of these projects are large-scale upgrades or expansion that will ensure that the town is and will continue to be future ready. The slide before you, the left-hand side of the slide, provides a high-level statistical data that demonstrates the volume of work and services our team covers. On the right-hand side of the slide are the many acts, authorities, regs, and bylaws that govern our work. Next slide, please. On emerging trends, we have 3 points this year. The first one being growth. The wastewater master plan relied on more recent growth data, and as such, this impacted to some degree the findings and recommendations of the growth plan. Our second one is waste volumes. One of the key components of the upcoming waste management master plan update will be to explore programs and ways to continue to increase diversion from our landfill. And the third one is relationships with service providers. Having a strong working relationship with third-party service providers like Ontario Clean Water Agency and Bruce Area Solid Waste Recycling ensures critical operations flow and operate smoothly. A good example of this is the upcoming changes to the way we recycle Ontario beginning January 1st, 2026. Next slide, please. For division highlights, it is just one highlight we have, and as Matt said, I will be extremely focused on this. There'll be a heavy focus on the 2026 Waste Management Master and Financial Plan. The diversion and financial aspects of the plan will be key components for staff to explore. Other aspects of the plan will include waste collection, landfill operations, source separated organics, ineligible recycling, and condominium garbage collection issue. The budget item was pre-approved, and it is staff's intent to provide a waste management roadmap in early 2026. This will be a summary of intent document for council to preview. Next slide, please. Capital highlights. So the first one I have is a water treatment plant membrane. As membranes age, water capacity decreases and potential failure rates increase. The ongoing replacement program is necessary to ensure we preserve existing plant capacity. Southampton SPS 1 and SPS 3, and that is Sanitary Pump Station 1 and Sanitary Pump Station 3. After extensive testing and capacity issues at these two sewage pumping stations, it has been determined to be related to force main issues. The consulting engineer is working on a tender to rehabilitate the force main. Pioneer Cemetery. A grant application through the Ontario Community Environmental Fund has recently been submitted. If successful, this funding would match council's commitment and allow the project to move forward. Currently, we are preparing mapping and will be marking trees that would be removed to gain access to the area. Next slide, please. For our future year highlights, the first one is the leaf and yard waste tub grinder. The purchase of this equipment will allow the town to begin recycling materials for reuse or possibly even resale. Currently, there is no processing and it is stockpiled along the westerly boundary of the property. The integration of the SCADA system. The various components of the supervisory control and data acquisition system will require a substantial upgrade within the timeframe of the 10-year plan. This will ensure ongoing control and functionability. The next one is backflow prevention program. The plumbing code requires backflow prevention to be installed at all new industrial, commercial, and institutional buildings. In order to protect the system and as part of the backflow prevention program, a bylaw is required, which includes the retrofit of older buildings which predate the requirement. Waste diversion program. Limited remaining landfill life and good environmental practice has highlighted the need to improve waste diversion. Money from this program will use to support small improvement recommendations from the Waste Management Master Plan. Examples of this could be educational materials or small process improvements at our transfer station. Source separated organics. The county has been studying source separated organics and various alternatives exist. The 2025 business plan included a source separated organics feasibility study. The study is underway with the report expected in Q1 of 2026. The intent is to incorporate and implement a plan into the 2027 business plan. Water and wastewater rate study. The water wastewater master and financial plan provided an update to the capital and operating requirements of the system and the total funds required to meet the objectives of the business plan. The intent of the rate study is to examine the rate structure itself with a view towards possibly simplifying or otherwise improving the structure. Gobles Grove Sewer Needs Study. The Water Wastewater Master Plan revealed continued public interest in the provision of sewers in the Gobles Grove area. The business plan now includes a sewer needs study to re-examine this possible project and provide information to be utilized in any future grant applications. The project planning did advance far enough in early 2014 to support a grant application at that time, but some information will need to be updated. The Southampton Wastewater Treatment Plant Phase 2 upgrades. The environmental assessment of the Southampton Wastewater Treatment Plant identified several plant upgrades in a second phase of the project, including on-site clarifier, aeration improvements, mechanical and electrical works. The Cemetery Master Plan. Currently, there is no comprehensive master plan for our cemeteries. It is important that this be developed to ensure that this cemetery is meeting the needs of all residents within the community and ensure long-term planning and sustainability of the sites. Southampton wastewater or water meter replacement. The water meters in Southampton date from 1996 and require replacement. Port Elgin water meters were replaced in 2019. While recent testing has shown they have adequate accuracy for now, this will decrease in time and need to be looked at. And with that, I thank you and I'm happy to take questions.
Questions with respect to the Operations Division, the Deputy Mayor?
It's not really a question, it's more of a comment, thank you. The Cemetery Master Plan, there's a showing of a potential budget of $100,000 to create this plan. I would hope that there would be really diligent consideration to this being potentially possible in-house. It seems like a very large value attached to something that, I think we have some expertise here and community members potentially interested in this sort of thing and a little bit of research. Some nice drawings. I think we can have a plan. So I hope that that $100,000, I appreciate that it's sitting there for a very good reason. We do need a master plan, but I think this is one that maybe there might be potential to do something ourselves, not hire a consultant. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments. Vice Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And my question was about the $100,000 for the cemetery. And my apologies, by the way, if I comment on Owen Sound a lot. I did spend 26 years there, so I had a lot of experience. So I fall back to that experience. So I just want to say that back when there was a plan done for the cemetery, Greenwood Cemetery, back in the 1990s, that was done in-house, and they did a great job. They did a great job. They really did. And staff were challenged. Say, look, you want hedgerows between your monuments. You want a new road here. There's a little bit of a, the new road goes this direction, that direction, and it was just, where's your column bearing walls going to be placed? So we challenge, staff were challenged back then in my parks days to come up with their own plan, and they did. So I just think that I think it's $100,000 in consulting fees that we really don't need to spend. And I think we need to challenge staff to come up with an in-house plan when that time comes. I agree with you.
Okay. Anything further? If not, then we'll move on to the next one. Oh, sorry, Councillor Grace. Apologies, Councillor Grace.
That's okay. Larry, thank you for the report. I've got a question on page 176 on the new leaf and yard waste tub grinder. I see that's being moved off 1 year, but every year I get questions from residents wondering if we could have even just 1 day of leaf collection or one time, I guess, scheduled for leaf collection from residents who don't have the means to take their leaves out to the compost site. Is that something that might be considered in 2027?
Yes, thank you for the question, and through you, Mayor. It's certainly something I have heard as well. I think if I remember or recall, I think it is a service that once was offered to the town long ago. I know our former manager, Pete Nechtel, had spoke to it. He did allude to that there's operational restrictions and constraints, and there is costs associated to that. We currently, I would say that we would have to take an awful close look at it and come back with an answer. I certainly am happy to do that. I would want to consult with my team, specifically the manager of Public Works, because it would be his team that would have to coordinate and see that through. But there would be a cost for sure, I would think, that we would have to add to the business plan. But it's something we are happy to explore.
I would just note there was a report created at the time that service was ended by council. It was produced by Director Stuart Doyle years ago, and you could probably find it. And it had a pretty thorough explanation of the cost of that service and the rationale for eliminating it. Did you have further questions, Councillor Grace?
No, it might be good to circulate that report to council, just because I'm sure all of us get those kinds of questions. And it would be good to have that information so we could respond thoroughly to residents who ask for that. Thanks.
Yes, agreed. Councillor Halpin.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. People could just mulch their leaves is a really simple solution. But I wanted to just compliment the operations department for how much work is done in-house. And you guys do a good job of that. And I also wanted to know, you said your figures of operator to population, and I was trying to scribble them down, but could we see those figures, or could they be added to an amendment or something like that in the future?
Just can you just repeat what you were asking for there? Because CAO is looking for a refresher on it.
The numbers, I appreciate it, like the numbers you shared for operators per population with comparative municipalities. That was good. I just couldn't write it down fast enough.
Yeah, the director.
We would be happy to share some of that information with the council, yes.
Very good, thank you. Further questions with respect to operations before we move on to Public Works? If not, then we will move on to the Public Works Division.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of council. It's a privilege to present the Public Works Division Business Plan. As Matt mentioned previously, PW has an incredible team that makes this all possible, assisting with the preparation of this plan right through to carrying out these initiatives. On this slide, you will see the Public Works Division oversees the service delivery and maintenance of the town's existing infrastructure, including roads, bridges, sidewalks, water main, stormwater management, sanitary wastewater collection, and tree maintenance, primarily on roadside trees. The division ensures safe roads and sidewalks during winter through effective winter control and supports other public assets, including parks, trails, downtown areas, waterfront spaces, and special events. As you can see on this slide, the various services and the wide variety of work the team manages, and as we just spoke again, I will say we take great pride in completing as much construction and maintenance work as we can in-house. We are lucky to have the specialized equipment and talented staff to make this possible, which does save the municipality thousands of dollars a year not having to hire contractors to complete some of this. I do want to highlight a couple of these services here. We will note again an ever-growing amount of roads and assets each year that we assume and take over responsibility for. For winter control, we process and store approximately 6,000 tons of winter sand annually in our domes. Additionally, owning and operating 2 of our own gravel pits significantly reduces costs for the town compared to purchasing this material externally that most other municipalities are forced to do. Our arborist and tree crew, they handled 231 work orders in 2024 with 160 that have come in so far this year. Staying with service requests, overall Public Works handled 776 of these in 2024, and year to date, over 600 have been received in 2025. Lastly, one item not listed but still worth noting is the amount of time and resources the team dedicates to supporting special events, for managing road closures and detours for parades, community events, festivals, as well as downtown work, installing banners, decorations, using that specialized equipment. Next slide, please. With respect to the regulatory environment, I will just quickly note the 6 ministries listed at the bottom that are actively involved in what we do, as well as other regulations such as minimum maintenance standards, Highway Traffic Act, and Ontario traffic manuals that also play a big part in our work. Next slide. Our emerging trends, our winter operations plan updated earlier this year. And as we've seen recently, level of service expectations seem to be ever increasing for this service. Next, climate change and extreme weather events. Definitely the increasing frequency of extreme events such as intense rainstorms, unpredictable conditions, freeze-thaw cycles continue to present significant challenges to our work. I will note one notable Just Do It initiative completed this year was the installation of a weather monitoring station at our shops in partnership with Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority. This system is equipped with alerts and alarms. For example, when a rainstorm hits a certain threshold, we get alerts for that, and that enables us to better anticipate and respond to weather-related challenges. Advancement in technology. This includes recent integrated improvements to our road patrol and asset inspection programs through the adoption of new software and digital tools. A significant one being our AI-powered automated camera road inspection system called Iris Grow. These automated enhancements allow for more detailed and accurate work order processing and documentation, improving both efficiency and accountability. And lastly, with respect to the automated vehicle location, this program is now fully implemented across all winter control units. The system provides real-time tracking and historical data for these town vehicles. I can say for sure after just one season of use, it has already delivered measurable benefits, particularly in improving our ability to respond to public complaints and legal claims regarding winter operations. And overall, with these, specifically to the recent advancements in technology, has been a big improvement for our department because in today's world, if it wasn't documented, it didn't happen. Next slide, please. Public Works Division highlights. The first one, culvert inventory and inspection. This program will be a full-scale review of all municipally owned culverts with spans under 3 meters. These class of pipes are not covered by the regulated engineering inspection programs, such as bridges and larger box culverts are. Our GIS database currently has about 400 of these, and last completed in 2017, this update will provide current condition data to support accurate asset management and help us prioritize future replacement and maintenance. This will be completed in-house by Public Works staff, so no additional funds are required. CLI ECA program implementation, bear with me on this one. As Matt mentioned previously, the Consolidated Linear Infrastructure Environmental Compliance Approval program introduced by the Ministry of Environment within the last couple of years has modernized and altered how municipalities are to manage stormwater infrastructure. For context, this includes our 8 stormwater ponds, over 500 kilometers of stormwater pipes, over 2,500 structures being catch basins, manholes, oil grid separators, as well as all the roadside ditches and culverts. Key changes to this affecting Public Works include the requirement to create and maintain an all-encompassing ECA document for the entire stormwater management system. And the biggest change for our team is the enhanced maintenance and monitoring requirements, including stricter inspections and condition assessment programs and documentation. Along with this is a requirement for annual performance reporting to the MECP, which is why you see $5,000 per year budgeted to retain a consultant to complete the required quality control and qualified professional review annually for this report. The next highlight, water valve replacement program. This is simply a shift in focus towards addressing an outstanding list of these repairs we currently have in our plan, while also supporting development services and Aqua with proactive valve repairs and maintenance to facilitate future capital construction work. No additional funds are required for this. AVL Phase 2 implementation. This is an installation of this program into the remaining operations fleet, which will be absorbed by our existing fleet budget, so no additional funds required. And last but not least, the rural road surface analysis. This project will deliver a comprehensive council report that analyzes and compares the full life cycle costs of gravel and tar and chip surface treatments. This report will evaluate initial construction costs, ongoing maintenance requirements, expected service life, and long-term financial impacts. This analysis and report will be completed by staff, so no additional funding required. Next slide, please. Our one capital highlight for the year, actually having said that earlier this fall, council granted pre-budget approval for the acquisition of a versatile roll-off style truck. This multi-purpose unit will be equipped with interchangeable components, including a water tank, dump box, and flat deck for equipment transport. Additionally, it will serve as a backup plowed truck during winter operations. Currently, staff have been actively engaged with qualified vendors to finalize these specifications and initiate the procurement process in the near future. This capital highlight essentially converts 2 trucks into 1 from our fleet. Next slide, please. Our Public Works future year highlights, the Roads Pavement Condition Index, commonly known as PCI. This will be updated through our automated road patrol software every 3 years. Doing so through the software ensures accuracy, consistency, and standardized data. And lastly, the Centralized Operations Center. This initiative remains part of the long-term vision and is included later in the 10-year capital plan. A feasibility study identified as a 2025 division highlight is currently underway to explore future upgrades to our operations facilities for both operations and community services. The findings of this study will be compiled into a report to council, hopefully in early 2026. Thank you, council. And with that, I can answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Questions on the Public Works Division, the Vice Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. And also, the rural road surface analysis in-house. Thank you. That's great to see. It's being done in-house. Last year, I sat around the council table and I talked about a $100,000 study that was done back in 2009, a feasibility study and conceptual drawings for a new consolidated works facility. And I asked staff to go back and look up that report. And so it was $100,000, I believe. Stu Doyle was here at the time, I think. So I asked staff to go back and look up that report, dust it off, and see if we could use that report. I have a couple of questions. How much is it going to cost this year to do yet another feasibility study for the consolidated works facility?
Thank you, and through Mr. Mayor. So actually that was included, the cost for that study was included in the 2025 business plan. There was 80,000 budgeted for that last year.
I understand that, but I pleaded with staff last year to go back. Pete Nectar was sitting in the audience. I pleaded with staff to go back and find that $100,000 report that talked about feasibility and conceptual drawings for a new consolidated works facility. And I still today don't know whether the report was even found. I felt my voice wasn't listened to. What happened to that report and was it used? I'd like to know what, you talk about $5.5 million facility. What was the cost of this year's report to the feasibility study and the conception and the drawings?
The director.
So specifically, that report was found, that old report. It is dated though. It was used as a baseline reference for the terms of reference for the RFP for the new report. Consequently, that's why the new study is less than the original study plus 10 years of inflation. So it was a good starting point. It's being used as reference. And at the end of it, combining the old report and the new information, the new growth rates and everything else we know will add to a better product, I believe, at the end of the day.
What was the cost of this year's feasibility study and the drawings report? What was the cost to do that in 2025?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there was 80,000. The actual cost was about 70,000 from the RFP. Sorry, I won't speak. I will get that information for you. I apologize. I'll find that actual cost of that quote. I know we carried over 70,000 to this year's as an operating item to allow for it.
Okay. The deputy mayor and then Councillor Halpin.
Thank you, and through you. I remember a number of years ago when council asked for consideration related to line painting. So it's really good to see that about 50% of the work is now being done in-house. So, and you know, I've seen them painting around the Coliseum in Southampton. The lines are pretty straight. So excellent work on that. I did want to also comment about the work cleaning up the beach, particularly in Southampton from High Street down towards the Long Dock area. Very much appreciated also over time that the messaging about leaving strategically some attractive big pieces of driftwood there it makes a difference in the aesthetic, and it also does create focal points on the beach and photo ops and seating and all that kind of good stuff. So hopefully that messaging won't be lost during the removal of all those dump trucks full of debris. I had a question about the sidewalk replacement. Do we, and you know, there's a significant value there attached with sidewalk replacement. And I know you have a process for how you determine, I think it was mentioned that there's visual looks at various places. Do we actually, when there's existing sidewalks in areas which are experiencing development pressure, so that developer is not necessarily having to install a sidewalk because one is already there. Do we have in place a process where we assess the condition of the sidewalk in advance of their work taking place, so that then there's a pretty good idea at the end of their project if sidewalks have been cracked and that sort of thing, that perhaps we can ask them to repair them instead of living with a cracked sidewalk for many, many years. Is that something that fits into the development process review when we consider existing services in place and potential damage to those?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. I can speak to the work that Public Works does for sidewalk replacement. Our work usually encompasses existing sidewalk. I might pass this one over to the development team with respect to development. If I can.
Sure you can. Does anybody, the Director of Development Services?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't know what the process is for pre and post-construction evaluation of sidewalks, but we can look into that and answer that later on.
Thank you. I think,
The
you know,
Director of
it's,
Operations may be able to speak to you. He's got his hand up. We'll just,
oh,
the
sorry.
Director of Operations.
I can speak to the situations that have arisen occasionally since I've come here where a developer or contractor working on private land has done damage to our infrastructure through the moving of equipment. And that's sort of what you're implying to some degree. We simply approach them and ask them to make it right. And because they work in our community, they tend to. That's the Coles Notes version of the answer. Whether there's a formal evaluation process, inspection before and after, it's usually pretty obvious if a heavy piece of equipment has really done a number on some of our stuff, and we are able to have discussions with them and usually come to some amiable restoration.
Thank you. I appreciate that. A lot more people are walking and strollers are out there. And so whatever we can do to ensure the integrity of sidewalks that are installed is very much appreciated. Two more, if I may. On page 186, just for clarification, this is the operating budget sort of summary chart. This is probably for Larry. Sorry, line 460, garbage recycling. As you go across, the value in 2026 is consistent with the value in 2025, despite, you know, the change coming with recycling. If there could just be a comment made about, you know, what we're intending in terms of hanging on to some funds in that line, and then I have one further one after that.
The CAO will speak to it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the work that's happening right now on recycling is being coordinated through myself and the area CAOs that are members of the BASRA organization that provides recycling. Formal communication went out to the BASRA board yesterday asking for a disclosure of their budget. And from that, we hope to have clarity on the portion that will be proportioned, is that the right word, to Saugeen Shores of those 7 municipalities. So I don't have that clarity right now for our budget, but we've requested it from the board so that we have it ahead of decision-making for December 8th.
The Director?
I also know it's my understanding that following the questions that Trevor will answer on his section, I'm supposed to discuss those next 3 slides, overview of the operating budget and the capital budget as well.
The Manager of Operations.
Thank you. And through you, I would also like to add that that line item does, there'll be a component of that for ineligible program that we're implementing. So I just wanted to make a note of that.
Yeah, it's just come up a few times because people are hearing that, you know, it's being funded from elsewhere. And so they're like, well, how is that reducing my taxes? And you know, there's still some question marks there. So I just wanted to get clarification.
So maybe, just before we move on, it looks like the Vice Deputy Mayor probably wants to speak to it in his capacity as a BASRA board member.
Yeah, I sit on the BASRA board, Mr. Mayor, as you know, and I just, it's a question to the staff. We need to find some dollars here today to reduce the tax levy blended down from 4.4 downwards. So I think this could be an area where we could find $150,000 to $170,000. For the reason being, the budget amount is $355,000, and I think Matt or Larry, you both presented a report recently that indicated that to handle the non-eligibles, you brought a report to council recently, and you talked about $175,000, $180,000 cost at the landfill site to handle the non-eligibles. So I'm just wondering, of that 355, is that an area that we could find $170,000 out of that 350?
The CAO has a comment to it, the CAO.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I did think I said once upon a couple months ago that I've learned more about recycling in the last 6 months than I ever thought I would. But what I did have clarified from our finance folks was that this amount that's in garbage recycling is, if I'm going to use the right word, so I'll look over to them to correct me if I'm wrong, but is attributed to our waste management reserve. So it would be that it wouldn't be a percent impact on the levy. It could potentially be a reduction of our fixed fee for that waste management reserve.
So, Kara, just so I'm clear on this, you're saying that, you know, I guess Jim, through you to Jim, 1% increase to our tax levy is $250,000. I think you've told us that. Is that correct? So, what you're saying, Kara, we could find $150,000 to $170,000 in this line item. That's close to 3/4 of 1%.
The CAO.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, your numbers are roughly correct. It wouldn't show up as a percent increase. Where it would show up is a reduction to the waste management fee. But overall, to the households and the impact to the households, there would be a positive impact from reducing this line.
But just so I'm clear, we need, in my view, we need to find some dollars today in this budget. Is this an area we could find 150 to 170,000 is my question.
Yeah, just to be clear for everybody, so all of our waste management costs are funded by either bag tags or the waste management fixed fee, not by taxation. So if you reduce this line item, you can do that. Since they're not funded by taxation, it has no impact on taxation. So you could reduce the waste management fixed fee. So if you were reduce this by whatever, that amount could be applied against the waste management fixed fee and reduce that, which is a separate special levy on the tax bill. So can't help you on the tax levy, could reduce other elements of taxation. Okay. I would suggest we add that as a potential amendment for council's consideration at the end of the day. I think there's interest in that. So a reduction, just to put a fine point on it, and council can agree or disagree with me, but that piece that is funding the non-eligible users was about $150,000. That was what was suggested by staff a couple of weeks ago. It's $180,000, sorry, $180,000. So you could reduce that, to $180,000, whatever the difference is. What is it, 360 to 180, which is about $180,000, give or take, maybe $190,000, I guess. So I guess you could add that as a potential amendment, that council reduces the amount allocated to recycling to $180,000 and applies the difference to the waste management fixed fee. And we could consider that as an amendment at the end of the day. Okay. Yep, the deputy mayor.
Before I get to, I had waste management fee on my list too. And I would respectfully ask that, the conversation enable discussion about how that's allocated too. When we set that up, it was per property. I don't think we ever anticipated that we would have 6-story high apartment buildings being considered one property. And so, the value that is attributed to that property owner is the same as somebody who owns a vacant piece of land or somebody with a house on a property. So there might be some opportunity to do a real deep dive into the waste management fee. My other two things were, one was just a clarification question. There's a comment in here when you get into the 10-year business plan. It's about resurfacing Brettlebain from Woodland to Maplewood. I don't even know where those Woodland and Maplewood, where are those streets? Are those new streets that maybe haven't come into play yet? Sorry, that's just a question.
Just want to indicate that that is engineering services scope of work to manage the program. So that's a question for Rahul or his team when Mark and his guys get on.
We can consider it when it comes up with development services. We don't need to talk about it now. We need to keep moving here.
Then my other one, which related to operations, noticing in the 10-year capital business plan, all of the items mentioned about traffic control equipment upgrades, and not all of them, with the exception of High and Albert is in there, and something with Clarendon and Albert as well. But they're all in Port Elgin. There's nothing in the plan over 10 years that looks at an additional pedestrian activated crossing situation on the highway somewhere in Southampton. It's just, it's not there in the plan at all, but we're already upgrading existing ones in Port Elgin, or it's included going forward.
I suppose you have to differentiate again the roles between the departments. So the upgrading and maintenance of existing traffic signals are our responsibility, whereas the installation of new traffic signals or other intersection changes are engineering's responsibility.
Okay, so we'll move on to Councillor Halpin. Are you okay then? Councillor Davinsky, you had something?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to whoever. I was looking at the, this would be on page 187 in the book, page 25 on the computer. The 2026 operating budget for operations, and it says roads winter control. And I guess I just need an explanation. The budget rounded off says 442,000. The forecast, which I assume is the forecast for the rest of 25, balloons to 869,000. And the budget for next year is less than this year at $399,000. And I'm wondering how we can a forecast go up so high and then the 26 budget go down so low. Can someone, okay?
That is a very good question. So firstly, taking one chunk at a time, the forecast for 2025 is not yet finalized. There's wage reallocations, and this is, in speaking to Dan, this is my understanding, that have to be done prior to, at the end of the calendar year, that will reduce that number somewhat once all the dust is settled for winter control. The true overage for winter control in 2025 is estimated to be over 100,000 entirely due to what happened in the spring. But that year is so unusual that we don't actually propose any changes in the winter control budget, which is why the decrease in year-on-year change is confusing. That decrease actually comes from something in specific, which is every 4 years, we have a contractor come out to a gravel pit and process the material into winter sand. It saves us a bundle over the long term, but every 4 years we have this hit on the budget. We had done that. So having done that, we don't need it this year, which is why there's a decrease. There's a number of reasons why those numbers are as unusual as they look, but those are the reasons.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. If we go to page 185 in Operations Public Works, Centralized Operations Center. Now, this is going to take place 33-34, but it says included in special levy at 2.58%. Is that what we're putting into it right now, or is that what's going to be put into it as we approach those years? But hold on, I'll shut this off.
I can start with the answer and then I'll look to my finance friends with an explanation of what the special levy percentage actually means there. Just want to indicate that that is for the, obviously, a set aside for the construction of the centralized operations center preferred alternative, whatever that may be. I just do want to actually answer a previous question. And that is that the total cost of the study that was undertaken in 2025, and will be finished in 2026 is only 49,000. So it's less than half the cost of the previous study, probably largely because we had the previous study as a guideline. And now I'll ask if finance can comment on the special levy line item there.
The Director of Corporate Services.
That calculation stems back from when we initially introduced the special levy, and what we were showing council was on any given project, what share of the capital plan does that project make up? So in this case, in a lot of cases, you'll see it's a very fractional number. This is a $5.5 million project, a large project. So it's representing 2.5% of the capital program. We could in future years leave that off of those slides to clean it up if it's creating confusion.
Thank you both. So again, I'll ask, are we paying that, we meaning today's taxpayer, paying that special levy to get ready for 33, 34? Or is that going to be something future taxpayers are going to pay for?
The capital plan, which includes this $5.5 million, is funded by our plan for the special levy. That special levy is increasing by $480,000 a year over the next number of years through 2032. In the interim, the shortfalls, because we're slowly growing that special levy, is funded out of the reserves, but in the long run, the capital program will be sustained by the special levy.
Okay, thank you. So it sounds like we're all paying, even future taxpayers. And finally, Mr. Mayor, if I may, page 183, you talked about it, the CLI ECA program implementation, and we talked about a consultant doing the work. Can this one be done in-house, or do we not have the expertise for that? And I don't know. Okay.
There will be an awful lot of work done in-house, well in excess of $5,000. The CLI ECA requirements are multiple. Firstly, we have to do things like sign our stormwater ponds, and we have to do regular inspections of our stormwater ponds. We have to set up SOPs for those. We have to do sampling. They haven't laid out the guidelines for that, but we will actually have to be sending people out to do sampling. A number of other requirements for operations and maintenance. So we'll be absorbing those costs in-house. That specific cost, that $5,000, is for a consultant to write our annual report the same way they write, for instance, our landfill annual report, because there's an awful lot of paperwork involved in these things. The CLI ECA document is spectacularly long for a stormwater system. It's dozens and dozens of pages. It replaces a document that never existed. So they actually, by doing this, it's a big deal. The Ministry of the Environment has raised the operations and maintenance standards for documentation and oversight to almost the same level as sanitary and drinking water. So that's the reason.
Excellent. Thank you for your answers, all of you. It cleared up a couple of spots for me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Matt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I'm glad to see that we're going to be looking at the gravel roads and the tar and chip. I would like to get a number as to how much we spend on 4,000 tons of gravel per year. And I'm sure that'll factor into the analysis for a tar and chip. Just as an aside, I was speaking with the mayor of a friend of mine who's the mayor of West Gray, and I asked him utilization of tar and chip on their roads, and he says they have more tar and chip roads than they have paved roads in West Gray, so they use it heavily. So maybe as a touch point when that analysis is done, we could confer with our neighboring municipalities. My question is on a different subject altogether, is the tree maintenance. Hardly a day goes by when we have these November gales blowing that we don't see some ash trees breaking off. They're getting to the point where they're dead 2 or 3 or 4 years now, and they're starting to get brittle. I know just I have a property on concession 2, and there was one ash tree that there was a couple actually that were looking pretty precarious and leaning towards the road. And in conjunction with my neighbor, we went and dropped a couple trees just because it was into the forest and it didn't matter, but they were imminently going to take the power out. We've had a couple power outages down there because of that. So do you anticipate a incremental change in the amount of work you have to do for taking trees down in 2026? Because there, like I say, there's a lot that are getting to that point where their tops are starting to snap off. And if not by our own staff, is there any anticipated use of a contractor to take some of those precarious trees out of the way? Thanks.
I think touching on a number of things there. So firstly, we do have an arborist. We do put together an arborist crew when we can, when we have the spare staff to, and we do that as often as possible. The workload for that arborist and the associated crew is by and large reactive only. At any given moment, there are typically 4 dozen work orders outstanding at any given moment. So that's the situation right now. For us to push it to less reactive and more proactive approach to tree maintenance, we would need more resources, which could include increased contractor payments. Note that in the 10-year plan, we do ask for second arborist, though not in 2026, but in 2027.
Okay, maybe Director, you just want to take us through the last couple of pages of the departmental report, and we can have any final questions once you've done that.
All right, so if we could get to slide 187, which is the beginning of slide 186, the beginning of the operating budget for the operations division. So it's a lot of points have already been made on these, so I'll be brief. The traffic control and street lights, these are only normal inflationary increases, and the same thing with the cemetery. Sewer and water, obviously the regular aqua contract CPI increase is a good part of this increase, and other line items subject to normal inflation. Repairs, wage allocation of labor, materials such as hydrants or valves or pipes. Garbage collection and garbage disposal. This is a mix of BASRA's contract costs as well as the cost for operations and public works to operate the landfill. We took the renewal of the garbage collection contract to council in September, so some of the changes from that. Also, the cost of the waste management master plan renewal in 2026 is coming out of that operating budget, not capital. The landfill operating costs are primarily wage, material, and equipment allocations, which would be subject to inflationary changes. And the numbers you see in that are the net outcome of all those changes together. We have obviously heard the discussion on the garbage recycling budget. So not to dwell on that, but we're obviously made a note of looking at that and including it in the considerations to drop it to the 180,000. We've, so that is pretty much it for that slide, unless there's any questions. I want to go slide by slide or wait till the end. Okay, so the next slide, please. So there's a slight increase overall to the budget based on the rate of inflation. A couple of reductions due to one-time costs that were included in the 2025 operating budget. So again, the roads admin is showing a decrease, but that is because the centralized feasibility study came from that. So it's not a true decrease in the operating budget. It's basically holding the line net of inflation. Winter control I've already discussed, I believe, sufficiently. Fleet shows those fuel costs are included in that operating wise as well, and they do require a year-end allocation as well. And for operating storm sewer, increase shown as inflationary only, more or less. Next slide, please. So operations capital budget, this is there's an awful lot of projects, obviously, summarized here, adding up to the total numbers you see, but the biggest impacts are obviously the Southampton wastewater treatment plant expansion is included in the wastewater line. The water treatment plant upgrade is included in the water line item there. The cemetery budget increase there, or sorry, in 2026 is the Pioneer Cemetery, which we have discussed. We have applied for grant for that work. And the Public Works line is capital budget for various upgrades to the Public Works facilities, windows and doors, roofing, HVAC work. So that's what that is about. And also overall in there as well, Public Works includes asphalt budget, which is shared with development services to some degree or another. With respect to the water, wastewater costs, though, I will say that the financial plan we brought to council does have the summary of the most significant projects which contribute to what you're seeing here. With that, I'll take any remaining questions.
Okay, any final questions on the overall operations budget? I don't see any, so thank you to all of our operations staff. Appreciate your presentations. So what we're going to do now with council's consent is lunch will be at about 12:30. What I'd like to do is adjust the agenda and consider fire services now in advance of development services. Is there any objection from the members? No objection, so we'll consider the agenda amended then, and we will proceed to the presentation from fire services, and we'll turn it over to the chief.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship and members of council. I really do want to thank you the opportunity to present the Fire Services 2026 business plan. I'm here with Deputy Fire Chief Rob Atkinson. Rob will supply us with any clarification that we require. I have this highly magnified so I don't have to wear my glasses. First of all, I'd like to thank the men and women of the Saugeen Shores Fire Department. I'm so proud of the 71 strong, their accomplishments, and the work that we have advanced to a professional, proactive department in a very short period of time. We have taken council support, our CAO's guidance on continuous incremental improvement principles, and added those of a unique, agile, adaptive platform to move quickly and efficiently despite legislation, increased call volume, supply chain challenges, and the effects of global warming. Next slide, please. Fire Services was created in its present form in 2022 through the Municipal Service Delivery Review. You can go to the next slide. We've changed, there's no changes in the 2026 org chart specific to people within our organization. Next slide, please. Our department is responsible for implementing the service levels defined by council in the regulatory bylaw specific to public education for both fire safety and emergency planning, fire prevention, and emergency response. Next slide, please. Although the KPIs are a little busy, I wanted to bring some highlights to you so you can understand why we are where we are with our business plan asks. We had 345 emergency response calls in 2025. Understanding that we run a fiscal year when it comes to calls, et cetera, from November 1st to October 31st, that facilitates our firefighter payroll, et cetera. So we had 310 in 2024. We're up by 11.29% in calls. The interesting part to our calls is they become increasingly more complex. As an example, we had 16 structure fires in 2025. We had 7 in 2024. It's a 128.5% increase. Interestingly enough, our medicals have decreased from 71 to 91, which was the hope when we changed the method in which we responded to medical calls. The public education team has increased their event participation in 2025 from 99 events from 65. The data produced gave us a clarifying number of only 42% of our residents have working smoke alarms. The group the fire public education group knocked on approximately 1,000 doors in 2025, with 500 people answering, 363 actually allowing them in their house, and 204 were compliant. Next slide, please. 2025 saw the recruitment of 16 firefighters and 6 public educators. We are in very rare air that we have a full complement in our department. We are very pleased to announce that Saugeen Shores have already met the provincial requirement for mandatory certification in July of 2026, and we are moving progressively towards technical rescue certification in July of 2028. Next slide, please. Emerging trends, there's some on the slide, but my note is a rapidly increasing population has come with a lot of prosperity, but it's also come with some challenges. This includes an ever-expanding separation between different socioeconomic groups and the related impacts that are putting pressures on emergency services. This, coupled with tariff-driven costing and U.S.-centered fire service equipment, makes budgeting difficult and worrisome at times. Next slide, please. Emergency management falls within the purview of fire services. Our public education division is consistently pushing messaging specific to emergency planning. As 2025 saw the update of the Saugeen Shores Nuclear Response Plan, messaging of the plan and public awareness will be the focus of 2026. Next slide, please. You can go again. So as far as our major initiatives go, we will continue to work on the fees and charges bylaw and implement or propose some to council for cost recovery. We will also be working on the implementation of the AMPS pilot that was approved by council to facilitate more cost recovery. And other than my ask when it comes to wages and training for firefighters, we're using those offsets in cost recovery to show very little increase to our operational budget. Fire station and design and engineering was in the 10-year capital plan, and 2026 will see progress towards the completion of the Port Elgin station replacement in 2028. I will be bringing a report to council in January of 2026, further to the ask that we examine other sites for the station location. The volunteer wage increase ask for an additional 100,000 speaks to the report supplied to council in September 2025, firefighter wages and projected budget exceedance of approximately $200,000 to respond to the consistent increase in calls with increased complexity along with the training requirements. 2025 saw volunteers providing over 12,000 hours of fire service and emergency planning activities. The NFPA training increase mirrors the reasons in the volunteer wage increase and has been needed to offset the wages paid for our members to either gain or maintain their mandatory certifications. Next slide, please. 2025 saw the implementation of the firefighter cancer prevention checklist by the Ministry of Labor. This 83-point checklist defines items that are designed to prevent the inhalation and absorption of products of combustion that have proven to cause cancer. This includes the consumption of consumables that will mimic that of COVID for us. That includes Tyvek coveralls, N95 masks, nitrile gloves, and third-party bunker gear inspection and repair are all included in that $50,000 ask. Next slide, please. I know it looked a little skinny on the division highlights, but I just want to speak about doing what we say and do whatever. The point is, 2026 will see a year of both consolidation and growth for previous completed business plan items that were supported by council in 25. These include the implementation of a new record management system, the implementation of a pilot AMPS program, continued moves to acquire mandatory first certifications for council-approved technical rescue levels, continued operational guideline development for responses like multi-level, multi-residential buildings, and updates and continued move to complete the cancer prevention checklist. In our capital highlights, I think the next slide will show that we're asking for approximately 250,000. The majority of that is in the design of the fire station, but 65 millimeter hose is due to be replaced, and along with the auto extrication tools in Southampton. The current tools in Southampton no longer are able to be serviced, nor does the technology meet today's training and certification requirements. Next slide. The 2 points I want to bring to council's attention is a recruit program. We may not need a recruit program in 2027 based on the complement where we're at. We have scheduled every 2 years, but we may be able to back off from that. And we have been successful in grant funding for some portable replacement, and the 2027 portable replacement may not be required either, or will certainly be at a reduced rate. Next slide. Next slide. There's the last slide, and it looks at an operating budget year-over-year change of $188,000. Most of it I've spoken about in wages due to response and training. That and done. I'll take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Questions, comments from members with respect to fire services budget? The Vice Deputy Mayor.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to you, Chief, and the Deputy Chief, and our over 50 volunteer firefighters, just say, thank you for all the great work you do. I mean that sincerely, and heart and soul goes out to those people in Hong Kong today, and British Columbia, and Brampton, and the loss of life. It's just awful what's happened over the past few days. And you spoke to multi-level apartment units, and to see 3, 4, 5 buildings ablaze all at once, it's just heartbreaking. Chief, I'm just wondering, just thinking about what's happening in those 3 areas in today's standards with various construction and who's ever building our multi-level buildings. Maybe it's a question of the building department, building code. But, our buildings, you saw the same stories that I did. And our buildings today constructed a whole lot different, than what we're seeing on TV. Is horrible. But the kind of spreading of the fires, does our building code today really help prevent what's happening in those communities?
I am very excited to say that they are. The buildings that are being built now are all separated by concrete. We can isolate an apartment fire, generally speaking, to that apartment. The water supplies to those buildings far exceed anything that we've ever had before. The town of Saugeen Shores actually has sort of 3 generations of buildings. We have multi-floored, multi-residential. We don't call them high rises here because we don't have any high rises technically, but we have some that have no protection. The older ones, there's no sprinklers, there's no standpipes, there's no hose cabinets. So we have to look at them differently. We have some newer buildings here have hose cabinets, but the water supply tends to be less than the fire department would like. And then the ones that are being built recently give us way more protection and a lot more water than we would ever expect. So we're very excited about it, and we've been working very hard and up until last night, and the last 4 practices have all been about our new apartment packs, apartment tax, et cetera. I'll put us up against anyone in single-family residential fires. We've progressed very quickly, but we have some work to do on how we're going to fight those fires and keep our firefighters safe.
Just a follow-up, Mr. Mayor. So the people that, because we're into 5-story buildings now and we're into 6-story, and, you know, I've spoken to a few people live in those high-rise apartment buildings. Well, not high-rise, but multi-level, I should say. And should they feel a certain sense of comfort knowing that, like the pumper we have, can it actually, and I think I've asked this question before, but can we get to 5 stories? Can we get to 6 stories? Do you have to climb stairs to the 6th story? How high can we go to fight a fire in this community for multi-level unit?
Our present aerial will reach the top of the buildings that we build, and so that's a good thing. However, understand that generally speaking, the aerial isn't used in firefighting operations. It may be used at rescues, but we are an interior fire attack and trained that way. So we're not necessarily using our aerial devices for water unless the building's lost, and that wouldn't be that situation. All our training is interior fire attack, hooking up the water supplies within, and we use our pumps to hook up from a hydrant to the fire department connection to supplement the water supply.
Just about the volunteer wages, thank you for that responsibility. Volunteer wages, that's long overdue, and I'll be supporting it. It's one area I feel that we need to support as a volunteer firefighters. A $1.78 million budget. I say this every year, but you look to other communities just to the east and $5 million, $6 million budgets. It's a really, I mean, it's a great service we provide here. And what is the minimum wage right now for a volunteer? What do they get paid to get called out to a fire with mileage and volunteer hourly rate?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's a bit of a varied question. We have 4 classifications of firefighter to recognize that we have to schedule their training through 4 years. They start about 66% of the wage as a class 4 firefighter. As a class 1 firefighter, they would make 100% of the wage. 100% of a call, an emergency response, is approximately $40 an hour. And Rob can make sure that I'm right, but a first class training, we're around $32 an hour. Is that fair? And they are paid 1 hour minimum upon their response, and then half-hour increments after that.
Well, again, thanks for all you do, and for $35, $40 for an hour, $100 for a call out, maybe. Just incredible service. So thank you.
Yes, thank you. Further questions? The Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Through you, you went a little fast on your statistics, and the numbers were a little different than the chart that I had in front of me. So could you just repeat? You said, I think that there were 310 emergency response calls in 2024, and that included in that was 7 structural fires.
Sorry, that through you, Mr. Mayor, that's what we have.
And then what were the numbers for 2025 then? Oh.
2025, we had 16 structure fires and 340 calls. No, that's complete. Our year goes to November 1st.
Okay, I wanted to just make sure I understood. It appears to me as though the budget request asks for an increase of $100,000 related to wages, which makes perfect sense. However, we did have that report that showed that you were anticipating almost $250,000 overage situation. I'm not too clear how if we're anticipating such an overage this year, why are we not taking that kind of value into consideration for planning for next year? I'm getting at, I think you mentioned to me once that you were dealing with like scheduling better and that sort of thing and with training. Is that part of why the $100,000 doesn't exactly sort of match the idea of $200,000 this year?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is certainly correct. We're also hoping that 17, 16 structure fires in a year isn't an anomaly. Those calls, those complex calls, require a two-station response with every available firefighter, and they're usually multi hours. So we're hoping that our public education works for the majority of those. Accidents happen, et cetera, but we're hoping that our efforts on public education are going to offset some of that response.
Okay, further, Councillor Dubinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, thank you to the fire department. I said last year, and I think the year before, when it comes to safety and that sort of thing for our taxpayers, so that they can go to bed at night saying, we're okay. I don't have a problem supporting a budget such as this. But you did mention one thing when we were talking about the various stories and of a building. And you said the older buildings don't have sprinkler systems. I thought that was the law to have sprinkler systems, or is it a grandfathered thing?
I'm going to let, because this is in his wheelhouse, I'm going to ask Deputy Atkinson to answer this.
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Today's building code, and I can look over to Josh here, and he's going to likely start nodding his head. Today's building code, you're exactly right. It is the law. Unfortunately, some of these buildings we're talking about, Skyline Apartments on Waterloo Street and Devonshire or Ivings Drive, they were built in the 70s, the hydro boom. That was not the code, the building code of the day. So we can only enforce the building code of the day until they go into a major renovation. Then it has to be upgraded to today's building code. So you're correct. It is the law. It's the law today. It wasn't the law of the time of the build.
Okay, any further questions or comments with respect to the fire? Yep, Councillor Halpin.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. Last year, Owen Sounds spent 5.8 million on its fire department. So our comparable of 1.5 is very good.
Further questions or comments? Yeah, no, thanks for all your work, Chief. It's a great service, and you and the deputy and the leadership there do a great job. And the idea that you're at full complement too, I think, is really, worth celebrating. It's not easy to keep a volunteer fire department at full complement, and the fact that you have a lot of new recruits. What was it, 16 new recruits this year? The fact that you have that many new recruits signing up for a small town volunteer fire department is pretty unusual and speaks to the kind of service you're running and and also to the investments that council and the municipality have been making, right? It makes it possible to be a volunteer firefighter and do it safely. And we want all those folks to go home safe every time they respond to a call. And so, it's money well spent on those safety items. And we're doing that, and appreciate your work in putting that plan together for us. So, thanks for your report today. Okay, well, it's 12 o'clock now. We're still half an hour away from lunch, are we? All right, well, why don't we start development services then? We'll just break at 12:30 at the most convenient moment. So, but we'll get started with the development services presentation and turn it over to the director.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just taking a moment while we get our chairs settled here. Yeah, so development services provide services in the areas of engineering, building, planning, economic development, asset management, and bylaw enforcement. Our work is designed to ensure wise and sustainable investments in infrastructure and development, and manages a wide range of projects. One example is that we reconstructed 2.4 kilometers of road in 2025 and resurfaced 5.8 kilometers of road. And I just want to reflect over the last few years, we've been generating a lot of plans and bylaws, plan updates and bylaw updates. 6 plans over the last few years have been developed or updated: master drainage plan, cultural heritage plan, tree canopy plan. The transportation master plan update is underway, destination development plan, and community improvement plan. In terms of bylaws, there's been a lot of progress there. Updates to firearms bylaw, dogs on beaches, the sign bylaw, clean yards, updates to the zoning bylaw to facilitate more streamlined housing, and we prepared private and public tree conservation bylaws. So that's the some of the overall work and quantum of work that this department tackles. And who does this? If we can go to the next slide. So the staff resources for this service is proposed to remain unchanged from 2024, with 21 permanent full-time and 10 temporary or seasonal positions. And next slide. This slide visually represents the organizational structure of the department, and the structure is unchanged from 2024. Next slide. The priority areas and objectives for our team, there are 5. One is infrastructure planning and development to ensure that sufficient infrastructure is in place to service the future growth. Economic development, in which we're promoting business growth and investment, building an entrepreneurial culture, extending the tourism season, and developing tourism experiences. The third priority area is growth management, in which we facilitate the appropriate growth through development approvals process, supporting diversity of housing to meet community needs, and we also manage and track the town's growth. The fourth area is compliance, in which we administer and enforce the town's bylaws. And a fifth area is implementing the town's asset management plan. Next slide, please. Key performance indicators were baseline for the department in 2023. This year, you'll see actuals to date, actuals from the years 2023 and 2024, and the to-date KPIs for 2025. The KPIs are related to those 5 priority areas mentioned above, and what we're seeing in the numbers is that infrastructure continues to be there when development needs it. Site plan timelines continue to be met. Building permits are trending less than last year. Bylaw enforcement activity did pick up. Asset management is progressing, and business engagement and off-season events are trending upwards. If we roll down to slide 136, and that will begin the major initiatives. There are 6 major initiatives with a net operating budget request of minus, well, I'll talk about that later. There's a bit of a detail there. We'll be spending less in 2025 than in 2024, and no net change to the capital levy. The first major initiative is the Partners for Climate Protection. This project would involve inventorying, target setting, and creating an action plan to reduce the town's greenhouse gas emissions. As the work is planned in 2026 is expected to be completed in-house, there is no budget request associated with this initiative. The next one is a carryover from 2023 for the Port Elgin waterfront detailed landscape and engineering design. And this as noted, builds on existing waterfront master plan conceptual design to develop a detailed design. Next is the second phase of the High Street Downtown Southampton project. 2026 will see most of the construction activity focused on the block west of Huron Street down to the flag. The work east of Huron Street to Grosvenor will mainly involve completing brickwork and the pedestrian curb extensions, tree planting, and installation of street furniture in certain locations. The budget to complete this work was approved in pre-budget approval, and that enabled the paving and line painting between Huron and Grosvenor that was originally planned for the spring of 2026 to be done this fall. Next slide. Next year, we'll be resurfacing Highway 21 in Southampton. This is a mostly grant-funded project to resurface the asphalt from on Highway 21 from South Street up to Craig Street, and includes a roundabout for the Turner Street intersection. The budget request is somewhat less than 2024 because the grant amount is slightly higher than what the original estimate had. The Housing Incentives Program includes funding from the Housing Accelerator Fund with an incentive program with incentives for housing. And the final major initiative is a joint tourism strategy with Saugeen First Nation. And this $25,000 ask would provide the funds needed to advance. It would include advancing a recommendation of the town destination development plan, and is a key part of our friendship accord with Saugeen First Nation. This is a high-level initiative to be funded from the operating budget. All of these initiatives, Mr. Mayor, are investments in community development that are aligned with the strategic plan. And I'll pause there in case there's questions before we move to the next division.
Yeah, questions or comments on what the director has presented so far? The Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm glad to see that, there's actually been no work, as far as I can tell, on the Port Elgin waterfront detailed landscape and engineering design. I don't think there should be any work done on that until we have some very definite activity associated with the other project that's at the beach. So I really hope that this is still just a placeholder here and that there's not an intention to do any work ahead of a bona fide evidence of the other project continuing along, so we know actually what's intended with that.
The director?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, the intention is to ensure that these projects are coordinated.
Okay, Councillor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mark. Just back to 136 on the Partners for Climate Protection Program. Of course, this is coming from a recommendation from the 2022, 2021 ESAC report, and I'm very happy that we're going ahead with that. That membership in that program provides us, or can provide us, gives us the opportunity to look at lots and lots of reports, toolkits, experiences from other municipalities. And so I'm sure our staff, especially since it's going to be completed in-house, will go there to look for some of those resources.
Okay. Thank you. Are there further questions or comments on the major initiatives and the Deputy Mayor?
I'll just take advantage of one more then. The High Street Downtown Phase 2 project. Phase 1 and Phase 2 together totaled $5.6 million. That's consistent with what the original dollar figure was. Okay, I see nods. Is the $125,000 that council agreed to a couple of years ago associated with Cenotaph renewal or cenotaph work. Is that within that $506 million, or is that sitting somewhere else?
Take that the manager of engineering.
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Mayor, that's actually sitting on our community services budget. So it's not included here, the 5.6 million.
Okay, further, anything else? Okay, well, I'm told lunch is here, so why don't we break for lunch and we'll return and start with the engineering division. We will break now and we'll reconvene at 12:45. Cheryl, everybody here says hi. That's what they want me to tell you. Hi from everybody. I don't know, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we're okay now to proceed, yes? So we'll call the meeting back to order then, and we are in the Department of Development Services on the Engineering Division, so I will turn it over to the Manager of Engineering.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mark. And through you, Mr. Mayor. Slide 138, please. First, before I start, I want to thank you, my team. I have two teams, engineering and asset management. We have our amazing engineering supervisor, Lucas Heders here, and we also need to recognize the effort and the work, very hard work that was done by other team members, Alex, Christina, and the engineering team, Jessica, the supervisor of the asset management, Kate, Caitlin, and Laritha. The both teams actually accomplished lots in this year. A significant work we have done this year. Thank you again, the team, for their excellent work. So as I said, we have two teams. Engineering services is responsible for the design and construction of roads and related municipal infrastructure. We also manage permits, development application reviews, and major community facility projects, sometimes if that assigned to us by community services. The asset management group maintains and monitors the town's core assets and also non-core assets, including roads, bridges, and water and wastewater systems, and ensure compliance with all applicable environmental and planning legislations. The next slide, please. Service we managed, slide 140. So our scope includes project management for capital program, drainage superintendent duties, lot grading certification, and municipal consent applications. We lead engineering reviews for subdivisions, site plans, and infrastructure designs, and we manage the town's GIS and city works platforms. We also support property management activities and respond to enforcement inquiries. Next slide, please, 141. Emerging trends. Growth pressure continue to rise due to Bruce Power's expansion plans, also other new subdivisions plans, which will drive significant development activity in the coming years. Aging infrastructure and climate change impacts require proactive upgrades, renewal, and resiliency planning. We secured over 10 million grant in funding for road constructions in 25 and in 26 to reduce the financial impact on taxpayers. Slide 142. Next slide, please. Division highlights. Our key initiatives planned for 2026 include fleet coordination, which is streamlining equipment and asset management processes, city works or ArcGIS upgrade, engaging professional services to support platform enhancements. These enhancements are required to ensure service is not interrupted for several software, including but not limited to our service request program, locates, and our online apps. Surplus land program, ongoing work on land inventory and evaluation, laneway ownership assessment, $75,000 allocated to address and clarify legal title matters. Capital highlights for 2026. Our major capital highlights is road reconstruction, around 10.6 million in 2026 as part of our multi-year 73 million program. The town has secured 6.5 million in grant funding for Ridge Street South, the Turner Street Roundabout and Highway 21 resurfacing. An additional 2.8 million in funding for High Street Phase 2 increases the total road reconstruction budget in 2026 to 19.6 millions. Fleet assets, we have around 2 million in, I think 2.5 million in 2026 to support life cycle equipment replacements. The only changes to this budget from previous business plan is the addition of 440K for the multi-use roll-up truck, which was pre-approved by council in September. This purchase is a result of the need to replace a water truck that is now dedicated solely to the fire department. Additionally, noteworthy purchases for fleet in 2026 are a loader, which is 400K, a plow truck, 340K, and backhoe, 300K. These fleet items were included in the previous budget and were not changed. These assets are flagged for public works and operations. Bridge projects, we will be doing some bridge projects and bridge assessment. That is also were in our plan submitted in 2024. CCTV sanitary sewer program, a 250K for condition assessment and data collections. Actually, this is part of our multi-year program, and 2026 is our last year. That's why we have to include more lanes to just wrap up this 3-year plan. So there will be some increase in our budget for this program. Future highlight. Beside our regular road reconstruction program, we are also looking. Oh, next slide, please. Next slide, please. Future highlights. Yes, it's there. So beside our regular road reconstruction budget, we are also looking ahead for our asset management plan update that is scheduled for 2027 and later on in 2032. Transportation master plan update. Now we are doing our transportation master plan update, and it is actually due in every 5 years. So our expectation that we have to update again in 2030. And our drainage master plan is scheduled for 2033 to 2034. As we have completed our last one in 2024, so in every 10 years, we have to update our master drainage plan. Next slide, please. So before I conclude, I want to thank all the council members and our CEO, our director, Mark, for their excellent and great support for our all ongoing projects. And also I want to really appreciate the council members for supporting us, especially in the PICs. It was great support, and we actually look forward to have very similar level or more or better support from the council member for our upcoming projects in 2026. Now I will pass it back to Mark, but I am ready, happy to answer any questions if you have.
Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. We'll ask if members of council have any questions with respect to the engineering services division. Councillor Mayat.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you. Thanks, Raul, for that presentation. And yes, I love to support you. Transportation master plan, you say it's ongoing right now? When can we expect to see a presentation on that?
Uh, Hopefully, early next year. It's almost done. They are just now compiling all the information and everything. Hopefully, early next year, we'll be coming back to council with the presentation.
What, was there open houses and public input on, Gain, for that?
Actually, we already had 2 PICs already. Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Grace?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Rahul, for the report. Did I hear you say that we have $10 million for road-related grants coming up in 2026?
Thank you for the question, and to you, Mr. Mayor. It is actually for 25 and 26 altogether.
Okay, because we had 5 million in grant funding for 2025, right?
We received around 5 million in 2025 for
Yes.
Regis Street South, and also 3 million for Godrich. And next year we received 4.5 million for highway resurfacing and Turner intersection.
Great, okay. I just wanted to compliment you and your team on your public engagement. It's, you've done a wonderful job in the last couple of years, from the information centers, meeting with individual property owners, very patiently explaining questions about controversial topics. And I appreciate all those efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions, Vice Deputy Mayor and then the Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I just wanted to echo Councillor Grace's comments. The public meetings, I attended one as recent as last week, and all the boards that were, scattered around the outside of the room, were all, you really do a fabulous job with our public meetings. You really do, and I mean that sincerely, and I think the public really do appreciate it too. And that one was about the resurfacing in the Turner Street roundabout. It was really, really well done. So I just wanted to thank you for that. The question, and maybe you covered it earlier, my apologies if you did. Maybe I'm too busy making notes. The Cole Bridge Side Road 1516, 1516. Would be, I guess, yeah, 1314, had it right first time. So maybe you covered it off, but is the work for that bridge, the drawings and so on and so forth being done in 2026, and then the bridge to be constructed in 2027? Have I got the timing right, or where's that at?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, design is almost done for the Cole Bridge, and we are just taking some time to have opportunity to apply for if there are any grant available. So in our plan in 26, we will explore the grant options. If we received the grant, that's fantastic. Otherwise, we'll be just going to construct it in 2027.
You are becoming a grant writing guru. I don't know who else helps with it, but you've written a lot of grants, got a grant for Ridge Street and lots of other grants, and appreciate the great work you do with that. Is that Cole Bridge, is around 1.6, 1.8? What was the cost for that?
Based on the report, through you, Mr. Mayor, based on the report, it'll be approximately 2.5 millions. So as I said, we received the initial cost estimate, and we'll explore. There are a couple of grants maybe this project will be eligible for. So we will explore that option. And we need actually the design done to apply for the grant. So that's why we are just taking a pause for 1 year.
The 2.5 million, was it originally around 1.8? Were you surprised with how much additional costs? Because I thought I remembered a number around 1.8.
I think we have around 2.2 million in our 10-year plan already, yeah.
Okay, the deputy mayor.
Thank you. I was trying to figure out where there's intended to be road work next year. So I think the High Street project and the Highway 21 stuff is covered in other areas, and Ridge Street gets its own row here. But the line that when you mentioned in 2026, there's $19.6 million worth of road projects. I looked through the back, and the only one that I saw in Southampton was Adelaide Street. Are there, can you just, and the others, and, you know, I made a list here, which, are you able to either right now or perhaps provide to us a snapshot of where intended road projects are expected for next year? It seemed like this past summer, roads were just disrupted everywhere. And so I'm assuming that almost all that work is about finished or just about to be finished or will be finished in the spring. So I don't know if you are aware already of over projects, and then can comment, because, you know, I only found Adelaide in Southampton with, and again, I'm not counting in the highway and High Street. I only found Adelaide in Southampton, but then Bricker, Wellington, Falconer, Richard Crescent, River Street, Stafford, Ridge Street, and Highland in Port Elgin seem to be on the list to get some work. But what's not finished that's carrying over as well?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. And through you, Mr. Mayor, you are correct. Most of our regular road reconstruction next year will be in Port Elgin. Bricker, Wellington, Falconer, we will be pausing that project because we applied for a grant and we haven't heard back from the province. Yeah, so most of the project will be next year in Port Elgin, because considering the disruption or the public discomfort, I would say, since we will be doing work on Adelaide at the west end, and we'll be doing the Highway 21 resurfacing, Turner, and High Street Phase 2 in Southampton. We just intentionally actually moved some project that we planned in 2026. We just moved to 27 just to minimize the impact, public impact in 2026.
One of the areas that I was trying to notice as I looked through the budget stuff was related to projects or things that we'd started, and, you know, where we were, and, you know, when potentially we would finish them. And I've already, at the previous budget meeting, I mentioned about the park plans for Jubilee, Halliwell, and North Shore Park. But, you know, Victoria Street comes to mind too, because, you know, we've done all that work on Victoria Street in Southampton from Peel across to Morpeth now, and, you know, put a bike lane and that sort of thing. I had thought that more work on Victoria was going to happen. That's not happening next year. Is that correct?
Thank you again for the question, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, we also applied for Victoria for active transportation grant from all the rest Victoria until to the end. So we applied for grants and we are just waiting to hear back from them. And Adelaide will be carryover next year, that for the West End, that will be also done next year in Southampton.
And by the West End, you mean, because Adelaide, there's a tiny little stretch on the east side of Huron Street that didn't have any work done on it. The work has all been on the west side of Huron. So when you say the West End, you right down to the lake, is that what you're talking about?
Yes, Huron too. It will be Huron straight to the lake, yes.
Okay, the Vice Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Rail, maybe it's Public Works, but over my 11 years on council, I've met with residents on Cutter Road many times. And as recent as last week, I talked to Mr. Secord again about the drainage master plan and the open ditches down there that sometimes over the years have flooded, they've got blocked. And is there any help on the horizon with people on Cutter Road in terms of the open ditches down there and the drainage off of Acton Drive that it floods the lands on the east side of Cutter Road at the south end? Is there any help in the future for Cutter Road with addressing drainage?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Mayor. I actually tried to find the information. What I found that the design already done for the Cotter Street. The detailed design already done, I think back in 2019, and I'm not sure why the project did not proceed, but I will try to find out, and I will get back to you on that.
That would be great because they do keep asking if help is coming. Thanks.
Okay, further questions on this one? I have a suggested amendment with respect to the laneway legal item, an important project, one that we should proceed with, but it really is it's a 2-year project. And if council's looking to reduce the budget, one thing we can do is start to look at those time-limited projects as though they're 1-year projects and fund them from reserves. Since it's one project and it's just split over 2 years. So I would suggest that you could fund that project from the sale of surplus land reserve. It's essentially a reserve that, it's the proceeds of land we've sold, but this project helps us to define the lands we own and essentially will protect municipal land assets. So I think in terms of sale of surplus land, it would be a logical use for those funds for us to fund the laneway legal review. So I would suggest for consideration at the end of the day, an amendment that the laneway legal item be funded from the sale of surplus land reserves. Further comments, Councillor Halpin?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. So would that be the 75K or the 225K or just 75 of this year?
Well, we're dealing with this year for now, so we could focus on this year, although there's enough money. I just looked in the sale of surplus land reserve, the whole thing could be funded, but that would be for a future council to decide what would happen in a future year. But for the 75,000 for this year, the Vice Deputy Mayor.
Just to support what you're saying, I think that was an item I was wanting to speak to as well. And I think it should stay because I think that addressing laneway legal issues is really important. And we've got a couple in front of us right now. So that's going to be money well spent, in my view, out of reserves.
Yeah, no, agreed. Just where we get the money. Is there further questions on this before we move on to, I guess the next is the Planning and Development Division? If not, then thank you, Rahul, and we'll go on to the next division.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We can go to the next slide. Planning and Development is responsible to research, develop, and implement long-term policies and plans for land use, economic development, and housing diversity. Another key area of service is to administer the town's part of the development application review under the Planning Act and implementation processes from Council's decisions about development. Next slide. The key trends that affect the work of the Planning and Development team are that housing affordability continues to be a challenge for the community and is a priority for the town. The Bruce C project has been mentioned already, is expected to result in revised outlooks for growth. Another challenge is that we are balancing strong interest in the community and having active transportation with concerns about parking, and that will continue to be an area of road design and operation challenge that we address over time. And lastly, visitors are increasingly looking for experiences and activities in all seasons. Next slide. Highlights for this division for 2026 represent a $25,000 ask from taxation and a $60,000 ask from tax stabilization reserves. First is the municipal housing allowance. We plan to continue with the commitment at the $225,000 level that council established in 2025. That will continue, and that will subsidize rent for about 30 households through the Bruce County program. This is a high priority program, and it's not seeking an increase in 2026. Next is the planning team will produce an internal manual that will document the procedures for processing applications and those steps to implement council's decisions. This is a high priority initiative to be completed through staff effort with no budget ask. Next is a refresh of design guidelines. This is to update some existing older guidelines and consolidate those guidelines with others that council has more recently endorsed into one cohesive document. And this is a high priority one-time initiative with $40K to be funded from tax stabilization. And next is the development tracking system. This would go along with the work on planning procedures to get a system to monitor and track the development process and take advantage of opportunities to automate. This is a high priority initiative with an estimated annual cost of $10,000. Next slide, please. Public art support initiative would continue to add art to our public spaces, and this is a high priority initiative with an annual estimated cost of $10,000. Next, we have downtown enhancements, which would promote our downtowns as destinations and may include things like improved signage, accessibility, improving downtown green spaces. And this is a high priority initiative with an estimated annual cost of $5,000. Next is support for the International Plowing Match. This would support the town participating in this significant and high profile celebration of agriculture. A high priority item for one time of $10,000 to be funded from tax stabilization. Next is the community planning permit system. This is the planned work to implement the community planning permit system, which is currently under development. So that is to be completed through staff effort with no budget ask. And next is the community profile. Community profiles are an important information resource for investors, and this initiative would update our profile with new census data when it is released next year. This is a high priority initiative through staff effort with no budget ask. Next slide. In conjunction with some other focus that we have placed on the downtowns, this would continue to promote the downtowns as destinations and support business retention and growth. This is a high priority initiative that has existing base funding, so there's no budget ask. This initiative just provides visibility to this work in the business plan. Next is the Blue Waterlands Housing and Park Development. It's a multi-year project with approvals targeted in 2026 and construction planned in 2027. This is $225,000 in 26 and $225,000 in 2027. This is funded by grant revenue. So the slide needs to be updated and indicates that it's from tax stabilization. So this is a good news change for the bottom line, and that will be reducing the 2026 spending from tax stabilization by $225,000. And that will be reflected in the tables when they're finally presented at the council meeting in December. Next is the urban tree canopy plan. This is to support developing a work plan for education to implement recommendations of the tree canopy plan. It's a high priority one-time initiative with $10,000 to be funded from tax stabilization. Another housing related initiative is a property utilization study to inventory and assess development and redevelopment potential of vacant or underused lands. This is a high priority $65,000 project, and it will be funded by the Housing Accelerator Grant. And last on this sheet is the housing reserve policy. This is to result in a policy that would set out criteria and guidance on what are the funds to be added to the fund and provide clarity on what purposes the funds should be used for. This is a high priority initiative through staff effort with no budget ask. Next slide, please. Planning and development has 4 new future year highlights identified in the 10-year plan. There were 4 from last year. The 4 new ones that make 8 now are the FCM Partners for Climate Protection Community Scale Program. The other one that was identified earlier is for the town as a corporate exercise. This one is a more broad community exercise over 2 years, and that's for 2027. The next one is an employment land needs assessment. This is to take a long-term view of our employment lands and determine if we have the right amount. And that will be informed by some of the growth work that's being done to understand the growth associated with Bruce C. Next is to implement design guidelines. This is staff effort with no future expected budget ask, but we'll have design guidelines, and we want to make sure we carry those through to the documents that make them become implemented on the ground through the development process. And then the last new future highlight is to develop a business case to reestablish the trolley service. And that has a 10K ask future consideration. And that's the extent of the planning part of our presentation, Mr. Mayor.
Sure, thank you. Are there questions or comments from the members? The Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. I have a couple. I'd really appreciate just a reasoning behind why we would spend $40,000 to update guidelines that please tell us how they're used and why it's important to spend $40,000 of ratepayer money to update documents which may or may not have impact. How are they actually useful in what's going on in our community?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the question. Design guidelines are important because they fill in some of the blanks that a zoning bylaw can't do in terms of ensuring that a development looks and has the shape and appearance that council would want it to have. An example from a recent council meeting that I can cite would be we had a proposal at the south end of Port Elgin, east of Goddard Street on the north of Concession 10, and it was a multi-use proposal. And there was some considerable discussion about how close should it be to the highway. And there was trade-offs of parking, open space, and sight lines. And we have a guideline that's not really up to date that deals with that kind of thing. We relied on it as best we could, but it wasn't up to date. It didn't have the effect that it would have had if it was new and endorsed and then implemented. So we were able to get that development closer to the highway through that discussion, but it was challenging. If we had these updated guidelines, a conversation like that would be much more straightforward. And so that's how it gets implemented through the site plan, and it informs the zoning bylaw decisions that council makes as well. And then it requires specialized professional expertise that we don't have in-house.
Just for clarification, I think you meant to say concession 6, not 10. Just if anybody was listening, I didn't want them to think that maybe there was something going on that they hadn't heard about. I still question the need for it. So I'll just leave it at that and see if anybody else is as interested. The downtown activity, there were 2 places, and one of them, it's not $5,000. I think it would be $20,000 a year because there is base funding there. And then the other one was $10,000 as well. I very much appreciate the efforts to do things downtown, and hopefully we're able to leverage those funds into some other activity. So it's good to see those two things there. I did want to ask if there's been any updates. I'm not really understanding about the trolley business case when I don't think we've had an update on the idea of a transit situation within the county, which to me is a little higher priority than the trolley. But I wanted to ask, has there been any uptake at all in the housing designs that we paid money to have created? Has anybody expressed any interest in using them?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think the best person to answer that would be our building official.
Okay, the CBO.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. We have had some interest. I think we have one taker of the backyard ones, and the missing middle are just being launched now. So we are seeing some interest in them.
Okay, Councillor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mark. I too have a question about the trolley business case development as a future year highlight. I'm thinking this was maybe 2018 or 19. Jill, I think, was in charge of presenting a information to one of the committees that I was on, maybe the accessibility committee, but using the trolley. I know that people have talked about that. I noticed that there were a couple of comments in the public comments on the budget about bringing the trolley back. And although it was intended originally for tourism purposes, it really became sort of a de facto type of public transportation between Port Elgin and Southampton, which I think was good. If I remember correctly, one of the biggest stumbling blocks was accessibility. And I also remember Jill having looked into even like working with a firm to electrify the trolley. But at that point, the cost was going to be pretty excessive. So, this is not till 2027. I think it's worthwhile until we get some kind of more fulsome public transportation plans through the county. I think it's worth us looking into it. And we can talk next year, hopefully, about the 2027 budget and whether that $10,000 is worth it. Thanks.
Thank you. So I think of Councillor Halpin, the Vice Deputy Mayor, and then Councillor Davinsky.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you, the design guidelines, sometimes I feel like planning is just so circular. We update the county and then we update ours and then we're doing things to infill them and it seems to never stop. But could the design guidelines, could 40K for that come from development charges reserves? Or is that allowed from development charges?
We'd have to put that to the director or the CFO, or you want some time to think about that? We'll just see what the director has, or we'll turn to the CFO.
I think we could get back to you with an answer on that.
Okay.
Thank you. The same with the development tracking, 10 grand from that. Can that come from the proceeds of building reserves or come from the proceeds of DC regulations as well?
Yeah, that's on page 150 there, development tracking system, 10,000. Well, it's actually a total $96,000 over the course of a decade. I'm just looking at the CFO.
We'll get back to you with the response on both of those items.
Thank you. Yep.
Thank you, Mayor. And through you continuing, I think any study on the trolley could be done in-house because I think that was done in-house in the the first place from the sounds of it. I'll stop there right now. Thank you.
I just might clarify, the trolley was never in-house to the town of Saugeen Shores. It was a Chamber of Commerce project, just for clarity, the Vice Deputy Mayor.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had circled design guidelines refresh and I had remove. I heard Mark's explanation, but I know if you fail to plan, you plan to fail, as the old saying goes, but I just think we just keep going round and round and round. And with design guidelines over my 11 years on council and before that, I don't know whether they said refresh. I thought we had done 2 or 3 before, but maybe not. But I had design guidelines remove the item. I just think it's, we've invested a lot of money in planning. I remember, we had a planning department of 1 point. Now it was 4. Like, I think we're really investing well in planning. And I think we've got qualified staff that can help with this kind of thing. So I think it needs to be removed. Whether you needed a motion or how that works, but that would be my thought. The employment lands needs assessment. We've got Innovation Park. I know it's not employment lands. I get that, but there's 17, 18 lots sitting out there, $5 million investment, and not one lot has been sold yet for 450,000. And now we're going to be looking at employment lands needs assessment. And I guess my question is, it talks about coordination with the county to update employment land. Are we suggesting, Mark, that we explore employment lands in terms of something like Innovation Park, where we come up with 5, 10, 20, 30 acres for employment lands? Is that the idea? Is that what we're trying to do with this $40,000 study? Is that what we're trying to find out?
Through Mr. Mayor, a project like this would have 2 parts to it. One is to figure out what the demand is over a long period of time, 25, 30 plus years, for employment land. And employment land, our thought on this is industrial and commercial land. So do we have enough industrial land for the whole community? And do we have enough commercial land for the whole community with the growth that we're going to see looking down the road, 35, 30? We get to decide the time frame, but that's the kind of time frame you'd be looking at. And so step 1 is work with our partners at the county and understand how we take the growth at Bruce C and turn that into a forecast of demand for land. Then the second part of it is we do an inventory, it wouldn't take very long, an inventory of our current industrial and commercial land, and then compare the 2 and say, okay, do we have enough or do we need to find more? It wouldn't be necessarily we're owning it, but it would be redesignating privately owned land for industrial, commercial purposes so that we have enough in 30 years to meet the demand that the forecast would generate.
The industrial park here, are we calling that? And I guess not employment lands is what this park over here, next to us, to the north, where the police department is, that whole plaza, that whole piece of land is pretty much filled up, save and except 2 lots. And what are we calling that? Are those employment lands or is that industrial park? What's it called?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, employment lands is an umbrella term that captures developments like that. So it would be included in employment lands. I probably should have clarified what we're really after is what's our supply of vacant employment lands compared to future growth? Because as you know, that is 99% occupied.
Correct, pretty much filled up. Will we receive a report soon? We've been kept up to date really well over the last year, 18 months on the Innovation Park, which it's been in my bonnet ever since we pigeonholed ourselves, I think, into really tight matrix for who's allowed in there and who's not. We turned away, I understand 3 or 4 businesses want to be in there in the employment lands, but can't go into the Innovation Park lands, I should say, because it's so tight, the restrictions with our matrix. But I guess we can't answer the question today. We're going to get any closer to selling our first lot for 400,000. Will there be an update to council in the next 1, 2, 3 months again?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, we would bring reports to council as we're able to. One of the challenging aspects about selling land is that it's confidential. The negotiations are confidential until we can be in a position to announce them. And so when we're needing council to, to understand and approve an expression of interest, we will bring that to council. And we can also provide quarterly updates of the activity that would not, we can provide general updates, but specific companies we're talking to, it's confidential between the parties. Yeah.
That's fine. We've just got a $5 million asset sitting there empty. It's been almost 2 to 3 years. And I know it's not an easy thing to sell those lots. It's a big business. And I just look forward to the day where we get our first announcement at Innovation Park, as we all probably feel the same way. The residential greenfield design guidelines is guidance on what the town sees as, this is $100,000 and it was 2027. But there's potential for grant revenue funded by tax stabilization. When we talk about residential greenfield design, Mark, just pardon my ignorance, but just explain that, could you?
Sure, through you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks for the question. We did a design guideline project about 1.5 years ago, or maybe it was 2 years, on residential intensification guidelines. And as we went through the public process on that, a lot of the feedback that we got was, well, this is great that you're providing guidance on what design should look like in our existing neighborhoods, but we feel like we want clear design of what our new developments should look like that are, so greenfield is what's, a large vacant parcel, at the edge of town. That's the next phase. Those are greenfields. And so we heard public interest in having a process to define what we think those greenfield areas should look like.
Quick follow-up. So, Mark, are you suggesting lands that, like, not currently, like Barry's Construction, for example, owned south of the town, right to concession, County Route 25, I believe. Are you, and the lands to the north are pretty much owned by another company, right to the 10th concession. Are you talking about lands south of County Route 25, for example, and north of 10th concession and County Route 17? Is that what you're talking about?
Those would be examples in the current plan. It's good to have these in place if we have a long-term situation where we're looking at urban expansion. We'll already have the answer to what's that going to look like. That wouldn't be for the next few years, but the parcels you're talking about, those would be the kinds of areas we want to have the designs ready for.
So the $100,000 that would be for lands outside of the settlement area as well, not just within the settlement area?
Sorry, I don't think I explained that very well. It would be for lands currently in the settlement area that don't have draft plans on them and would be available to implement if the town were to expand in the future.
Just to clarify, so what you're saying is that is there a lot of lands that don't have development? Like I know on the tablelands, County Route 25 to concession 10, are you saying that the planning for those areas is not all been done?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, I just wanted to follow up on a couple of things the Vice Deputy Mayor raised so we don't lose the threads. The one was the design guideline. It was raised also by the Deputy Mayor. So there's $40,000 in there for the design guidelines in a future year. We should tag that as an amendment. I've heard a couple of people raise it. So that would be one to have a motion at the end or an amendment to remove. I certainly agree with removing it. I think we're planning for a bygone era. We can't even control those things anymore. So I don't know why we're doing them. The second thing is the employment land needs assessment. We should tag that as for an amendment to remove. The county has a good growth study. It just did it. We know we need employment land. We know how much. It's in the study. We don't need another study. So I think we should have an amendment to remove it. Is there further comments? There was other people. I got Councillor Stack, so I'll go to Councillor Stack.
It was really just on the employment lands study, and so I'm saying this as someone who has general knowledge of Bruce Power's needs and not as an employee. Just want to caveat that. But one of the things I've noticed is when we talk about demand and we make reference to Bruce Power, like my concern is that we're not actually speaking with the entity to which you are trying to accommodate. So I just be cautious about developing a lot of lands without having that discussion, because like sort of just casually with developers sort of out at friends' homes and the like, they've mentioned people buying up land in service of an organization that may not require that, like, for example, the term I hear a lot is, oh, we've bought this land to store equipment. Well, storing equipment 25 kilometers from the site's not a particularly useful exercise. So I'm just concerned that we're making decisions without speaking to the entity that you're trying to service. And I think my advice would be, as an informed observer, is that we should be making decisions with the right information and not just sort of assessing. And I don't think the county necessarily has that. When I look at this, I'm not sure they would understand that without proper consultation.
Sure. Are there other members? The Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. I wanted to continue talking a little bit about this residential greenfield design. The settlement boundaries, I think, are set. We've established, I believe, through the official plan process, which it's hard to know if we're finished one or still in the middle of one because they tend to blend into each other. But, I had the impression that we had enough settlement land up to a mark way down the road. So I don't understand, again, the uncertainty of what we can and cannot say related to development changes almost every day. But $100,000 to determine, some guidelines for areas that aren't currently under plans of subdivision or some other planning document. I just don't understand where those lands are within that existing settlement boundary. There may be some, I guess, as you described at the south end of town, but $100,000 worth of work to get there doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but it is 2027. So I hope some good information comes to council ahead of that going through. I wanted to ask though, the study that's called, it's funded by grant revenue, which I believe we must already have, the HAF property reutilization study. Can you just describe really what, and that, I'm assuming that grant money is here already. That's the first question, but then what does this actually mean? So, for like identification of public and private lands that are suitable for redevelopment, what can you give me an example of what potentially, you can use a hypothetical property or a real property if you want to, just to describe what it might mean?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Examples of underutilized properties would be things like there may be properties that were developed before servicing was available. And so the yard is much bigger than it needs to be, and there could be opportunities for infill, inventorying those kinds of situations. Another example is a commercial property that could be intensified with either more commercial or industrial or maybe mixed residential use. And another example could be a property that could have shared parking with an adjoining property, and you could have more development on both properties. Those are some of the examples of private land. I think we've got a pretty good handle on the public land, but we haven't looked at it from that lens of underutilization. We've done an analysis of our town lands to understand relative to housing, but there are all these other possible uses, including industrial, commercial, and mixed use that we would want to inventory. But the focus would be on those privately owned lands that could be built to a greater degree than they are already.
And how would private property owners benefit from that or be involved in that? So, are you suggesting that it's a study that just kind of looks around town and, notices a particular property and says, oh, there's a possibility there, which I understand the way you just described it, but that's privately owned property. So, and we have this grant money already, do we?
That's my understanding.
Yes, it's the Housing Accelerator Fund. We have it. Did you have a further?
Sorry, could you restate that first part of your question?
Well, I'm struggling with what the outcome is. You know, public land makes sense to me. You know, we can think about our own property and imagine how maybe it could be utilized in a more advantageous way for housing or some other function. But when it's private lands, so we do a study, we determine something, but you know, is the idea then that that property owner could go after additional funding to do whatever might be possible on their property? Or is it just, you know, just, oh, well, here you could do this, and then that's the end of it?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the outcome of the study is that the study is completed and the study would come to council and it would include a list of all the properties that have been, a list and a map of all the properties that have been identified that have these opportunities. And then the landowner would then pursue if there are grants available at that time or just private development, the way private development always comes forward. The other part of it is it would inform our understanding of our growth as well, because when we do look at the growth forecasts and we see pressure potentially to expand the town, we need to have a good understanding of how much underutilized land we have to reduce that pressure to expand into agricultural areas. And so it would help the landowner understand their development opportunities, and it would help the town understand the development potential within the existing settlement.
Okay, any final questions before we move on to the CFO?
If I can just clarify in terms of the question in terms of DC eligibility, my interpretation is that I do not see those elements as DC eligible, but we'll confirm with our consultant through the 2026 DC background study.
Okay, thanks for that. All right, anything final before we move on to the building and bylaw division? I don't see anything, so thank you very much for that. We'll go on to building services and bylaw enforcement and the CBO.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, this division is responsible to ensure the compliance with the Ontario Building Code and all bylaws in the town of Saugeen Shores. The primary services managed by this division include building permit review and approval, building inspections, and bylaw administration, education, and enforcement. Next slide. Some emerging trends affecting building and bylaw are 2025 continues to see strong numbers in the single family home builds. Diverse economic sectors continue to require high level services from the building department, and bylaw has taken the opportunity to better inform and educate the public of the town's bylaws. Next slide. The following division highlights all represent a $0 ask. I will just touch on some of the major ones. The AMPS pilot for bylaw. The fire department initiated AMPS process for Saugeen Shores. This pilot is an opportunity to test enforcing the town's clean yards bylaw through AMPS. So a shout out to the building or to the fire department for spearheading the implement of AMPS. That we wouldn't be able to do this without them. Bylaw enforcement cleanup. The bylaw department can write orders that require work to be done to a property to gain compliance. This highlight involves tendering certain work so that there are insured contractors ready when the work is required. Next slide. Auto-populate county DC report. This is an internal process which automatically generates reports, and this will save staff time. Internal zoning interpretation document. This is an internal document for staff to archive zoning interpretations. This will save time and ensure consistency in the enforcement of the zoning bylaw. Next slide. The future year highlight is to extend the implementation of AMPS. If the town advances past the pilot for the Clean Yards bylaw, the goal will be to update all bylaws through the AMPS program. That is the end of my presentation. I'm open to any questions.
Thank you very much. Questions or comments for the CBO, the deputy mayor, the vice deputy mayor?
It's a question, just for clarity. there's a line here, the Habitat for Humanity Wilson development, and it's about the building permit applications. I was just curious, we're sort of building a list of community contributions, you know, donations we make and that sort of thing. Is when building permit fees potentially are waived, does that fit into a category like, you know, we're talking about in terms of, you know, use of facilities and that sort of thing has a community contribution? Or is it something else that has to happen because of the building permit situation? It's just that I sort of detected at the last meeting that, you know, there's an interest in getting a bit of a complete picture of how we help out a lot of things that go on in the community. And I was just curious if this was something that, you know, that kind of fits into that category too, or because it's a building permit, does it show up or does it have to show up in a different way?
I could maybe ask the Director of Corporate Services to talk about how he's defined those things.
I'm sorry, can you give me a little more definition there, Deputy Mayor?
I think the Deputy Mayor is just asking if the Habitat for Humanity build, it's a community contribution. Is it better placed here in bylaw enforcement, or should it be included in that list of community contributions that you've created, the same as contributing to Pumpkin Fest or other things?
I guess that would be a decision of council. It's just a matter of how we're presenting it. So we would take the direction of council.
I'm not saying it has to change. I did pick up that we were sort of starting the compilation of a list. So, you know, ongoing into the future that, you know, there's a real awareness of the many ways that ratepayers help out. Lots of groups and organizations and developers too. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you for the response.
Fair enough. The Vice Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your presentation, Josh. And I'm just wondering, this council and former councils have made, you know, substantial changes to our official plan zoning bylaw in particular, but to encourage investors to, you know, for secondary dwelling suites, additional rental units. And I guess I'm wondering, is it working? Is it paying off? And at your fingertips, do you have those numbers available? Maybe it's in here and I missed it, but do you have those numbers available that speak to in 2024, 2025, for example, the number of additional rental units? You know, I just wondering about secondary dwelling suites. How's it go? How are we doing?
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, we do see a lot of interest in the ARUs. I have the year-to-date numbers for 2025. We have 9 ARUs, and last year we had 15 ARUs.
So the message is getting out and people are starting to take advantage of that. And the kits, I don't know which department this is responsible for this, but those kits that we made available for the building department, where people come in for a building permit and they can pick the design of the house they want to build. And I don't know what cost was associated with rolling out that plan. It seemed like the idea not a bad idea. I know Home Hardware has similar plans on their counter, but are people taking advantage of that? Are they being picked up and are people actually using them?
Thanks for the question. They've just recently been launched. We do see some interest, and we have released one of the drawings so far, but they've just been recently launched. And then we have a missing middle, which are the apartments, and those have yet to be launched. So.
If I could, and maybe I know it's right or wrong time, but well, Josh is here, and it just had to do with it goes to page 277 was the building reserve, and there was $2 million and the closing balance 2024, 2025, 1.7 million. Next year it'd be 1.5. And then I just noticed back into 2034, there's a deficit of $2,138,000. That's like a $3.5 million turnaround. I don't understand that number. I just wish somebody could explain that.
The projection for building considers an allocation of admin costs that is made to the tax base or other corporate services, I should say. We'll be looking at those allocations. It was a future year, or sorry, a division highlight for the finance department. So as we look at those numbers, you're going to see that projection for the building department change. And we'll get back to council with something that is structurally sufficient.
You can see why it would be a concern, because we've gone from 1.5 million and over the next 8 years, $2 million deficit. So I just don't understand that at all. But what you're saying is there'll be new numbers coming out, and that number is going to change, and probably drastically, I'm assuming. Correct? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's correct. We'll come back with a revised number that will be more accurate.
Okay. Are there further questions for the CBO on this division? I don't see any, so I believe we'll turn it back to the director to finish the report on the Development Services Department.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Summarized on slide 161, which is up, is our proposed operating budget. The overall net budget in 2026 is slightly below 2025. Breaking that down, the engineering division has a $193,000 net decrease for 2026, mainly due to lower spending on contract services than was in 2025. The building division has a $39,000 net decrease for 2026, and that's mainly due to the fact that we had a study in 2025 that started on short-term rentals, and we're not doing any new studies in 2026 in building. And the planning and development division will have a net decrease. It'll be larger than what's shown there. Grant revenue and a net decrease in contract services compared to 2025. The budget is overstated by $225,000 due to a change in funding for the Blue Water project from housing reserves to the Housing Accelerator Fund. The major initiatives and divisional highlights are $60K with $40K for the design guidelines, $10K for the tracking system, and $10K for implementing the tree canopy plan. And the overall contract services of $440K is 110 less than was in 2025. In economic development, contracts and materials combined are $50,000, consisting of $25K for the tourism strategy with Saugeen First Nation, $10K for public art, $5K for downtown enhancements, and $10K for the international plowing match. We can move to capital. Slide next. The capital budget for engineering is proposed to increase from $134K to $250K, and that's supporting the last year of CCTV inspection of sanitary mains. The roads and bridges budget would increase from 12.8 million to 2022 million, or just under 2022 million. However, when grants are subtracted, the net budget will be 10.4 million. And then, as you can see, the long-term capital spending tapers somewhat in future years. Fleet and major equipment sees an increase over last year to purchase, among other items, water tank truck that has pre-budget approval, and Rahul mentioned a loader, plow truck, and a backhoe. These are life cycle replacement driven, and then the major equipment, as you'll see there, also tapers in future years. The main point I'd like to emphasize and leave council with is that the total roads, bridges, and fleet parts of the 10-year capital plan are essentially the same as last year and result in no increase to the special levy. And so to conclude, I started my remarks by citing all the plans and bylaws that this team has generated and that this council has approved. A lot of forward-looking work has been done, and our emphasis as we go into 2026 is to shift the emphasis somewhat from planning and studying to implementing. And so we are looking forward to that. And want to also thank the staff. We took a different approach to the budget this year. We did a lot more ground up from the frontline staff up into the budget, which pulled people into this process that weren't necessarily deeply involved with that. We interrupted people's summers to work on this, and we really appreciate the grounding that we have in this budget from the staff. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, and that we're available to answer any further questions there might be.
Thank you. Final questions on this department, and we'll start with the deputy mayor and work around.
Just realized it's Mark's last budget. I just, you know, I thought that was a brilliant little speech there. I just wanted to commend you on that, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you for that. The deputy or the vice deputy mayor.
Yeah, I had written down a comment about Mark, and I just did a little research before today's meeting, and started with the county in 2018 and finished up there in 2020 and joined us that year, and I guess in June in 20, you were there 18 to 20, and then the town of Saugeen Shores, I think you started in 2022, 3.5 years. And I just wanted to say, Mark, that, you know, as recent as pre-budget, you and I had a candid discussion in your office about the budget, and I've always found you very professional, very detailed, and really calming influence. And I just wanted to commend you for the great work you've done for Saugeen Shores, and welcome to retirement, and well done. Yeah. I had a couple questions though. Under planning and development, there's a 24% increase, and I just like a bit of a breakdown for planning and tourism. I think the budget's gone from 824 was the budget, and you're going to 1,046,000, so it's $220,000 increase, 24% increase in planning alone. For tourism, sorry, I was speaking on the mic. For tourism, Mark, back we used to have a tourism manager, and I think that ended 2-3 years ago. I think, I can't remember, but I just was under the understanding that tourism was kind of that there was significant savings with tourism a few years ago, and I see it's back in there. Maybe I've misunderstood our whole tourism services. What does the $183,000 include for tourism services?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Tourism is a bit of a legacy term from previous budget naming. It's really the economic development team. And that team was reconfigured, I guess would be one way to put it, through the MSDR, which was approved in 2021, and we started implementing it in 2022. One of the things about that was to shift economic development from the strategic initiatives team into planning and development, to benefit from all the synthesis that there is from having economic development rubbing elbows with planning, engineering, and the building team. And so that's been done, and so that has been implemented. Then the next thing that was done was to reprofile a position that I think was previously referred to as a tourism coordinator to be a community development officer, and that broadened the scope of that work and rounded out that structure. And that was sort of the final implementation of the MSDR. And then in terms of your question about what's in this, for the most part, it consists of those items I mentioned, which is the 50K, the 25K for the tourism strategy, the First Nation public art, the downtown enhancements, 10K for the IPM. And then there's a certain amount of inflation in there. The economic development budget is hard to summarize because it has moving parts associated with grants and things like that. So that's probably not a perfect summary, but those are the main elements of what that 183,000 is. Yeah.
Thanks for that, Mark. I'm glad to know for my own well-being that I haven't lost my mind completely. I kind of remember tourism being not swept under the carpet, but semi-disappearing. I just wonder if tourism / economic development would be a better term. It's just because I don't think it does, the tourism word doesn't do it justice, because I don't think we're providing that level of tourism services. The planning budget, the $151,000 increase, just refresh our memories again from why the increase there.
That consists of the divisional highlights and the major initiatives that we've been talking about already, the design guidelines, tracking system, tree canopy plan, and the actual, when the budget is brought back for final approval, the planning budget will actually be minus 75,000. Because we have a change in the funding for the Blue Water project from tax stabilization to housing accelerator. So we'll actually have a slightly smaller budget next year.
Councillor Halpin.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. Economic Development and Strategic Plan, I know that's 27 in 2027, 55K for that. What would be the goal of that strategic plan?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the question. Now, the goal of that plan would be an update to the existing strategic plan, and it would guide, be a long-term plan to guide the activities of the economic development team, aligning their efforts with the focus and priorities of council, aligning it with the strategic plan, and like a lot of strategic plans, I expect it would have short, medium, long-term items. It would set priorities for those, and then that would then become the basis for future business planning for that team.
Okay, further, anything final in this department? If not, thank you once again, Mark, for your presentation. I'm sure we'll be seeing you around yet before you're done, but thank you for taking us through budget. Okay, so that brings us to the end of our all the division or departmental overviews. So then that takes us on to conclusions and attachments. I wonder if we should take a pause at this moment so staff can put together can consolidate everything we've said and put together, because what we'll need now is our list of amendments so that we can work through them. So we'll give staff just a bit of an opportunity to put all that together. So maybe we'll take a break for, you're looking for 20 minutes? Okay. Do you have something, the Deputy Mayor, do you want to answer?
I hope it's a quick question. In reading the comments from, folks who did engage Saugeen or whatever, there were a number of times where it was mentioned about us giving ourselves a raise and, that sort of thing. It hasn't been said yet, but what is the embedded value that's in here that is an increase for council salaries and staff salaries? What is that economic factor number that has been used from year to year? That hasn't been mentioned yet. I'm just curious what that is.
Yeah, council is probably more straightforward, but I can turn it over. Hope the CAO has an answer. The CAO.
Thanks. Thanks through you, Mr. Mayor. I do think it was brought up on the day one, so I'm just trying to make eye contact to Lindsay in the back, but the economic increase for staff is set at 2%, but includes a carryover of 0.7 as per the policy. So the entirety of it is 2.7%.
Do you have council's number? Where was the?
Same.
Oh, it's the same. All right, there you go. Okay, if there's nothing further, then we'll break and we'll reconvene at 2:30.
Yeah, and direction.
Okay, so we're going to reconvene here now. So we are into essentially item 14, conclusions and attachments. So we're going to turn it over first to the Director of Corporate Services, who's going to set the table for the discussion to come.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the slide before you is showing the town rate where we're at right now based on the discussions that have occurred, assuming that the resolutions that have been proposed during the day would be passed. And we're sitting at 4.2%, which on the average home is $129, including the special levy. That is comprised of police at 2%. And for the town, it's a total of 2.2, but just to highlight that inflation alone makes up 1.9% of that. The other items in here that are important to note, or the other item rather, is the garbage recycling. We would reduce that fixed levy by $19, which is contributing to achieving $129 on the average home. We can go to the next slide and we can take a look at that from a slightly different perspective.
Just so there's no confusion on that, first on that slide though. So that is assuming that everything we suggested, the amendments that have been proposed but not yet adopted, were to be adopted and implemented. Okay, so that, just to be clear, go ahead.
The same thing on this slide, but what we're adding to that is the education and the county rates. So that brings us down to 3.82% or $201 on an average home.
But that can't be quite right, right? Because the town increase you have there is 2.7%. But if you were to incorporate all the changes, it's actually 2.2%, right? Oh, I see.
Yeah, the 2.7 was from this morning, and then there's the changes down below for what's happening on day 2.
Okay, that's that helps. All right. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, so that is the bottom line is a blended rate of 3.82%.
Okay, so thank you for that. So we have this, before this is really a thing, we have to consider all the amendments that have been proposed and not yet decided on. So what I would propose to council is that we go through all the amendments that have thus far been proposed. We decide on each of them in turn. And then once we've done that, if you have further amendments that you wish to propose, we'll consider those. So, can staff take us, bring up all the, there's ones from day 1 and ones from day 2, and we'll just consider them in turn. So this is the first one here, which is a set of administrative changes. These are all items just essentially correcting things. Yeah, you can also open this if you want to see it. It's also in the attachments. Addendum materials is where it is. It's under addendum materials. Addendum number 2, November 26. And then you can scroll down and the page we're looking at right now is, where is it? It's page 429. It's page 19, I guess, if you're looking at the list on the side. Slide number 19. So there it is. So this is a pretty high level change to administrative notes. I don't know if you need me to go through them all, but there's no financial impact to any of this. It's just adjusting some of the items. So if anybody is prepared to move and second this one, we can discuss it. It's moved by Councillor Mayette. Is there a seconder to adopt this amendment? Seconded by Councillor Grace. So we can discuss it. Is there discussion on this item? Councillor Davinsky?
Just trying to get clarified, where are we on this? You went through those numbers, I'm afraid, and I didn't catch them all.
Like the,
So we're on attachment 2?
sorry, yes, apologies. So this is in the addendum materials.
Yes?
And it is the November 2020 to November 26th addendum. And we're on slide, whatever did I say? What did I say? Yeah, slide 19 in that deck. So there's things like updating and clarifying the language for youth engagement, just the description for the town hall library project, wording correction with regard to the community services, a future highlight for the AWC, the deferral of the Port Elgin dock replacement to 2027 and 2028 in order to accommodate the study. Airport committee naming consistency, just a very minor update. Finance division, the DC background study, numbers corrected. Change of service level in a corporate services item from base to high. It was just, I think that was just an error in transcription being corrected. And then the municipal heritage plaque, the actual cost is listed but subsidized by 50%. So anyway, these are just very minor changes. The amendment has been moved and seconded. Any further discussion with the deputy mayor?
Sorry, I'm just curious, fees and charges, ultimately, when will we talk about fees and charges?
Well, let's work our way through the list of amendments we already have, and then after that, you can bring up any other things you wish to discuss. All right, so if there's nothing further on this one, I'll ask all in favor. That's carried. Okay, so we'll carry on to the next one then, which is the next slide, right? Oh, so we're, okay. Slide number, sorry. Okay, thank you. So now we're on to slide 14. So here you see, first up is the Pumpkin Fest request, and the other one there is with respect to the overall community grants. So we'll start with the Pumpkin Fest one. As you're aware, the executive director, the Pumpkin Fest committee is requesting $50,000 to fund an executive director. Staff has come up with a couple of possible resolutions. Either the council approve the addition of $50,000 to the community contributions to support funding to the Pumpkin Fest to hire an executive director through $50,000 funded through one-time funding from the tax stabilization reserve, or two, the council add a division highlight to planning and development to direct staff to work with Pumpkin Fest in 2026 to establish a sustainability plan and return to council with a funding request in line with that plan. I'll tip my hat. I like the second one better than the first one. Councillor Duhaime, you'd move the second. So Councillor Duhaime moves the second one of those amendments with respect to adding a division highlight. Is there a seconder for the councillor's motion? Councillor Davinsky will second it. So I'll ask for discussion. The deputy mayor.
Is there a need or an opportunity to put timeliness into the motion? In that, there was the request was really sort of immediate because it's 11 months from now. So can that be added in, to do something as soon as possible?
So this would be, this would be added as a division highlight to the Department of Development Services. And the way I would envision is it would be handled the same way we handled the art school last year, where we sent them away and asked staff to work with them and come back forthwith with what we're asking for here. Staff did it last year, so I feel like they know what we're looking for here and can hopefully replicate the same sort of approach. So forthwith, is there the Councillor Mayette?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. If the resolution is approved and we go and work with them on a sustainability plan and it's decided that we are going to fund it, then we can still go back and fund it out as tax stabilization reserve.
Yeah, what would happen is staff would come back, they would have to then report that to me, and I would come to you with a proposal to amend the 2026 budget to add the funding that was required, and you would decide whether or not you wanted to do that. Okay, so that's moved and seconded. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor? That's carried. Okay, so now we're on to 17.3 with respect to the community grant. Now we have requests totaling $18,500 over the community grant budget of $25,000. You see them set out there. Hospice, $5,000. We're already committed to that. The battle event, we're already committed to that, $18,000. The Chambettes have requested $20,000 for their food drive. And we have the Youth Climate Action Conference Sustainability Project for $500. So the suggestions are that either council amend the community grants 2026 budget from $25,000 to, I guess, what would end up being $43,500 funded through the tax stabilization reserve. That would fund all of these. Or alternatively, the council could fund each of these at a level that they want to set, that you want to set. So I guess there's quite a few options. So maybe I'll just look to you guys to give some direction on what you want. I guess, Councillor Halpin and then Grace.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. We have made commitments to the Grey Bruce Hospice and the battle event, correct?
That
and
is
the,
correct.
The youth climate thing, we made a commitment for that one for 500.
No, we're not committed to that.
500. I would move that, that we stick with that 25,000 right now, and we give the Chambettes the balance of what is left.
Okay, so the councillor moves that we fund Grey Bruce Hospice for $5,000, the battle event for $18,000, the youth climate for $500, that would be $23,500, and that we fund $1,500 to the Chambettes. Is that right? So that's moved by Councillor Halpin. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Duhaime. So then we'll go for discussion. Councillor Grace was up first, so we'll ask Councillor Grace for her comments.
I don't really have anything. I agree with his motion.
Sorry, Councillor Grace, you broke up just a little bit there. Could you just repeat your comment?
Sorry. I just said that I agree with Councillor Halpin and his motion. I support it.
Thank you. Any further comments then? Councillor Davinsky and then the Deputy Mayor.
Oh, so sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you refresh my memory? The Chambettes were looking for 20,000 for what?
As a contribution to their Scarecrow food drive event.
Okay, thank you very much.
The Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, and through you. Full disclosure, I used to be a Chambette. I am not an active Chambette at the moment. I struggle with us contributing money that is directly intended to go to the food bank. Our community members, all of us, regularly choose to make donations if we're able to, and certainly the flood of those activities. There's a big event this past Saturday with the first responders. I really don't think that ratepayers have entrusted tax dollars to us to flow through this way. It's a wonderful program that the Chambettes do, but it's basically a donation to the food bank. And I don't see that as really something we should be doing on a regular basis.
Okay, so if you want to change that, right now, the motion on the floor includes $1,500 to the food bank. If anybody wants to consider an amendment or propose an amendment to remove the $1,500, we can, I can consider that. Councillor Mayette moves that the $1,500 to the Chambettes be removed. Is there a seconder for the motion to amend? Councillor Davinsky. So discussion on the amendment. Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And then we're on now, so we're now looking at, yeah, it's $23,500 to those items remaining. Further comments? Councillor Halpin.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. So that just means that we still have 1,500 in community grants that are available, whatever else comes up this year.
Yep, throughout the year, council can allocate them if it sees fit.
That sounds good. Thank you.
Councillor Davinsky, did you have something more? That was your answer? The deputy mayor?
I know that we're trying to establish a policy or a program here whereby the requests come in and that sort of thing. I just, I'm genuinely surprised that only 2 requests came in. So I would hope that once we, get through this, that another communication effort goes out because I do understand why we contributed or we offered up some support to the battle event when we did, but it was outside the schedule. And so it did take a lot of funds out of an available pool that, in the event that there had been 5 or 6 applications, we would have still only had a tiny funding model there when they might have expected, something a little bit more. So I think it's a good program to get going, but I hope we do a little bit more education and potentially get into the timeline swing that's works a little better for us and for community groups.
Okay, Councillor Stack.
So maybe it's a question and a comment, it's just because I don't remember it. For the battle event, is it a not, I just can't recall, is the group that organized it a not-for-profit? Do we know?
I believe it's being organized by the Port Elgin Curling Club.
Okay,
What their status is, I'm not certain.
Okay, and so the reason I'm asking is, like, I know if I recall correctly, the intention, it'll bring a bunch of, it's a positive community event and it'll bring money into the community for other businesses. Does that seem like the legit? Okay. So the only reason I'm positioning it that way is like in the policy, and I don't think we say it, then we should probably be clear that we're not going to donate that if you, so to take the Chambettes, for example, that's off the table because I'm struggling a little bit with, we don't want to make a donation to a community group that's going to a community cause when we talk about, again, it's just a minor point because I love a soapbox that we talk about affordability. So we're saying, no, we think that should be an individual donation, but then we're fine with saying, but in the case of curling, I think that's worth donating. So I think I'm struggling with the value like with the values we're assigning to each donation. So we should probably clarify that, especially at this time of year, I'm struggling. I just want it on record. I'm not in favor of cutting off $1,500 to a food bank when we talked about cost of living today and on the previous budget day.
Yeah, I think that, I think you're right. And a comment I was just about to make was that we need to clarify this because the reason what my concern is with the Chambettes one is supporting things that are just flowing through to something else. Like if the town's going to contribute to the food bank, the town should contribute to the food bank. The taxpayer is doing it. I don't like the idea of these flow throughs. And I would say we should, in our policy, say those are things we're not going to support, like things that are flowing through to some third party item, right? So I think we do need to clarify the policy on some of these issues so that these folks know when they're coming to us whether what they're doing is going to meet with our approval or not. Like, I just think we're not being clear enough and we need to be more clear. So I agree with the councillor that we should revisit this and try to get some more clarity. But anyway, for the time being, we have a resolution, I think, still moved and seconded before us. It has been amended. Is there any other discussion to the amended resolution? Seeing none, then all in favor of the resolution as amended? Opposed? That's carried. Okay, so move me on to the next one there. Okay, is this it? All right, 17.4. So this is with respect to Coliseum upgrades. Oh, yes. So this is about advancing Coliseum upgrade consideration into the 2027. So it's still a future, still a future year highlight. The resolution would be that council add a recreation division highlight to investigate advancing the timing of Coliseum upgrades. The revised plan will be presented through the 2027 business plan. Is there a mover and seconder for that amendment? The deputy mayor, Councillor Halpin, any questions or comments to the resolution? Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried. Next one, please. 17.5. Oh, yes, this was one I raised with respect to adding in a division highlight to have, it's also a future year highlight, but to get us in a pattern of reviewing the mandates of the statutory committees every cycle of council, essentially. So this would add, the resolution would be that council add a division highlight to clerk's division to begin review of statutory committee mandates with completion in the first quarter of 2027. Is there a mover and seconder for that resolution? Moved by Councillor Mayette. Is there a seconder? Councillor Halpin, any discussion? Seeing none, then all in favor? That's carried. Next, please. 17.6, oh yes, so this is with respect to a positive funding change from the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund. It was, it declined at a slower rate than we expected, $63,000 less. So we have a choice with this. We can either increase our contribution to the future capital project reserve by that amount, or we can reduce the special levy, the infrastructure special levy by $6 on the average household. I assume that's what you mean by that. So staff is recommending that council allocate the additional OCIF funding of $63,000 to the future capital project reserve. Somebody can move that if you care to, or you can choose the alternate path and move that we reduce the future capital project reserve by 63,000. The levy by 60, but we reduce the levy by $63,000, which would we wouldn't include this in the resolution, but that would mean $6 on the average household. So I'll look to you, the Vice Deputy Mayor.
I have a question. So the $6 reduction, would that reduce the amount from $98 down to $92? Am I correct by that, saying that?
Director of Corporate Services.
I would frame it slightly differently. The $98 is what the special levy was through 2025. Per the plan that council had previously approved, there was going to be an incremental $49 increase to that special levy. And instead of a $49 increase, it would be a $43 increase. And the reason that staff is not recommending doing that is, I mean, as you've seen in prior years, the OCIF can be quite variable. And so what we gain this year, we could lose next year. So our recommendation would be wait until we get to the 2032 destination year. And at that point in time, we can make a final determination of where we are relative to OCIF funding and then make any adjustment in that final increase to the special levy.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move that motion that the $63,000 be allocated to future capital project reserve. Reading this quick.
Yep, that's it. That's good. Is there a second? Is there a seconder for the Vice Deputy Mayor's? That's seconded by Councillor Mayette. Further discussion on that? I'll just speak to my support for that resolution. That's absolutely the right thing to do. We said last year and the year before it was going to be $49. That's the plan out through 2033, I guess. 32, sorry. So I think last year we took special measures to make sure we stayed there. This year we should stay there. That was the promise. That should stay the promise, and so that we're super consistent on that. So I totally support that resolution. Is there anything further on this? If not, then all in favor? And opposed? That's carried, I think. Thank you. Yeah. 17.7 is, okay, so this is a Human Resources Division highlight. Oh, this is for the KPI, I see, yeah. So we had talked about the KPI of staff per population. Staff has come up with staffing level per 10,000 residents as a appropriate number. So the resolution is that council add a human resources division highlight for comparator staffing level survey, which would allow us to establish this as a KPI and business plans for the future. Is there a mover, seconder for that resolution? Moved by Councillor Mayette, second by Councillor Halpin. Any discussion? The Vice Deputy Mayor.
So I'm clear, it said 0% for 2026. So who's doing that again?
The CAO.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, in this 3 slides before this, it explains the review that Lindsay and Jim did. And so for 2026, we'll do what staff can do and bring a report forward to council for you to look at, acknowledging that if you want anything more in depth, we may need to bring expertise to the table.
Okay, anything further on this one? Seeing nothing, then all in favor? That is carried. Next, please. Okay, 17.8. So this is the SPCA revised budget. This is an easy one. They have revised their budget to improve the tax impact. So the resolution here is that council accept the final SPCA revised budget, including the reduction of town apportioned I think apportioned is the word. Apportioned, reduction of the town's apportioned amount by $30,000. Is there, it's a cool word. Is there a mover and seconder for that resolution? Moved by Councillor Mayette, seconded by the Vice Deputy Mayor. Any discussion on this one? The Councillor Mayette, yeah?
Yeah, I'll just make an explanation with, if it's okay, because it was done in a public meeting. As you're all aware, the conservation authorities are being rethought by the province, and there could be a large amalgamation of conservation authorities. And so the Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority made the decision to use some of our reserves to keep the apportionment down. So we used almost $300,000 from our reserves, because we don't know what's going to happen to those reserves. If there's a mass amalgamation takes place, we could potentially lose those reserves. So it's a matter of use it or lose it kind of thing. So that's the decision we made, to bring it from 3.7 down to 1.7.
Okay, it's good. Any further discussion on this then? If not, all in favor? That is carried. All right, so then 17.9 in operations. This is the one we talked about this morning, about changes to the garbage recycling budget line to address the provincial changes, or to accommodate them, I guess. So what we have here then is a resolution that council approved the reduction of the garbage recycling line in the operations budget from $355,535 to $180,000, applying the difference to the waste management fee, which would result in a $19 per property reduction to the waste management fee. Is there a mover and seconder for that? Sorry, I should get a mover and seconder before I move on. The Vice Deputy Mayor, Councillor Stackus had a question. What does the average household pay for the waste management fee right now?
It's proposed at $68.84. So proposed to go from $69 to $50.
It's a decent reduction. Okay, it's moved and seconded. Discussion. The Deputy Mayor.
I'm in favor of this. I'm just, and I'm sure that you did some research when you were out there. Did we establish that waste management fee by a bylaw? Like, is there something else we would have to do to make some adjustments to that? And if that's the case, then I think, it's a good opportunity to open it up, because as I said earlier, it's a per property fee, which, does not discriminate between a vacant lot, a lot with a single house on it, or an apartment building with, 600 units on it. And everybody's paying the same, which it seems like the goal in the beginning was to contribute to our whole waste management program. And certainly a big apartment building has an impact that potentially goes far beyond one potential fee. So was it established by a bylaw, or was it just something we did during budget?
CFO.
It was implemented through a bylaw back in 2015 or 16. It's included in the fees and charges bylaw each year, as well as the tax bylaw each year.
But we'll have flexibility within the bylaw to set the rate, right? Council can set the rate as part of each budget cycle.
Correct.
Councillor Myatt?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. Was not the purpose of this to prepare us for the expansion of the waste management facility? And I was under the impression that once we got to that point where we opened up the next 50 acres, that this would go away. Is that what it's meant to be?
It was, the original bylaw spoke to equipment that was needed at the landfill. It may have also been the intention to fund future expansion. In the operations division, you saw a division highlight related to a plan that would include a financial plan. And I think that's when we would look at when that fixed fee could be removed or if it could be removed.
It's a convoluted story because what really happened was we created a pay-as-you-throw system back in 2009 or something, bag tags. The intention at the time was that the entire collection system would be funded by the bag tags. Council was unable to increase the price of bag tags or found itself unwilling to do that. And so the only way to continue to fund the whole operation was to either put it back on the tax levy or to keep it segregated. And so what happened was council created the waste management fixed fee as a way to fund landfill operations. So there will always have to be a waste management fixed fee because it will always be required to offset operating and capital costs at the landfill of one type or another. What that rate is can be changed based on our financial situation. In this case, we have a waste funding stream, which is no longer required, which we can apply to that cost and essentially replace that annual cost with this amount of money. So I think we're on safe ground doing this, but the waste management fixed fee is probably going to continue. The Deputy Mayor.
Just further to what you said, I remember also that the intention at the time was also that it was every property owner's benefit potentially that we do what we could do to make the landfill last as long as it could possibly last, because that big expense was going to hit us all. And so that was part of the equation too. Perhaps, we could vote on this because this makes good sense. But then have a bigger conversation about the fee going forward.
Yeah, the CAO.
I believe as mentioned, I'm just going to look over at Larry and Matt, that this year they are going to be taking a look at waste management holistically. And so that would be the time where we'd have that broader conversation.
Yeah, that sounds right. Okay, so this resolution is before you. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor? That's carried. All right, next, please. 1710, then the 10,000 tree initiative. This was my suggestion this morning that we fund the 2026 amount for that initiative from the NWMO reserve. The resolution is that council authorize the 2026 funding of $50,000 for the 10,000 tree initiative from the NWMO reserve. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Davinsky. Any discussion? Councillor Grace, did you have something or no? No, okay. If not, then all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Next, please. All right, this is the laneway legal ownership assessment. So this is also my suggestion this morning that council approve funding this initiative from the tax stabilization reserve. Staff didn't like my suggestion, I guess, of the, oh, okay, all right, that's fine. That the amendment is that suggested amendment is that council approve funding the laneway legal ownership assessment from the sale of surplus land reserve. Is there a mover and seconder for the resolution? The Vice Deputy Mayor, Councillor Halpin, any discussion to the resolution? I don't see any. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Next, please. This is the design guideline refresh resolution that council remove the division highlight for planning and development related to the design guideline refresh. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by the Vice Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Mayette. Is there this discussion on this matter? I don't see any. All in favor? That is carried. Next, please. Development Tracking System, a resolution that council approved funding the development tracking system in 2026 from the tax stabilization reserve. Mover and seconder? It's moved by Councillor Mayette. Is there a seconder? Councillor Davinsky, and discussion? I don't see any. I might just ask, this is a 10-year, this is like an ongoing expense for the entire planning period, right? This was a suggestion, Councillor, I'm just trying to figure out the provenance of this because now this was only an hour ago, but I don't remember. The Councillor Halpin raised it as a suggestion it be funded from development charges, right? But we can't do that, so you're suggesting this instead?
We're suggesting this as I'll call it a trial. During the course of next year, we can investigate through Hempson if it could be funded by DCs or some other mechanism. And then that would mean potentially we would be coming back next year and suggesting that we increase taxes if we don't find an alternative funding source.
To me, this is a 10-year cost. It's an ongoing cost. And I think it's risky to pull it. We're just pushing it down the road and robbing from the tax stabilization reserve to do this. My preference would be just to leave it in the tax levy. So I won't support the amendment. I don't think we should be doing that with ongoing costs. My thoughts. Any further comments? If not, then all in favor? And opposed? Councillor Grace, you're opposed, am I right? Yes, it's tied, it's defeated. Okay, next, please. Okay, so this is remove future year design guidelines. The resolution that council remove the future year highlight for planning and development related to design guidelines implementation. So mover and seconder. Moved by the Deputy Mayor. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Grace, seconds. Is there discussion? Seeing none. All in favor? Carried. Next, please. All right, so this is removing future year employment land needs assessment, the resolution that council remove the future year highlight for planning and development related to employment land needs assessment. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by the Vice Deputy Mayor. Seconder, please. Councillor Halpin, discussion? Seeing none. Council, oh, sorry. All in favor? Everybody just wants me to call the question. That is carried. Next, please. Oh, so now we are where the director said we were to start. So the town sitting now at 4.2%. I have a couple more suggestions. I'm sure other members have other suggestions. I'll give you mine, and then you guys can chime in. The Gull's Nest, which I had suggested as an amendment last time. I think we should consider it. The $31,000. In my view, this should be a project that is funded by savings within the departments, and that the project, essentially the Gull's Nest, become a mission. We ask our staff to find savings through the Gull's Nest, which is a good thing and makes it a good project for staff to do. So I think, to me, we should fund it through departmental savings rather than this $31,000. So I would suggest that amendment. Anybody want to move it? Moved by, no? The Deputy Mayor will move that we remove the 31,000. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Halpin. Any discussion? Councillor Halpin?
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. So to be clear, what you're saying is rather than have $30,000 from that, we do the goals thing the way they did before, and the things that are funded will just be funded by the departments out of the money that they currently have in their budget. Would that be a correct answer?
What I'm suggesting is that that staff would reprofile the event as a cost savings enterprise, that folks propose things that save us money. The thing that saves the most money wins. And then we fund it through the departmental cost savings rather than this. I appreciate, and the CAO has a good argument for it, which he's about to make, but I think that I would just say that right? Like, I appreciate that there are things that don't save money that we could also incentivize. But the most important thing to the taxpayer this year is saving money. And we want to incentivize we want to incentivize staff to come up with things to save money. We got a lot of smart staff, brilliant staff, and they cooked up a lot of ways to save money in 2025, and they can cook up a heck of a lot more going forward. That's what we should ask them to do. And if they come up with things that save us money, we'll fund them. We'll fund them through the cost savings. So I think that's what we should be asking them to do. I appreciate that there's more good things that we can do that don't save money, but that's what I think this program should be focused on. So just my views, the CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to clarify that this has not been an ongoing project, right? This was the first year that we did it. If the funding is cut, I am not going to commit at this table right now that we will be doing Gall's Nest this year. And that's not a threat in any way. It's just the basis behind it was to encourage staff to look for opportunities which were beyond cost savings. And there wouldn't be funding necessarily available for those ideas that come forward. So it would be, we'd have to go back to the drawing board on how the program is, or how that program is developed and administered. So we'll take a look at it based on your direction today, but it may not be the same as what you saw this year.
Yeah, that's fair enough. And council may or may not agree with me. So we'll see what happens. The Vice Deputy Mayor.
Just so I'm clear, the Nuclear Innovation Council, right? We used to fund them $30,000 figure. And so, with the Gulls Nest, Mr. Mayor, what you're suggesting is that the $30,000 that was allocated to Nuclear Innovation Council for the last 4, 5, 6 years, whatever it was.
Yeah, sorry, the Municipal Innovation Council.
That's what I meant, municipal, sorry. So the MIC is where the money came from. So just so I'm clear, are we suggesting that we fund all of those projects out of existing budgets, or are we still funding $30,000 from the MIC 30,000, and then all of the rest of the projects being funded out of their own budgets, or am I misunderstanding?
I think, like, in the CAO made her comment, and that's fair enough. I think so to be clear, what I'm suggesting is we remove the $31,000 from the budget. I think it would be good if we had a continuing Gulls Nest program that focused on cost savings, but that's up to the CAO to develop and up to her whether or not she can do that. But in this case, I'm saying that we should take the money we allocated in 2025 to the Municipal Innovation Council and remove it from the tax levy. Councillor Halpin.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. This question before the CAO, if you had money to fund the day, the prizes, the meal, and stuff like that, certainly that one, but not to buy the things. If we funded that, would that make it easier for the program to continue? So, instead of, let's say, the day of getting the staff together and everything like that cost, $5,000, and you had a $5,000 budget to focus the day, to buy the meals, blah, blah, blah. Would that help the program continue?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we've always had an annual staff luncheon to celebrate our summer staff and our staff all together. That happens in August every year, so we do have the budget for that. I'll use the example of the appointment booking software this year, which was the winner of the Gulls Nest. There isn't an offsetting budget that could have gotten funded from. So the winner of this year's was funded from the $30,000 that was previously the MIC money. So as I'm saying, it would result in a retooling of the program. It wouldn't be administered the same way it was this year.
Thank you. So I think Councillor Mayette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I attended the Gulls Nest event out at the baseball park, Lamont Sports Park, and it was really good. I rarely saw so much enthusiasm from the guys in the orange to the people from the office to the finance people. It was a rare sight to see everybody so excited about it. So I'm in favor of leaving $31,000 in. It's not going to make a blip on the tax levy, but I think it's important, and it's certainly money better spent than it was spent when it was on the MIC. So I'm in favor of leaving it in. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm also in favor of leaving it in, and my comments are very similar to Councillor Mayette. I mean, we invest a lot of thought in building staff morale and keeping staff morale, and I see this as part of it because, and I'm assuming that that it's possible that the best idea chosen doesn't necessarily require $30,000. But that $30,000 is there in case it's needed. But to me, I think it's important for us to recognize and celebrate our staff's strengths, contributions, their intelligence about their work and their experience. And, you know, I think that I'd like to keep it in for that reason.
Yep, thank you very much for those comments. Vice Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I'm just kind of caught between a rock and a hard place because I don't like the 4.2% blended. I think we need to get a lot lower than that. And this would help contribute towards that 31,000. But, you know, that event from a morale perspective, some brilliant ideas came out of the Gull's Nest. I agree with the two former councillors, what they said. And I don't know. I just think we need to continue the program. It's $30,000 a year. And to have the mixed staff there, like in terms of all the departments representing enthusiasm. And so I just think it's one thing that has to stay. Now, if we ask staff to go back and find more savings, that staff may very well have to cut it out on their own. But I really like the program, and I think it's good for a whole lot of reasons. And I just hope we can find savings elsewhere.
Yeah, Councillor Dwinsky?
Yes, I agree too, with keeping the 30,000 there. Yes, it's to recognize the staff, but it also, I think, makes Saugeen Shores unique from an employer point of view, that we are bringing the staff in for a special day just to hear their ideas. And I can't think of too many places that do that nowadays. So I will support keeping it.
Yeah, lots of good points folks are making, and we should just make the decision here and we'll move on. So the resolution is there. It's been moved and seconded, so I'll ask all in. Sorry, I can do that. I've been moved. Sorry, I guess it was, the motion was that we remove the $31,000 allocated to the Gull's Nest from the budget. Okay, so the motion is to remove. All in favor of removing it? And opposed? That's defeated. All right. So I had just a couple of those. So the civic awareness campaign under, that was in the Department of Strategic Initiatives. It was identified as being from taxation, but it's a one-year thing. Did you correct that? So that one was corrected, good. And then the only other one I had then was with respect to the Hall of Fame, $10,000. And I was suggesting we should fund that from the tax stabilization reserve. That one is, was in the the community services, and it's suggested as funded from tax levy. So my suggestion was to fund it from tax stabilization. Yeah, let me just, am I right about that? Give us just I jotted it down quickly here, and now I got to go back and make sure I'm right on that. That's in community services. Oh dear. Oh, yeah, you go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So it was in the Community Services Recreation Division highlights, which was page 63. And it was $10,000 total, but that looks like it was a future year. So there's nothing in 2026 for it.
Oh, it's a 26, 27, but it wasn't funded this year.
That's right.
Oh, I see. That was my mistake. Sorry about that. I guess we can leave that a year and council can decide. Okay, so those are all my items. Further discussion, Councillor Halpin?
Yes, Mayor, through you. The civic awareness, what was that to promote voting or?
It's a campaign that through the Department of Strategic Initiatives to promote ahead of the 2026 municipal election. But it is funded from tax stabilization. I raised that last time and the correction was made, so that's already in these numbers. Councillor Halpin.
I wanted to discuss the 35,000 for the Coliseum energy audit. I understand the value of that and I'm very much into conservation and everything, but I feel like all the work that's been done at the Coliseum and what's being planned to do at the Coliseum is really, we've kind of pretty much replaced everything that uses major amount of electricity. So we have new things. And I kind of put it as a look at my house. I put new windows in my house. I insulated my garage and I put in an air-to-air heat pump. I have low flow toilets. There's no benefit for me doing an energy audit in my house at this point. I could have done one before. So I, as much as I'm all in favor of that, I would move that we remove the energy audit for the Southampton Coliseum.
Moved by the councillor, seconded by the vice deputy mayor. I'll just note for council's information that is a special levy item, so it will not impact taxation to remove it, just for your information. Discussion, the vice deputy mayor. Oops.
Mr. Mayor, and I support, I support Councillor Halpin's recommendation. I look back in 2019, we spent $1.2 million at the Coliseum. There was some energy upgrades done, and then we have a low E ceiling there. Basically, it's a radiant barrier ceiling. They call it energy efficiency. We replaced a lot of lights with LED lights, overhead lights. We've done some insulation. I think we replaced a chiller, I think, or compressor energy, more energy efficient. I just think that, we just hired a brand new facilities manager a year ago. And apparently came with some really, really good qualifications. And I just think we need to take a breather here and really turn back to staff, say, hey, look, take a look and see what we can do from an energy conservation perspective at the Plex and the Coliseum, $30,000 each. I think both of them should go, personally. I'm all for saving energy, and if it's dependent on whether we can apply for energy conservation grants, I suppose that changes my mind a little bit, but there's no guarantee we're going to get those grants anyways. I would sooner staff take a look at the Plex and the Coliseum, Mr. Mayor and Council, in terms of what energy efficiencies they can find on their own and save this $60,000, because we're a long time paying back 60 grand. And we've done energy audits in the past, and I've never really seen any follow-up to say how much energy did we actually save. So my motion would be, while I'm seconding the motion, it's for the Coliseum, but I also put a second motion on for the Plex energy audit to be removed.
We could take that as a friendly amendment, yes, to include them both. Can I just ask maybe the Director of Community Services, my only concern with this course of action is whether or not us having up-to-date energy audits impacts our ability to apply for funding or our ability to receive current funding streams. Is there any, the government requires these things in lots of cases or outside agencies, is there any impact if we don't have up-to-date energy audits completed by a professional? The Director? Turn your mic off there, Mike.
Yeah.
Thank you for the question, and back to you, Mr. Mayor. Sometimes that does impact the funding opportunities that are available. Sometimes does require or request if you have an energy audit done, and then the findings of that report to be implemented. So it would strengthen our case in order to be eligible for some funding.
Okay, thanks. Councilor Grace? Councillor Grace, you have a comment?
Yeah, mine was sort of along the lines of, I thought that the province required energy reports and audits every 5 years or something like that. So I was wondering if this would have been included in that. Plus, also, I mean, that's one of the strategies. Applying for grants is having those kinds of, apologize, my internet connection is a little unstable, so I'm missing a little bit of, so I apologize if it's repetitive.
That's why you should just, maybe you should try turning your camera off there, Councillor Grace. That might help, and just make sure to speak up. If you want to speak, just shout at me.
Okay.
Could you just repeat your comment for us, Councillor Grace, because it kind of broke up a little on us.
Oh, I heard part of what you said, and I think my question to the director was whether we as a municipality had to do energy audit reports to the provincial government and submit those every 5 years or something like that. And I wondered if this was required as part of that.
The director?
Thank you for the question, and I'll look over to Dan as well, just to confirm that I'm accurate in this, but we have a energy conservation demand management plan that we're required reporting out through. I believe that's within Dan's department right now, but it's not affiliated to what we're proposing in the budget.
Okay, well, that's clear enough then. Further comments on this one, Councillor Davinsky?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I just want a clarification. It's $60,000 we're talking about. Is it for 2026 or is it beyond?
It's a 2026 expense in the infrastructure special levy, funded by the infrastructure special levy.
So that special levy would be reduced by, if the levy would remain the same?
Well, council has the ability to adjust the levy to whatever it wants to be. I would not support that. I would say what we're doing now, what we're discussing now is sort of what projects we'll do within the available funding stream. At least that's how I understand it. So what I would say is if we eliminated this project, the levy, we would keep the same, but that money would be available for other things. So what we're talking about here is whether we should be spending the taxpayers' dollars on this or not, or whether we should be keeping it for other priorities.
Okay, so if we say, no, we're not going with this project, it does nothing to the bottom line.
Not from the perspective of the taxpayer. From the perspective of the taxpayer, it doesn't affect their levy or what they would pay. The Vice Deputy Mayor.
You know, it may not impact the bottom line from a tax levy perspective, but my argument is we've done energy audits at the Plex in the past. All I'm saying is turn staff loose. We've got qualified staff. We've done major improvements at the Coliseum just 6 years ago, $1.2 million. And there's some energy things done there. All I'm saying is for 60K, for an energy audit person to come in here and put the money in the pocket and leave. I mean, they've done, they dust off an old report from another arena and away we go. But I just think it's, whether it affects the levy or not, it's a matter of principle with me. I just don't think we need to spend the 60K.
Yeah, and certainly my comments aren't to suggest it isn't a worthwhile discussion. It is. You're spending taxpayer dollars, and what you're spending them on is important. So it's an important discussion to decide whether we think we should be doing this or not. Councillor Halpin.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. So, if we decide not to do this and the government comes up again and they say, hey, everyone has to do these audits, we can add this back in at that time. Correct?
Council can always amend the budget, and council will have another go around of the budget in 1 year's time. So it can always decide if it wants to do that in the future. So it is a motion. It's moved and seconded. That is to remove this audit from both the Coliseum and the community complex. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? And opposed? Councillor Grace, are you in favor or opposed? Opposed?
Sorry, I'm opposed, yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's carried. Thank you all. All right. So more to come then, the Vice Deputy Mayor and then the Deputy Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, there's a $35,000 assessment that community service wanting to do at the harbor. And, you know, we heard from our parks manager a while back saying that in we want to spend upwards to $2 million to replace 3 docks with hydrant water down there. And you know, I did a quick calculation, and I talked to Jim a little bit about this, but $2 million amortized over 30 years at 4.69% equals about $2.8 million. Someone's got to pay for over 30 years, and it equates to about $100,000 a year. And I guess the question I have from you to Dan Wader is, Dan, what is our yearly contribution to harbor reserves for dock replacement?
The current transfer to the harbor reserve is $48,000 per year.
So my point is, like, we contribute about $50,000 to reserves. And if we do these 3 docks, we could be looking at $100,000 a year towards the debenture payment. So it's a shortfall of $50,000. And I guess my point is, you know, I really think we need to speak to our permit holders on those 3 docks with an in-house survey that staff do. And a carefully worded survey. We've got a company, I think we pay a certain amount of dollars per year to do surveys. And if we can't use them, then we've got all their emails. I'm assuming we have all the emails off the dock permit holders. But we did basically send a questionnaire out saying, hey, look, are you even in favor of water and hydro on the docks? Do you really want water and hydro? I've talked, not many, I've talked to a few permit holders on those docks that they have no desire for water and hydro. If they did, they'd be on BC and H dock where there's water and hydro. So I just wonder if we're trying to jam something down people's throats in terms of putting water and hydro on docks, maybe where it's not needed. I think we need to ask the people before we spend $35,000 on a harbor assessment. I think we need to talk to our permit holders and say, look, and you have to figure out what the questions will be, but are you even in favor of water and hydro? You know, if we're doing these docks, they say $100,000 a year payment, we're only putting $50,000 in the reserve on a yearly basis. Who picks up the other $50,000? So, and the staff would probably argue, well, that's why we need to do the assessment. But I think we can do that. I think we can do that internally. I really do. I really do. I think we've got qualified staff to be able to pull that off. So I'm going to put a motion on the floor that $35,000 be removed. And
I'm just, maybe I can ask staff to just, I don't know where is the $35,000, the CIO?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe on page 71 of the Parks Division highlights, you're speaking about the Harbor Strategic Assessment, which was $30,000. It's a carryover project. It was approved in 2025, so the money's already been allocated.
So I've had second thoughts about that then, and I think it should be removed even though it's pre-approved.
Can I suggest, Vice Deputy Mayor, that the motion you might want to put is that the $30,000 that was allocated be redirected to the tax levy or to the harbor, back to the harbor reserve? Like, it was funded, we funded it, so now we have to reverse it, right? So the Vice Deputy Mayor moves that the $30,000 that was allocated to the harbor strategic assessment in 2025 be reallocated back to the harbor reserve. Is there a seconder for that motion? Seconded by Councillor Halpin. The Deputy Mayor.
Perhaps a little clarification. I read that item in the budget as, once again, as we've done in the past, I can't remember when it happened, how many years ago it was, but it was about ensuring that the business case for the harbor made sense. I thought that that's what this was about. It wasn't specific to a dock. or water and electricity on a dock. It was to once again revisit because it's about the dividend, because ultimately the harbor budget is all self-contained, but we're in a business, running a business, that we should have an expectation of a rate of return off of that. Doesn't necessarily have to be astronomical, but there should be a rate of return. So I thought this was about, once again, just making sure that everything was in order associated with the business plan. Is what what Vice Deputy Mayor Myatt, I think he was talking about a different line in the budget, because there was something about dock work, but it was very specific. But I saw this as a different project.
Maybe the director can offer some comments to help us clarify this.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So the Harbor Strategic Assessment, it was approved in the 25 business plan, and it's funded by the Harbor Reserve. So we were not able to advance the plan in 2025, but it is scheduled for completion in Q2 of 26. The previous study that you had mentioned was done in 2018. So the intent of the assessment is to provide the town with recommendations regarding the preferred management solutions, comparable operations, industry standards and trends, revenue opportunities, operating hours, staff complement. So the assessment is also expected, and I think this is where Vice Deputy Mayor's comments come in. The assessment will also comment on the viability for current and future rates and fees, conduct analysis of the use of existing slips and services, as well, so going forward based on current and future boating market conditions.
Based on, I'm going to withdraw my motion.
Okay, motion's withdrawn. All right, other items then, the Deputy Mayor?
Well, I have one related to the harbor. On page 261, there's reference to some work in 2026 related to the Port Elgin Harbor office in Washroom. It's $150,000. It says it's being funded through the Future Capital Reserve. I would assume that should be funded by the harbor budget, unless there's something that I'm missing in the description. It's on page 261. So it's my motion would be to just adjust the funding.
Okay, can we just get, before we can have a motion put on the floor, we just get some comments from finance staff or community services department about that to make sure that we're all on the same page, both literally and figuratively? The director?
Thank you, and through you, I'll just, if you could give us like 5 minutes, we could come back with a response for that.
Okay, that's okay, Deputy Mayor? Yeah. Okay. The Vice Deputy Mayor? Yeah, of course.
Can I just ask one question about the harbor budget? Two questions to you, Kristen. The harbor budget, am I reading it correctly that we operate at a deficit down there? Is that what I'm reading on the schedule here? $167,000, 572 operating deficit, or am I reading it incorrectly? That's the first question. Secondly, under contract services, pardon me for going back into budget a bit here, but under contract services, the budget for 2025 is $67,000, and contract services going up to $173,000, $110,000 we're adding to contract services. I'm just wondering, I should have asked this during the operations, but when you're presenting, why has that gone up $110,000 under contract services?
The director?
Page 233.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll just take a minute to find that.
Yeah, and just as you're looking, Kristen, I see harbor in brackets, 251,321.67. And I guess with the brackets, does that mean that's we're operating at a profit is my question? And then it goes down to $83,000. I guess it's the change. So that 251,321.67, are we operating at a profit down there is my question?
We have a couple of questions around the harbor that staff are researching for us. So they're going to compile that information in the next few minutes and give us a comprehensive response to those questions. Other comments? I might just make a comment while they're working on that, back to the sort of higher level discussion about where we end up on this budget overall. Like if you look at that number, just sitting here thinking, if you look at that chart that's in front of us right now, inflation, like we're sitting at 2.2, inflation is 1.9. I think most of us who've done budgets for a while would agree that dropping your taxes increase below inflation is never super advisable. To me, the gap really in this budget, if we wanted to deliver an municipal operations increase at inflation, we would have to remove 0.3% from the budget. We've carved police out from that. I've got a very clear sense from council that council doesn't want to look at police, and that's fair enough. So we can't control that. So we really need to focus our discussion on what we can control. And the municipality, if we were to take 0.3 out, would be a 1.9%, which is like, that's an inflationary operating increase for the town. I just think going below that would not be from my perspective, advisable. I just wonder if council wanted to go to 1.9 on that number, would you direct staff to come up with the 0.3 and report back to us on the 8th of December? Come up with some recommendations to bring us down to 1.9 and leave the discussion, the overall levy discussion at that, understanding that we would be a total municipal at 3.9 and the blended would be lower than that, but that would be a path forward. I'm trying to suggest a path forward to come up with an answer to the broader question here today. I just would have trouble. I understand that you guys want to get lower than that, like some of you do, but I just don't. I feel uncomfortable with the only way to get lower is to pound away below inflation on that number, and I'm troubled by the notion of the municipality's taxes not increasing at least at the rate of inflation. Councillor Halpin.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. Like, inflation is sometimes like a dog chasing its tail. Like, are we keeping up with inflation, or if we are going at 1.9, are we just creating more inflation? Like, you know, at some point you have to, you know, well, the 1.9 that we're aiming for, it's still inflationary because it is still causing people to pay more for their taxes, and it's still causing people to have less disposable income. And I think people need a good news budget.
Yeah, well, I agree. 1.9 is pretty good on our operations though. And the reality is the municipality is subject to inflation. All of our costs are subject to the CPI at least, but really higher than the CPI in many cases. If we delivered the operating increase at 1.9%, that would be, I think, a very solid return for us. I appreciate there are other things to this budget that are go over and above that, like capital and other things, but we are also trying to close an infrastructure deficit that's existed for a long time and that we need to maintain our infrastructure. So anyway, you guys know all that, and I don't need to go over it again, but I'm just trying to get us to a point where we can conclude the discussion somewhere where we can agree, and that's really just food for thought. And the deputy mayor.
The value that's already come off every single tax bill, the $19, that has nothing to do with the tax rate. So already there's a good news story for the community. Just wanted to remind us all of that.
Well, if you took that, right, because when you're to that, if we were at that 1.9, that would be $45 minus 19 that we're taking off again, right? Like that's not included in these numbers. So we're drawing back quite a ways there. Like I guess I'll just say it. As far as I'm concerned, that's a budget I would vote for. But I'm open and eager to hear your thoughts. The Vice Deputy Mayor.
You coming into today, I'll be quite honest. I was hoping for like a 2.9 blended rate. And people, I'm sure staff are shaking their heads, oh my God. But, you know, our taxes have increased 25% over the last 5 years. 25%. And Councillor Helpman mentioned that earlier this morning. And so to say that we're doing well at 1.9, I mean, the Ontario Consumer Price Index is 2.0, correct. But it doesn't mean to say that because the Ontario Consumer Price Index is 2% this year after undergoing 25% increase in the last 5 years, that we can't go below that. I hear what you're saying, Mr. Mayor. You're happy with that, with the number. And I heard Councillor Matt mention that he's fine with it too. But I was just hoping we do better. And, you know, I think that I keep hearing from people like, and I've said this before, and people don't like when I say this, but we've added 15 to 20 people over the last 6, 7 years. You know, and it's not that we're not adding staff. And by the way, I fully support all the great work staff do. That's not the point. I do support great work to do, but how can we continue to take all of our new growth? And we've had great growth here in the last 4, 5, 6 years, a lot of brand new assessment. Thank goodness. Thank goodness we've had 100, 150, 175 homes. You know, average 5, 6 years ago, we were doing 150, 160, 170 homes. That new assessment, we gobbled all that up. We've taken all that assessment and we've hired lots of people, doing a great job. But when does it stop? You know, I read a report last year at the budget meeting that there's a report there that 26 new employees in the next 10 years. And I lost a motion 5-4 to reduce it, take 5 out. I lost that vote. I put a vote on the floor last year, a year ago, to reduce, not bring in people a year in advance of our wellness center opening up. I lost that 5-4. Oh, I tried, but I just think I hear your point. 1.9 you say is good, but I just was hoping for at least a percentage lower than that, which is equivalent to $250,000. And I don't think staff can sit here and tell me that you can't find $250,000. So I won't be supporting the budget.
Okay, the Deputy Mayor.
I'm curious to know well, here's a question first and then a comment. The fees and charges collection that we've got is all based on a 5.3% increase. We haven't talked about that yet. Usually it's often been the exact same amount as the tax increase. There's some ramifications of that changing too, that, you know, someone smarter than me, Jim, will have to work through all that stuff. But, you know, we haven't really addressed some of those things because I had questions about the price of a lot at the trailer camp. You know, when you just do simple math, it's, you know, the rate per month for, you know, a seasonal resident, it seems incredible given, you know, the market here. And, you know, one of the things I remember from years ago was our desire to not compete unfairly with other areas. I'm also concerned about the looming potential we have associated with the building that's not open yet, that, you know, we keep hearing, oh, it's self-funded. It's going to be funded by the legacy fund, which that's ratepayer money that's coming in for the legacy fund. But the self-funding thing requires a certain level of revenue. And we have no idea yet, really, until we get through a couple of years, at least 1 year for sure, whether or not we're going to even, you know, come close to any of the targets that have been there. So there could be a big hit there too. And, you know, and certainly the comment about staffing, I appreciate what the Vice Deputy Mayor said, and I think I voted along with him on the losing side of a couple of those votes. But we, you you know, we have no idea what the revenue is going to be for this facility, and that will show up as a hit on the taxpayers because it's not really self-funded. It's just sitting there that, yeah, it's going to balance. But if it doesn't balance, somebody's going to have to pay it. And that's going to be ratepayers. And, you know, I would love an update on revenue projections, given, you know, some things that have happened recently in terms of opportunities for memberships or use of the facility that, you know, have gone out. And, you know, just what that means for things. I'm in agreement with the mayor and Councillor Mayette, though, about the 1.9% being something that can be something I would support. I think we've built up a community that expects stuff. And, you know, I wasn't here on Monday night at council, but I heard there was a passionate group of people here who, you know, they're wanting more. So, you know, we can't slide behind. We have to keep, you know, at least pace with inflation. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you. Yeah, and so if, and we can continue the discussion, I would just ask if, because what we need to come out of here today with is some direction for the 8th. If you want to, and I hear lots of good points being made by everybody, and if you want to change this, if you want to ask council, you want to ask staff for the 0.3, or you want to ask them for more, what we need to do now is tell them what we want and tell them to go away and come back. What they'll come back to us with is recommendations to get where we want to go, understanding that any more that we shave is probably, the recommendations we're going to get back are probably going to include service level reductions, would be my guess. So we'd be prepared to hear those things, and we can do those things, but that's what we would hear, I'm sure. So what we just, you know, if you can give me some, give us a motion or something that we can debate so that we can advance out of here and toward making a decision on the 8th. Councillor Mayette.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. So with regards to what we've come down to here, we hear the 25% over 5 years. I remember 5 years ago, we had a zero budget in 2020, wasn't it? We come up with, and we ended up paying for that in the 2 or 3 years afterwards, right? We had to play catch up. And so you can't shortchange today because it'll come back to haunt you in the future. And as it was pointed out by the deputy mayor, we have a passionate group of residents here who are wanting more services, and we're upping our game. We're providing more services in the ball diamonds, more services in the pool, more services on the ice. More sidewalks are being plowed. We're buying more additional equipment for that. The drivers to operate that equipment, it all costs more. So I think we've made some significant cuts today. We've had some external influences. And if it's a motion you need to forward this on for tentative approval, then I make that motion.
So you're moving it as it exists right now. So the councillor moves that the budget be advanced for bylaw and approval as presented. Is there a seconder for the resolution? Seconded by Councillor Grace. Is there discussion? The deputy mayor?
Does that include fees and charges?
It does include fees and charges. Yes.
At 5.3%.
As presented. Councillor Halpin, I'll just work down the table.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and through you. I was looking for the cemetery study, but was that 2027? Okay, thank you.
Yes, that's right.
I'm going to make a comment is that I think I represent a lot of people in town, or I've heard from a lot of people in town that they, you know, they want less. Some people are stressed by the tax increases. And let's not forget that we're adding another $49 to everyone's house this year too, on top of that 1.9%, right? Plus the 0.3%, and it's always plus, plus, plus. I would like to go for the town budget to be 1.5 is what I would like to see. And that would be as good a budget as we get. I would have liked to have seen the police being willing to move on something. And, you know, and I guess that's part of the frustration too, is we're carrying everyone else's water, right? We have to carry, we got to collect the police budget, whether we like it or not. We have to collect the county budget, whether we like it or not. We collect Saugeen Valley, but we have a voice in it. So that's a little bit different. And I suppose we have a voice in the county with you as well, but well, anyways, I won't support the 1.9. I want to do a little bit better. I want to give the people a good news budget this year. We've made historic investments into, you know, the Aquatic and Wellness Center, Lamont's, High Street. We have a good plan going forward with our wastewater and water. And we're not touching that. You know, to me, that's, you know, that is sacred. We're not touching that. Let's give the people a good news budget. Let's go for 1.5. Thank you.
Okay, so well, just to, so I can just be clear on how we're going to approach this, though, we have a motion on to pass this as presented. If that motion fails, we'll take other suggestions, okay? So Councillor Davinsky.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. When we talk about perhaps reducing to 1.5, what does that do to that total? We've got a total up there of 4.2%. So I'm a little hazy on what happens.
It would go to 3.4. So what Councillor Halpin is suggesting is essentially a 0.8 reduction to get to, so you'd remove the town excluding inflation recycling special levy 0.3, and you'd take the inflation number that you see there down to 1.5, which is added together a 0.8 reduction. So the total would be 3.4.
All right, thank you very much. That's what I needed to know.
Thank you. Councillor DeHame.
Yeah, thanks. And to you, Mayor, just for Jim and Dan, what's the blended rate? Because that's ultimately what will be telling the residents what they're actually paying, so.
The blended rate is 3.8.
Yeah, that's a much more complicated calculation if we start to adjust. But right now, if the motion on the table passed, the blended rate would be 3.82%. Further comments? Seeing none, okay, well, we have a motion. It's moved and seconded. I'll ask all in favor. And opposed? That's carried. Okay. So we will then advance to this will come back. When will this come back? I guess on December the 8th, this will come back. I'll just let council know the process going forward here. Oh yeah, the answers to the harbor question. Sorry about that. Yeah, can you give us those answers, the Director of Community Services?
Thank you. And through you, I didn't want to disrupt the conversation that was happening. So hopefully I've hit all the questions. But the office renovation project, it will be funded from the Harbor Reserve. So thank you for that correction. The contract services for 2026, dredging and the strat plan. So that was carried forward from 2025. Dredging is forecasted every 3 years, just in the event that it's needed. We decided to defer the 2025 dredging to be in line with the dock project. So that's that 110 that you're seeing in 2026. And the budget performance projected for 2025 at the harbor is $243,000.
Profit or, and 2026 would be?
I'll have to look to see what that figure is.
Okay. Anything else? So just to be clear on the process going forward, then this will come back to us on the 8th of December. Remember, the budget comes into effect on the 12th. So on the 8th of December, you will have another opportunity to amend the budget further if you see fit. So you have that opportunity at that time, and you can consider it over the course of the next couple of weeks. I think that's all. Nothing more from anybody. So Well, at the end of the budget here, or at the end of the agenda, so I have a resolution that bylaw 110-2025, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Town of Saugeen Shores, is hereby read first, second, and third time and finally passed and sealed this 26th day of November 2025. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by Councillor Grace, second by Councillor Mayette. All in favor? That is carried. And secondly, I have a resolution that this business plan and budget meeting of November 26, 2025 hereby adjourns at 4:05 PM. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by Duhaime, seconded by Davinsky. All in favor? Council stands adjourned. Have a good evening, everybody.